soft, soothing music playing in the background. Welcome, dear friends, to a sanctuary of calm and wonder. Thank you for joining us tonight. As the world outside quiets down, we invite you on a journey to magical and peaceful places where your imagination can soar freely. Let the gentle narration guide you into whimsical worlds where dreams are woven with stardust and tranquility. Cozy up, find your perfect spot, and allow yourself to drift away from the day's worries. Relaxation and restful dreams await you, nurturing your spirit and refreshing your mind. We hope you've had a wonderful day, filled with moments of joy and accomplishment. Now it's time to unwind, to embrace the serenity of the night, and to let your dreams take flight. Thank you for being here. May your night be filled with peace and comforting dreams. Story 1. In the cozy woodland glade, where towering oaks swayed gently in the breeze and mossy rocks dotted the forest floor like emerald cushions, there lived a curious young rabbit named Hazel. The air was filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and the soft murmur of a nearby brook, creating a symphony that lulled the forest into a tranquil rhythm. The sun's golden rays danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the ground, while the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest. Though small in stature, her amber eyes brimmed with wonder, reflecting the sunlight that dappled the ground through the canopy above. Her twitching nose always seemed to lead her straight into adventure, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Hazel had always felt a deep connection to her surroundings, the whispers of the forest speaking to her in a language only she seemed to understand. The rustling leaves sang songs of old, and the breeze carried tales of distant lands. She was a spirited soul, always seeking the hidden mysteries of her woodland home, driven by an unquenchable thirst for discovery. Her heart yearned for the extraordinary, and she often dreamt of exploring lands beyond the horizon, where new tales awaited. Her nights were filled with dreams of soaring above the trees, glimpsing the world from heights unseen. Hazel's dreams were vibrant and full of color, painted with the hues of sunsets and the deep blues of twilight, each one a promise of adventures yet to come. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was crisp with the promise of change and the leaves crunched underfoot like brittle parchment, Hazel scampered through the undergrowth, her fur a blur of russet against the fading greens of the foliage. The morning sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, warming her fur and invigorating her spirit. It was then she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A glimmering acorn resting atop a mushroom cap, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow that seemed to pulse in time with the beating of her heart. The air around it was warmer, as if the acorn itself held the essence of the sun, a beacon of warmth amidst the autumn chill. "How strange," Hazel murmured, her whiskers twitching with intrigue as the vibrant hues of the acorn reflected in her wide eyes. Tentatively, she reached out a paw, and as her fur grazed the acorn's surface, a blinding flash erupted, filling the glade with a brilliance that seemed to transcend the bounds of reality, casting rainbows across the dew-laden leaves. The light was like liquid gold, flowing over the glade, touching every leaf and branch with its magic, and for a moment, time itself seemed to pause. When the spots finally cleared from her vision, Hazel found herself hovering mere inches from the ground. She wiggled her toes, feeling the odd sensation of air beneath her pads, but her feet no longer touched the earth. With a startled squeak, she tumbled backward, somersaulting through the air before righting herself. The world around her seemed to slow, each leaf and branch frozen in a moment of suspended reality. She could feel the heartbeat of the forest, a deep thrumming that resonated through her very being. I can fly!" she gasped, fluttering in astonished circles. The acorn, still clutched in her paw, seemed to pulse with magical energy, its glow now a gentle reassurance against her fur. The forest stretched out beneath her like a living tapestry, each thread of green and gold a testament to the wonders of nature. She could see paths she had never noticed before, secret trails that wound through the woods like veins through a leaf. As exhilarating as her newfound ability was, Hazel couldn't shake a nagging sense of unease that coiled in her stomach like a restless serpent. Cradling the acorn against her chest, she zipped through the forest, the wind whispering secrets in her ears as she sought counsel from her dearest friend, Oakley, the wise old oak tree. His presence in the forest felt like an anchor, a timeless guardian of the woodland's secrets, with roots that delved deep into the earth, drawing wisdom from the ages. Oakley's branches stretched wide, his leaves a vibrant green, even as the season's hues changed around him, a testament to his enduring strength. "Oakley!" she called, her voice a melodic echo in the stillness, as she hovered at eye level with the gnarled bark face of the ancient tree. The bark was etched with the passage of time, each groove and crevice a story waiting to be told. Something extraordinary has happened. The tree's branches rustled as if waking from a deep slumber, their leaves catching the morning light in a dazzling dance. "Ah, young Hazel," his gruff voice rumbled, deep and resonant like distant thunder. "I sense you've stumbled upon a rare and precious artifact, the windseed acorn. Handle it with care, for its magic is as wondrous as it is fickle." His voice carried the weight of centuries, each word a fragment of the ancient wisdom he held. Hazel's eyes widened, a mix of awe and trepidation swirling within them. "You mean this little acorn grants the power of flight?" "Indeed," Oakley replied, his wise eyes glinting with ancient knowledge. "But the windseed's magic is fleeting. Ere long, its enchantment will fade, and you must return the acorn to its resting place deep within the Whisper Woods." A pang of disappointment tugged at Hazel's heart, a bittersweet reminder of the transient nature of magic. But she steeled her resolve, a newfound determination igniting within her. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, dear friend." She felt a deep gratitude for Oakley's wisdom, knowing that his counsel was a gift she would cherish. With a final grateful nuzzle against Oakley's rough bark, feeling the comforting texture beneath her cheek, she took to the skies, her powerful hind legs propelling her through the canopy in a blur of russet fur. The sky was a vast expanse of azure, dotted with cottony clouds that seemed to beckon her onward. Below, the forest unfolded like a map, each tree a landmark she had known since she was a kit. The wind rushed past her ears, a symphony of sound that filled her with a sense of freedom she had never known. The Whisper Woods, as their name implied, existed in a realm of perpetual tranquility, where birdsong drifted through the mist like ghostly melodies, their notes weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed to transcend time. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their gnarled limbs intertwined in an intricate tapestry of wood and vine, a natural cathedral that whispered of ancient stories. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a fragrant reminder of the life that thrived within these ancient boughs. Hazel landed lightly on a mossy knoll, the acorn's glow now fading to a dull ember, its once vibrant light now a mere memory. She scanned the hushed forest, her heart thrumming with trepidation. A sense of being watched prickled her fur, and she couldn't shake the feeling that these ancient woods guarded many secrets, their shadows concealing mysteries untold. Suddenly, a rustling in the underbrush caught her attention. Hazel whirled around, her ears erect and alert, as a sleek feline form slunk into view, its movements as fluid as the forest breeze. "Who dares trespass in the Whisper Woods?" rumbled a deep, resonant voice, rich with authority and curiosity. The voice seemed to resonate from the very earth beneath her paws, a testament to the wildcat's connection with the land. Hazel swallowed hard, her paws rooting to the spot. Before her stood a magnificent wildcat, his tawny coat rippling with corded muscle, his amber eyes glinting like twin suns. He was an embodiment of the forest's untamed spirit, a guardian woven from the very essence of the wild. I mean no harm," she stammered, clutching the acorn tightly, its surface warm against her fur. "I've come to return this windseed to its rightful place." The wildcat regarded her coolly for a moment, his gaze piercing yet kind, then his expression softened, a flicker of understanding lighting his eyes. "Ah, I see. You are the chosen bearer of the windseed's gift." His whiskers twitched in what might have been a smile, a rare glimpse of warmth from a creature so formidable. "I am Rayler, guardian of these sacred woods. Follow me, little one." With a swish of his powerful tail, he turned and padded deeper into the forest, his lithe form weaving effortlessly through the tangled undergrowth, a master of his domain. Hazel scurried to keep pace, her little legs working double time as she bounded over gnarled roots and ducked beneath low-hanging branches, the forest closing in around her like a living, breathing entity. She marveled at Rayler's grace, his movements as fluid as water, each step a testament to his deep bond with the forest. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the woods, Hazel couldn't help but feel a growing sense of awe at the majesty surrounding her. The Whisper Woods seemed alive, each tree and creature part of a grander tapestry that wove the fabric of the forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in gentle rays, painting the path with shifting patterns of light and shadow. She noticed the delicate dance of light on the leaves. The way each step she took seemed to echo with the forest's heartbeat. At last, they emerged into a sunlit clearing, where a glittering pool lay cradled in the embrace of towering willows, their branches cascading like emerald waterfalls. Hazel's breath caught in her throat. She had never witnessed a sight so breathtakingly serene, the beauty of the scene etching itself into her memory. The water's surface shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the vibrant hues of the surrounding forest. "This is the heart of the woods," Rayler rumbled, gesturing with a sweep of his paw, his voice reverent. "Here the windseed must be laid to rest, that its magic may be renewed, its cycle of wonder never ending." His words held a solemnity that resonated within Hazel, a reminder of the sacred duty she had been entrusted with. Nodding solemnly, Hazel hopped to the water's edge, the ground cool and damp beneath her paws, and gently placed the acorn on the glassy surface. To her amazement, it didn't sink, but instead began to glow with a warm, pulsing radiance, its light spreading across the water like a golden sunrise. The air hummed with energy, a gentle reminder of the magic that coursed through the forest. The light seemed to infuse the very air with its warmth, a promise of the magic that would always reside within the woods. "The cycle is complete," Rayler murmured, his voice a low, comforting rumble. "You have done well, little one." In that moment, Hazel felt a profound sense of peace wash over her, the tranquility of the forest enveloping her like a gentle embrace. She had been entrusted with a sacred duty, and though her time as the windseed's bearer had been brief, she knew the experience had changed her forever, a transformation that resonated deep within her soul. The forest seemed to acknowledge her presence, the trees swaying gently in a silent thank you. As the acorn's light faded, enveloping the glade in a soft, amber haze, Hazel felt her paws touch solid ground once more, the magic a lingering memory that whispered of possibilities beyond the mundane. The air was still, a quiet acknowledgement of the magic that had passed but not forgotten. The forest felt alive with gratitude, a silent promise that its magic would continue to inspire those who ventured into its depths. "Thank you, noble Rayler," she said, dipping her head respectfully, her voice a gentle echo in the stillness. "I shall never forget the Whisperwood's majesty, nor the wisdom I have gained." The wildcat inclined his regal head, a silent guardian of the forest's secrets. "Go now, young Hazel, and share the wisdom you have gained, for though the windseed's enchantment fades, its legacy will forever echo through these ancient boughs, a reminder of the extraordinary within the ordinary." His eyes shone with a deep understanding, a knowledge that transcended time and place. With one last lingering glance at the tranquil pool, Hazel turned and loped back through the forest, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge that she had been part of something far greater than herself, a journey that had opened her eyes to the wonders of the world. She felt a newfound strength within her, a resilience that would carry her through life's challenges. From that day forth, whenever Hazel felt weighed down by life's trials, she would close her eyes and picture the Whisper Woods, a hidden realm of wonder and magic, where even the smallest creature could soar to great heights, where the boundaries of the possible were but a distant memory. And in her heart, the memory of those fleeting moments of flight would lift her spirits, reminding her that within each of us lies the power to transcend our limitations and embrace the extraordinary, a truth as enduring as the forest itself. She often found herself sharing tales of her adventure with other woodland creatures, inspiring them to seek the magic in their own lives, to dream of soaring beyond the treetops. Hazel had learned that sometimes the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, to the magic within, waiting to be awakened. Her tales became legends among the woodland creatures, stories of hope and wonder that ignited the spark of adventure in all who heard them. As the seasons turned, Hazel found herself venturing deeper into her beloved forest, eager to uncover more of its secrets. She spent her days exploring hidden glades and moss-covered dells, her heart attuned to the forest's subtle rhythms. With each new discovery, she felt her bond with the woods deepen, the land itself becoming an extension of her very being. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting the world in a warm golden glow, Hazel stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, its weathered stones standing sentinel in a clearing carpeted with wildflowers. She felt a surge of excitement, the air around the stones tingling with an otherworldly energy. Drawn to the circle, Hazel hopped closer, each step resonating with a sense of purpose. As she entered the circle's embrace, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of lavender and thyme. The stones seemed to hum with life, their surfaces etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the fading light. As she stood within the circle, Hazel felt a presence beside her, a whisper of ancient wisdom that wrapped around her like a cloak. She closed her eyes, allowing the forest's magic to seep into her soul, a tapestry of memories unfurling before her mind's eye. She saw visions of the forest's past, moments of joy and sorrow, each one a testament to the land's enduring spirit. The experience left Hazel breathless, her heart brimming with gratitude for the gift she had been given. She realized that the forest, in all its beauty and complexity, was a living entity, a guardian of stories untold and wonders yet to be discovered. With newfound resolve, Hazel emerged from the stone circle, her spirit alight with a sense of purpose. She knew that her journey was far from over, that the forest held countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled, and as she made her way back through the whispering woods, she felt the forest's magic surround her, a promise of adventures yet to come. And so, Hazel continued to explore the woods she called home, each day a new chapter in her unfolding story. She became a beacon of hope and inspiration to the creatures of the forest, her tales of wonder and magic a reminder of the extraordinary that lay within the ordinary. Her journey had taught her that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it out. In the heart of the woodland, where the oaks stood tall and the streams sang their eternal song, Hazel found her place, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a bearer of its timeless magic. She carried with her the legacy of the windseed acorn, a reminder of the power of dreams and the magic that dwells within us all. And in her heart, she knew that the greatest adventure lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself, a truth as enduring as the forest she loved. Story 2, The Whispering Lantern, Enriched Edition. In the gentle hills of Eldergrove, where the sky kissed the earth with hues of twilight and the wind sang secrets through the trees, there lay a village untouched by time. This settlement was cradled by lush forests and rolling meadows, where the morning dew clung to the grass like diamonds. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to their gardens and crafting their wares, all while the forest watched over them with a knowing silence. The air was often filled with the aroma of rosemary and thyme, mingling with the earthy scent of freshly tilled soil, creating a sense of serenity and timelessness. Among them was a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as open as the wide skies and as curious as the brook that wound its way through the village. Leora had always felt a pull towards the woods, a mysterious call that beckoned her with promises of hidden wonders and untold stories. On evenings when the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of gold and crimson, she would wander to the edge of the forest, her senses alive with the scent of pine and the rustle of leaves. Her parents often cautioned her about the enchantments that lay beyond the village, tales of mischief and magic woven into the fabric of their lives. Yet, Leora's spirit was unyielding, driven by an insatiable thirst for exploration and understanding that burned brightly within her. One particular evening, as the stars began to twinkle like shards of crystal in the deepening night, Leora stood at the forest's edge, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. The cool breeze caressed her cheeks, carrying with it a symphony of nocturnal whispers that stirred her soul. The air was filled with the sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine, and the distant hoot of an owl echoed through the canopy. It was then she noticed a soft, ethereal glow emanating from the depths of the woods, a light that danced and flickered like a firefly trapped in a jar. Her feet moved before her mind could protest, carrying her over the threshold of the trees and into the embrace of the forest. The path was dappled with moonlight, and as Leora ventured deeper, the air grew thick with the fragrance of moss and earth. The glow led her through a labyrinth of trees until she emerged into a clearing bathed in silvery light. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. Its frame was wrought from silver vines, and within its glass a flame burned with a serene blue light that seemed to hum with a life of its own. As Leora reached out to touch the lantern, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a voice, soft as a whisper, filled the clearing. "I am the Whispering Lantern," it said, "a keeper of secrets and guide to those who seek the truth within themselves." Leora stumbled back, her heart racing, but the voice continued, soothing and kind. "Fear not, dear child. I am here to help you find what your heart desires." Gathering her courage, Leora asked, "What do you mean? What secrets do you hold?" The lantern flickered, casting playful shadows on the ground. "There is a world within this world, where the unseen becomes seen, and the unheard becomes heard. It is a place of wonder and wisdom, where the forest's heart beats in time with your own." Intrigued and filled with a longing she could not quite name, Leora agreed to follow the lantern's guidance. As she lifted it from its resting place, the forest around her transformed. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches whispering and twining like welcoming arms. The path beneath her feet glowed softly, leading her deeper into the hidden world. As she walked, Leora noticed the forest was alive with sights and sounds she had never perceived before. Tiny creatures with wings of gossamer flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. A brook babbled nearby, its waters shimmering with colors that danced and changed with each ripple. Each step she took revealed new wonders, and her heart swelled with joy and discovery. The lantern guided her to a glen where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. There she met a fox with eyes like amber and a tail that gleamed in the moonlit night. "Welcome, traveler," the fox said, bowing his head with a mischievous grin. "I am Phelan, guardian of this realm. The Whispering Lantern has chosen well." Leora, though startled, felt an inexplicable kinship with Phelan. "Why am I here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The forest has sensed your heart's yearning," Phelan replied, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Here, in this realm, you will find the answers you seek, but only if you are willing to look beyond what is visible." With the fox as her guide, Leora embarked on a journey through the hidden world. They traversed valleys, where the air shimmered with the scent of wildflowers, and climbed hills where the wind carried the songs of 1,000 birds. Each encounter along the way taught Leora something new about the world and herself. She learned to listen to the silence, to see the beauty in the smallest of things, and to trust the whispers of her own heart. One day, as they rested by a crystalline lake, Leora confided in Phelan about her longing to understand her place in the world. "I feel as if I am always searching for something, but I am not sure what," she admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Phelan nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "Sometimes," he said, "the journey is more about the questions than the answers. It is in the seeking that we find our true selves." As the days turned into weeks, Leora felt herself changing in ways she could not have imagined. She grew more attuned to the rhythms of the forest, more aware of the delicate balance that sustained the hidden world. The lantern's light seemed to grow brighter, as if reflecting the burgeoning light within her. She discovered that the lantern not only guided her through the forest, but also illuminated the path to understanding her own heart. One afternoon, they came upon a circle of ancient stones, weathered by time and draped with emerald moss. Here, the air was alive with the whispers of the past, stories etched into the very fabric of the stones. As Leora rested her hand on one of the stones, she felt a connection to the generations that had walked this land before her, their hopes and dreams echoing through the ages. "The stones hold the memories of those who have come before," Phelan explained, his voice reverent. "They remind us that we are part of something greater, a tapestry woven through time." Moved by the weight of history, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the stories the stones had to tell. In their ancient song, she heard tales of love and loss, of courage and hope, and she realized that her journey was but one thread in the grand design of life. Then one evening, as they watched the sunset set the sky ablaze with color, Phelan turned to her with a serious expression. "The time has come for you to make a choice, Leora. You have seen the wonders of this world, but you must decide whether to return to your village or remain here among the trees." Leora's heart ached at the thought of leaving the hidden world, yet she knew she could not abandon her family and friends. "I want to share what I have learned," she said, her voice resolute. "I want to bring a little of this magic back with me, to help others see the beauty and wisdom that surrounds us every day." Phelan smiled, a look of pride in his eyes. "That is a noble choice, dear Leora. The forest will always be with you, no matter where you go. Remember, the light of the whispering lantern burns within your heart, guiding you always." With a heavy heart, Leora bid farewell to Phelan and the forest that had become her second home. As she retraced her steps, the lantern's glow gradually faded, leaving her with a sense of peace and purpose she had never known before. Additional scene, the return. Upon her return, Leora found the village enveloped in the warm embrace of the setting sun, casting long shadows that danced upon the cobblestones. She was greeted with a chorus of familiar voices, her friends and family eager to hear of her adventures. As she recounted her journey, the villagers gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder, hanging on her every word. Leora spoke of the gossamer-winged creatures in the crystalline lake, of the ancient stones and their whispered stories. Her tales were met with laughter and awe, and as the night wore on, a newfound energy seemed to settle over Eldergrove. The villagers, inspired by Leora's stories, began to explore their surroundings with renewed curiosity. Gardens bloomed with an array of colors, and the air was filled with the melody of bird songs, more vibrant than ever before. In the following days, Leora noticed subtle changes within herself. Her dreams were vivid, filled with echoes of the hidden world, and her heart, once restless, now beat with a steady rhythm of contentment. With each sunrise, she felt a deeper connection to her home, understanding that the magic she had encountered in the forest was not confined to its boundaries, but existed within every leaf, every breath of wind, and every heartbeat. One evening, as she sat by the brook that once mirrored her own wanderlust, Leora contemplated her journey. The lantern's light, though no longer tangible, glowed brightly within her, a beacon of hope and guidance. She realized that her journey had only just begun, and that the stories she would weave in the days to come were as boundless as the sky above. And so, Leora embraced her role as a storyteller and a seeker of truth, her heart forever attuned to the whispers of the world around her. The forest remained a cherished friend, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek it. Deepening the emotional journey, Leora's resolution. As the seasons changed, Leora found herself reflecting more deeply on the revelations of her journey. Each time she shared her stories, she noticed how eyes lit up, how hearts seemed to open, and she became aware of the subtle impact her words had on her community. This realization filled her with a profound sense of responsibility and joy, for in sharing the magic of the hidden world, she was nurturing the seeds of wonder and courage in others. One day, an elder of the village, a wise woman named Elda, approached Leora as she sat beneath the shade of an old elm tree. Elda's voice was like the rustle of leaves, gentle yet filled with the weight of wisdom. "Your tales have awakened something within us, Leora. You have a gift for seeing the unseen and bringing it to light." Leora, humbled by the elder's words, replied, "I have been blessed to see a world full of magic, a world that mirrors our own if only we choose to look closely. I feel it is my calling to share this sight with others." Elda nodded, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Then you must continue to nurture this gift, child. Let your stories be the lantern that guides others to the truths within themselves." With Elda's blessing, Leora felt her purpose solidify. She began to craft her tales with greater care and intention, weaving lessons of kindness, courage, and the beauty of nature into each narrative. Her storytelling gatherings became a cherished tradition in Eldergrove, drawing people from neighboring villages who sought the light and warmth that Leora's tales provided. Enriching the world-building, the Festival of Lanterns. As word of her stories spread, the villagers decided to honor Leora's journey and the magic of the Whispering Lantern with a new tradition, the Festival of Lanterns. Each year, on the anniversary of her return, they gathered to celebrate with music, dance, and the crafting of lanterns that symbolized the light within each person. The entire village would come alive with vibrant colors and laughter, the air filled with the scent of sweet pastries and spiced cider. Children ran through the streets with lanterns of their own making, their faces aglow with delight. As dusk fell, the village would light their lanterns and release them into the sky, a shimmering sea of light that mirrored the stars above. During the festival, Leora shared her latest tales, each one a blend of the wisdom she had gained from the forest and the experiences of her life. Her stories served as a reminder of the unseen magic that dwelled in every heart and the strength found in community and connection. And so, the legend of the Whispering Lantern and the girl who followed its light became an enduring part of Eldergrove's rich tapestry. Leora's journey had indeed transformed her, but its greatest legacy was the light she ignited within others, a light that continued to shine brightly, guiding generations toward their own adventures and discoveries. In the end, Leora learned that true magic lies not in the fantastical, but in the everyday moments of connection and understanding, in the bonds we form and the journeys we undertake, both within and without. The forest remained a place of wonder and mystery, but it was in her heart that Leora found the greatest adventure of all. And in that knowledge, she found a peace that would stay with her for all the days of her life. Story 4. In a distant corner of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on velvet, there lay a small yet vibrant planet known as Lumora. It was a place where the atmosphere was a tapestry of sensations, woven with the sweet scent of luminescent blossoms that opened their petals to the night, releasing a fragrance reminiscent of honey and jasmine. The gentle hum of life resonated in the cool breeze that rustled the iridescent fields stretching toward the horizon, fields alive with the soft, pulsing glow of flowers that cast a gentle light over the land, akin to a painter's brush sweeping golden hues across a canvas. This was home to the gentle Lumorans, beings of light who moved with a grace that seemed to flow as naturally as water in a stream. Their voices echoed in melodious tones, like soft, flowing streams in the silence of night, creating a symphony of whispers that danced across the fields. Among these luminous beings was a young Lumoran named Lysara. Her light was a warm, golden hue that reflected her kind heart and adventurous spirit. On this particular evening, as the twin moons of Lumora rose high, casting a silver glow over the fields, Lysara wandered through the shimmering meadows, her bare feet brushing against the soft, glowing petals. The night was alive with the sound of distant night birds, their calls weaving through the symphony of nature's nocturnal orchestra. Lysara often found solace in these moments, when the world around her seemed to hum with possibilities, each star a distant destination waiting to be explored. Beneath the vast sky, she would sometimes pause to feel the cool, dewy grass beneath her feet, its moisture a gentle reminder of the earth she loved. The whispers of the flowers seemed to reach out to her, sharing secrets of the universe, coaxing her imagination to life. She dreamt of walking among the stars, of dancing with the comets, and of discovering realms beyond her own, a longing that stirred within her like a gentle breeze across a still pond. Lysara was filled with a longing to reach beyond her luminous fields. Her dreams were like a tapestry, each thread a story of distant lands and undiscovered wonders, woven together by her imagination. She would sit for hours beneath the starlit sky, imagining the stories each constellation might tell, the secrets whispered by the cosmos that filled her with a yearning to explore beyond her familiar world. Her parents, wise and understanding, noticed this yearning. Her mother, a gentle soul with an aura of calming lavender light, often shared tales with Lysara about the luminescent ancestors who had once dared to explore the cosmos, their stories passed down like treasured heirlooms. Her father, whose presence was a comforting glow of deep amber, encouraged Lysara's dreams, telling her that the universe was a vast, mysterious place, waiting to be known by those brave enough to seek it. Meanwhile, across the cosmic sea on Turvok, a rugged planet known for its harsh beauty, a young Turvani named Brock navigated the rocky terrains of his homeland. Here the air was thick with the scent of iron and stone, a sharp contrast to Lumora's sweetness. The landscapes were a mosaic of towering cliffs and swirling dust storms that howled like ancient spirits, echoing tales of the planet's storied past. It was a place where the sun cast long shadows over jagged rocks, and the sturdy Turvani, known for their resilience and strength, thrived amidst the harsh beauty of their world. Their voices were deep and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder, carrying through the windswept canyons, a sound as constant as the wind that shaped their land. Brock was strong and steadfast, with eyes that glinted like polished stone, filled with a longing for something beyond the rugged cliffs and endless storms. His heart yearned for adventure, to find a place where the winds didn't carry the weight of solitude and the stones didn't echo his loneliness. Beneath his rugged exterior was a soul that cherished the beauty and strength and simplicity, yet craved the unknown that lay beyond the horizon. He would often sit at the edge of a cliff, letting the wind tousle his hair as he gazed toward distant stars, wondering what lay beyond the boundaries of his world. In moments of reflection, Brock would trace the lines of ancient carvings etched into the rocks by his ancestors, feeling a connection to the stories of old. These symbols told tales of Turvani heroes who had ventured beyond their known lands, and Brock yearned to add his own chapter to these legends. The wind carried whispers of encouragement, and he felt the pulse of Turvok beneath him, urging him to seek the unknown. His grandfather, a venerable Turvani elder, once a storied explorer himself, would often sit with Brock by the fire, recounting his own travels and the wonders he encountered beyond Turvok's rugged embrace. These tales, filled with vivid landscapes and enigmatic beings, ignited a spark in Brock, a desire to chart a path of his own among the stars. Fate intervened one fateful night when a rare cosmic phenomenon, known as the celestial current, swept through the galaxy. It was a stream of brilliant energy that occasionally passed through, pulling with it anything caught in its path. Both Lysara and Brack, mesmerized by the dazzling spectacle, found themselves swept up into the swirling currents. The current was a river of light, each ripple a cascade of colors that twirled and danced like a symphony of stars, its energy humming with the secrets of the universe. As the current carried them across the stars, Lysara and Brack bumped into each other, startled by the sudden presence of a stranger. Suspended in the luminous flow, they exchanged looks of surprise and curiosity. Lysara's gentle glow illuminated Brack's rugged features, and for a moment they simply stared, unsure of what to make of each other. "Hello," Lysara ventured softly, her voice like a gentle breeze carrying the scent of blooming night flowers. "I'm Lysara from Lumora. Who might you be?" Brack, initially taken aback by her radiance, replied with a deep, rumbling voice. "I'm Brack of Turvok. It seems we've been caught in this celestial dance together." As they drifted through the cosmic stream, their initial surprise gave way to conversation. They shared tales of their homes, their dreams, and their desires. Yet, despite the warmth of their exchange, misunderstandings occasionally arose. Brack, with his straightforward manner, sometimes found Lysara's poetic speech puzzling. Similarly, Lysara, accustomed to the subtlety of Lumoran expressions, occasionally misinterpreted Brack's forthrightness. One such misunderstanding occurred when Brack, observing the delicate beauty of Lumora in Lysara's descriptions, remarked, "Your world sounds fragile, like it might shatter under the weight of a single storm." His intention was to express awe at its ethereal nature, but Lysara took it as a critique of her beloved home's strength. Feeling hurt, Lysara turned from Brack, her light dimming slightly. Brack, seeing her distress, felt a pang of regret. "I meant no disrespect," he said earnestly. "Your world's beauty lies in its lightness, just as Turvok's strength is in its endurance. Each is unique." Lysara paused, considering his words. She realized her misunderstanding and smiled softly. "Thank you for explaining, Brack. I see now that our worlds, like us, have different strengths." As they continued their journey through the celestial current, their bond deepened. They learned to appreciate each other's perspectives, finding strength in their differences. When the current grew turbulent, threatening to separate them, they held on to each other, Lysara's light guiding them, while Brack's strength anchored them. In one such moment, when the current swirled violently, Lara found herself losing hope, her light flickering uncertainly. Brack, sensing her fear, wrapped a reassuring arm around her. "Together, we'll find our way back," he promised, his voice a steadfast anchor in the chaos. Buoyed by his confidence, Lara regained her glow, casting a warm light that calmed the swirling energy around them. In turn, when Brack felt the weight of the unknown pressing down, Lara's gentle presence lifted his spirits, reminding him of the beauty in their journey. During their travels, they encountered other celestial phenomena, ribbons of light that sang with the voices of ancient stars, and meteor showers that painted the void with trails of fire. Each experience brought them closer, their combined strengths weaving a bond as resilient as the cosmos itself. In one particularly mesmerizing scene, they found themselves amidst a field of floating crystal shards, each one capturing the light in a way that refracted rainbows across the darkness. The crystals sang a haunting melody, resonating deep within their souls, as if the universe itself was telling them stories of old. "This place," Lara whispered, her eyes wide with wonder, "it's like the stories my grandmother used to tell, of ancient Lumoran lands where light and sound were one." Brack nodded, feeling the vibrations of the song in his chest. "It reminds me of the legends of Turvok," he replied, "where the earth once sang in harmony with the sky." They moved through the field, letting the melody guide them, feeling a deeper connection not just with each other, but with the universe that surrounded them. Finally, as the celestial current began to wane, they found themselves gently deposited on a small, uncharted moon. Its surface was a blend of Lumoran meadows and Turvani rock formations, a perfect blend of their worlds, where luminescent flowers crept across the stone, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow. As they explored the moon, they marveled at how their combined experiences had prepared them for this new terrain. They built a small shelter, combining Lumoran light with Turvani stone, creating a space that was both strong and welcoming. Here they shared stories, dreams, and hopes, each feeling the warmth of true friendship. Days turned into nights as they explored the moon, uncovering hidden groves where the flora seemed to pulse with a life of its own. They discovered a reflective lake, its surface mirroring the vastness of the sky and the twinkling stars above. It was here that they would often sit in silence, side by side, their reflections intertwined, contemplating the vastness of their journey and the serendipity that had brought them together. In time, a cosmic traveler passed by, offering them a way back to their respective homes. Yet, as they prepared to part, both Lara and Brack knew that their friendship had changed them forever. They had learned that true friendship was not about similarities, but about growing together, supporting one another, and finding beauty in differences. As they bid farewell, Lara's light shone brighter than ever, and Brack's heart felt lighter, knowing that somewhere among the stars he had a friend who understood him. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they promised to meet again. For in their hearts they knew that friendship, like the cosmos itself, was infinite and enduring. As they set off on their separate paths, they carried with them the knowledge that their worlds, once distant and separate, had now become intertwined through the bonds of their shared journey, a testament to the enduring power of connection and the infinite possibilities that lay in the vast expanse of the universe. Back on Lumora, Lara found herself gazing at the stars each night, her heart filled with a newfound understanding of the universe and her place within it. She no longer felt the same longing for distant stars, for she had found a part of the cosmos in her connection with Brack. Her world seemed richer, the colors more vibrant, as if her journey had opened her eyes to the beauty around her. She shared her experiences with her fellow Lumorans, who listened with rapt attention, their own curiosities piqued by her tales of Turvok and the wonders of the celestial current. Her stories inspired others to look beyond their familiar horizons, to see the universe as a tapestry of possibilities waiting to be explored. On Turvok, Brack stood atop the highest cliff, the wind roaring around him, yet he felt at peace. The solitude that once haunted him was now a comforting reminder of the shared journey, and he knew that the winds carried not just the echoes of his own world, but the whispers of a friend who had become part of his story. He found strength in the memories of Lysara's light, a warmth that now accompanied him as he navigated the rugged terrain of his homeland. The once daunting cliffs seemed more inviting, as if they too had been touched by the light of their friendship. He shared his newfound insights with his fellow Turvani, inspiring them to seek beauty and connection beyond the strength and endurance they cherished. And so the two worlds, though separated by vast distances, were forever linked by the friendship of two souls who dared to reach beyond their own horizons and discover the beauty of the universe in each other. They had ventured into the unknown, only to find that the true adventure lay in the connections they forged and the understanding they gained. Their story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the vastness of space, the bonds of friendship could bridge any divide. Story 5. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the whispering leaves of towering oaks and whispering pines cover the sky, lay a world brimming with life, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of nature's harmony. The forest was a sanctuary, where the gentle rustle of the wind through the trees spoke secrets known only to those who listened with their hearts. The air was thick with the musk of damp earth, mingling with the delicate aroma of moss and the crisp freshness of untouched wilderness. The sounds of the forest were a symphony of nature, with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a lone owl harmonizing with the babbling brook that wound through the woodland. Within this lush world of mystery and wonder, the forest seemed to breathe with a life of its own, as if every leaf, every blade of grass, and every creature was in sync with the pulse of the earth. The dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of gold and emerald. The scent of the forest was a heady mix of pine resin and sweet wildflowers, tinged with the ever-present promise of rain. Nestled within this woodland realm was a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where the air was filled with the sweet perfume of wildflowers and the mellifluous songs of birds. This clearing was home to a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was etched with the patterns of countless years, the grooves and ridges telling stories of the seasons he had witnessed. His eyes, a deep amber, twinkled with the knowledge passed down through generations, reflecting the wisdom of 1,000 sunsets. Though slow, his movements were purposeful, and his presence exuded a calming aura, a reminder of the steadfastness that comes with age. Thistle's life was a lesson in quiet observation. He often spent his days beneath the shade of the great oak, watching the world unfold around him with an unhurried serenity. His patient demeanor masked a mind that was constantly alive with thoughts and reflections, each moment an opportunity to delve deeper into the mysteries of life. Though he rarely spoke of his past, there were whispers among the woodland creatures that he had once embarked on a great journey across the lands beyond the forest, a journey that had shaped him into the wise elder he was today. One crisp morning, as the first golden rays of the sun kissed the dew-laden grass, Thistle awoke to find the air abuzz with excitement. It was the day of the seasons, a magical phenomenon that occurred but once a year. On this day, the forest would briefly experience the essence of each season in a single day, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained their world. The anticipation was palpable, a subtle vibration that hummed through the leaves and echoed in the songs of the birds. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the symphony of seasons to unfold. Thistle, with his slow and steady gait, began his journey to the great oak, the heart of the forest where the creatures gathered to witness the seasonal spectacle. Each step was deliberate, his movements a testament to patience and perseverance. As he ambled along, the forest gradually came to life. The first breath of spring arrived, unfurling vibrant green leaves and painting the forest floor with a riot of colorful blooms. The air was fresh and alive, filled with the chatter of young birds and the laughter of bubbling brooks. The symphony of life was punctuated by the buzzing of bees, drunk on the nectar of newly bloomed flowers. Along the path, Thistle encountered Willow, a gentle deer with eyes as soft as velvet and a coat that shimmered like liquid sunlight. Her presence was calming, and her steps were as graceful as a dance. "Good morning, Thistle," Willow greeted, her voice as light as a breeze. "Isn't it wondrous how spring awakens the forest?" "Indeed, Willow," Thistle replied, his voice deep and soothing, resonating like the low hum of a distant drum. "Spring is a reminder of renewal and hope, of of beginnings and possibilities. As they walked, Willow revealed her own dreams, her gentle voice weaving tales of adventure and exploration beyond the forest. She yearned to see the meadows where the sky kissed the earth, and rivers flowed like ribbons of silver under the moonlight. Thistle listened, offering wisdom drawn from his own experiences, encouraging her to embrace her dreams while cherishing the home they shared. Together they continued toward the great oak, marveling as the forest transformed again. The warmth of summer enveloped them, and the air grew rich with the scent of ripening berries and the hum of busy bees. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the ground, as if the forest itself was playing a game of hide-and-seek. The heat was like a comforting blanket, wrapping them in a sense of belonging and abundance. As they approached the great oak, they were joined by a chorus of other forest creatures. Squirrels with fluffy tails, tiny field mice scurrying with purpose, and a family of foxes with fur as red as autumn leaves. Each creature carried within them the wisdom of their ancestors, passed down in whispers of wind and rustles of leaves. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, each one aware of the sacredness of the day and the lessons it would bring. At last they reached the great oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of an ancient guardian. The bark was rough and gnarled, a testament to the tree's enduring strength and the storms it had weathered. The gathering was a celebration of life and unity, a testament to the bonds that held the forest together. As the sun climbed higher, the seasons continued their dance. Autumn arrived with a gentle sigh, painting the leaves in hues of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. The creatures watched as the trees prepared for the long slumber of winter, their leaves swirling to the ground like a kaleidoscope of color. There was a quiet reverence in the air, a shared understanding of the beauty in letting go. Thistle gazed around at his friends, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Autumn teaches us the beauty of change," he said softly, his voice a gentle caress. "It reminds us that letting go is as important as holding on." As the day wore on, a new scene unfolded, a gathering around a small fire, where stories and laughter filled the air. The creatures shared tales of their ancestors, of times when the forest faced challenges and emerged stronger. Each story was a thread, weaving a tapestry of resilience and hope. Thistle, in his quiet wisdom, shared stories of his youth, of the lessons he learned from his elders, and the dreams that guided his journey. The sun began its descent, casting a warm golden glow over the forest. Winter's breath whispered through the trees, frosting the world in a delicate lace of ice and snow. The creatures huddled close, sharing warmth and stories, their breath mingling in the chilly air. There was a profound sense of peace, a shared understanding that they were part of something greater than themselves. As the last light faded, the day of the seasons drew to a close. The forest settled into the gentle embrace of night, the stars twinkling like 1,000 watchful eyes. Thistle and his friends remained beneath the great oak, wrapped in the comfort of each other's presence. "Each season brings its own gifts," Thistle murmured, his voice a lullaby in the stillness. "Together, they create the balance that sustains us all." The creatures nodded, their hearts in harmony with the wisdom of the ages. They drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams interwoven with the gentle whispers of the forest. The great oak stood sentinel, its branches swaying gently in the night breeze, cradling them in its protective embrace. In the quiet of the night, a new scene unfolded, unseen by the resting creatures. A gentle rain began to fall, each drop a soft patter against the leaves, whispering secrets of distant lands and the promise of tomorrow. The forest, ever alive, seemed to listen, absorbing the rain's stories into its roots and branches. The air was infused with the scent of wet earth, a promise of growth and new beginnings. As dawn broke, the first light of a new day washed over the forest, illuminating the dew-kissed leaves and casting a soft glow on the slumbering creatures. Thistle stirred, his eyes opening to the gentle embrace of morning. The forest had returned to its natural rhythm, the day of the seasons, a cherished memory that would guide them through the cycles of the year. With a contented sigh, Thistle began his slow journey back to his clearing, carrying with him the stories and lessons of the day. Each step was a reminder of the path he had traveled and the journey that still lay ahead. The forest, rich with life and wisdom, continued to breathe, its heart beating in time with the seasons, forever bound to the creatures that called it home. But as Thistle made his way back, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery, a young sapling struggling to grow in the shadow of a fallen tree. Its leaves were a delicate green, a testament to its will to survive despite the odds. Thistle paused, his eyes reflecting the tenacity of the young plant. He understood its struggle, the desire to reach for the sun despite the obstacles. Moved by the sapling's tenacity, Thistle resolved to nurture it, if knowing that sometimes strength lay not in resisting the elements, but in bending with them. He dug around the roots to give it space and whispered encouragements, his deep voice resonating with the promises of the earth. As he tended to the sapling, Thistle felt a renewed sense of purpose, a reminder that life was a continuous cycle of growth and renewal. With each passing day, he visited the sapling, sharing stories of the forest's resilience and the wisdom of the seasons. Other creatures joined in, bringing gifts of sunlight and water, their collective effort a testament to the community's strength. The sapling thrived, its leaves unfurling with vigor, a symbol of hope and the promise of future generations. Meanwhile, Willow, inspired by the stories of Thistle's travels and the bravery of the young sapling, decided to embark on a journey of her own. She set out to explore the meadows and rivers she had dreamed of, her heart filled with the courage to seek the wonders beyond the familiar forest. Her departure was bittersweet, but Thistle's wisdom accompanied her, a constant guide in her adventure. Willow's journey was a tapestry of discovery and learning. She encountered vast fields of lavender, their scent intoxicating and calming. She marveled at the rivers that shone like silver under the moon, and met new creatures who shared tales of distant lands and the mysteries of their own worlds. Each experience enriched her spirit, her heart growing with the knowledge that the world was a vast and wondrous place. Back in the forest, Thistle continued to nurture the sapling, its growth a mirror of Willow's own journey. As the seasons turned, the sapling grew strong and tall, its presence a testament to the resilience of life. The creatures of the forest, inspired by the sapling's strength and Willow's courage, found new hope and determination within themselves. As the days continued to pass, a new chapter in the forest's story began to unfold. A family of rabbits, led by a matriarch named Hazel, sought refuge in the clearing. Hazel, with her gentle eyes and fur as soft as a summer breeze, carried the weight of her family's future on her shoulders. The forest had always been their home, but a recent storm had left their burrow uninhabitable. Hazel, driven by a fierce determination to protect her young, had led them through the forest in search of safety. Thistle, upon discovering the small family, welcomed them with open arms. His clearing became a sanctuary, a place of solace and renewal. With the help of the other creatures, they worked together to rebuild a new burrow for Hazel and her family. As they labored, Thistle shared tales of resilience, instilling in them the knowledge that even the smallest creature had the power to overcome adversity. The forest, ever alive and nurturing, embraced the newcomers, weaving them into its tapestry of life. Hazel, grateful for the warmth and kindness shown to her and her family, found a renewed sense of purpose. She became a vital part of the community, her wisdom and strength guiding others through the challenges they faced. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to thrive, each creature playing its part in the grand symphony of life. The sapling grew into a young tree, its branches reaching for the sky, a symbol of hope and renewal. Willow returned from her journey, her heart filled with stories and experiences that enriched the collective wisdom of the forest. And so, in that ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to weave their stories, their spirits bound eternally by the lessons of the seasons and the gentle wisdom of the earth. In their unity, they found strength, and in their diversity, they discovered the beauty of life's ever-changing tapestry. As the forest thrived, its heart beat in harmony with the creatures who called it home, each one a thread in the grand tapestry of life, each journey a song in the symphony of the seasons. Story 6. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars glimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, bustling space station named Harmony's Haven. It was a refuge for travelers from countless worlds, a place where beings of all shapes and sizes gathered under the warm glow of its artificial sun. Among the many visitors there was Thal, a gentle creature from the watery planet of Aquara, whose skin shimmered with iridescent hues of blues and greens. Thal possessed large, expressive eyes and delicate webbed hands, which gestured gracefully as she moved. Her voice, soft and melodious, was often likened to a soothing lullaby. On this particular visit, Thal found herself in the station's vibrant marketplace, where the air was filled with the scent of exotic spices and the cheerful hum of chatter. She was searching for a rare seaweed known to flourish only in the oceans of her home planet, a delicacy she dearly missed. As Thal navigated the bustling aisles, she collided with a towering figure covered in soft, russet fur, who was carrying a towering stack of peculiar gadgets. The furry figure let out a surprised yelp, and the gadgets tumbled to the ground with a clatter that echoed through the market. "Oh, my apologies," Thal exclaimed, rushing to help gather the scattered items. Her heart sank at the sight of the mess she had unwittingly caused. The towering figure, who introduced himself as Rook from the forested world of Verdant, waved a large paw dismissively. "No harm done," he rumbled, his voice deep and resonant. "These things happen." Rook's eyes, warm and golden like twin suns, crinkled with amusement as he stooped to pick up the gadgets. Despite his intimidating size, there was a gentleness to his movements, a kindness that radiated from him like the light of a friendly star. Thal and Rook soon found themselves chatting amiably, discovering they both shared a passion for collecting rare artifacts from their respective worlds. Yet, despite their burgeoning friendship, a misunderstanding soon threatened to unravel their bond. One evening, as the two strolled along the observation deck, where the stars overhead twinkled in approving silence, Rook accidentally stepped on a small, colorful shell that Thal had brought from her home. The shell cracked under his weight, and Thal's face fell, her heart aching at the loss of the precious keepsake. "I'm so sorry," Rook began, his voice laden with regret. "I didn't see it there. I know how much it meant to you." Thal took a deep breath, her eyes moistening as she struggled with her emotions. "It's all right," she said, though her voice wavered slightly. "I know it wasn't intentional." The misunderstanding lingered between them, like a shadow cast by an unseen moon. But instead of allowing it to fester, Thal and Rook chose the path of understanding and communication. Later that night, they sat together beneath the artificial stars, their silence comfortable and companionable. Thal spoke first, her voice soft and steady. "I was sad about the shell, but I realize it was an accident. And what matters more than things is the friendship we're building." Rook nodded, his own heart touched by Thal's words. "I've learned from this, Thal. I'll be more careful, and I appreciate you being patient with me." Their bond mended, they continued to explore Harmony's haven, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced many challenges together, from deciphering cryptic alien languages to navigating complex interstellar trade negotiations. Each challenge drew them closer, teaching them the true essence of companionship. One day, Rook found a vibrant, swirling pattern of seaweed at an intergalactic bazaar, and he knew it would be perfect for Thal. Presenting it to her with a flourish, he watched as her face lit up with joy. "For you, my friend, a piece of home." Tears of happiness shone in Thal's eyes as she accepted the gift. "Thank you, Rook. This means more than words can say." In return, Thal crafted a delicate sculpture from the fallen shell pieces, a symbol of their friendship's resilience. She presented it to Rook beneath the starlit sky, where the vastness of space seemed to hold its breath. "This is for us," she said, her voice a melody of gratitude and warmth, a reminder that even broken things can become something beautiful. As the days turned into weeks, Thal and Rook's friendship became the heart of Harmony's haven. Their story of understanding and growth inspired many others on the station, reminding everyone that even the most unlikely of companions could discover the deepest of connections. And so, under the gentle glow of the station's lights and the eternal watch of the stars, Thal and Rook forged a friendship that spanned the galaxy, a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the shared journey of life. As they sat together one quiet evening, watching the universe dance beyond the observation deck, Rook turned to Thal with a thoughtful expression. You know, I've realized something important. Thal tilted her head, her eyes curious and inviting. And what is that, dear Rook? That friendship is like the stars, Rook said softly. Each one is unique, and though they may seem distant, together they create a tapestry of light that guides us through the darkest nights. Thal smiled, her heart full of warmth. Yes, and like the stars, true friendship is eternal, shining brightly, even across the vastness of space. With that, they continued to watch the stars, their hearts at peace, knowing that they had found something truly special in each other, a friendship that would endure, no matter where their journeys might lead them. And in the comforting embrace of Harmony's haven, their story became a beacon of hope and connection for all who passed through, a reminder of the unyielding light of friendship in the vast universe. Story 7. In a realm where the boundaries between the magical and mundane blurred, there stood a cozy village nestled in a secluded valley. Here, towering trees swayed in the gentle breeze, and the sweet scent of wildflowers danced through the air. It was a place where wonder lurked around every corner, and the whispers of ancient tales echoed through the winding streets. One crisp autumn evening, young Willow sat by the crackling hearth, her eyes wide with curiosity as her grandmother's voice filled the room with the familiar cadence of a bedtime story. Tonight, however, the tale took an unexpected turn. "My dear," grandmother began, her wrinkled hands smoothing the worn pages of an ancient tome. "Have you noticed the strange happenings in our village lately?" Willow nodded, recalling the peculiar events that had puzzled the townsfolk. Doors that seemed to open and close by themselves, objects mysteriously disappearing and reappearing in the most unlikely places, and whispers of strange shapes flitting through the shadows. Grandmother's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Well, my child, it is said that these occurrences are the work of the whispering sprites, mischievous beings who delight in playful pranks and riddles." Willow's eyes grew wide with wonder. "But how can we solve the mystery of their antics, grandmother?" The old woman smiled warmly. "Ah, that is where the true adventure begins. You see, the whispering sprites are drawn to those with pure hearts and sharp minds. They leave behind clues, riddles, and whispers that only the most observant can decipher." As the night deepened, grandmother's tale unfolded like a tapestry woven with threads of enchantment. She spoke of Willow's journey through the village, her keen eyes spotting the faintest of clues, and her mind piecing together the puzzles left by the impish sprites. Along the way, Willow encountered a motley crew of magical companions. A wise old oak tree whose branches swayed with ancient wisdom, a playful brook that babbled riddles, and a friendly pixie who delighted in leading her on merry chases through the forest. With each challenge overcome, the veil of mystery thinned, revealing glimpses of the whispering sprite's true nature. They were not malicious tricksters, but guardians of joy and wonder, delighting in those who embraced the magic of the world around them. At last, Willow found herself standing before a towering willow tree, its cascading branches whispering in the breeze. As she approached, the tree seemed to part, revealing a hidden glade where the whispering sprites danced and swirled in a kaleidoscope of colors. One sprite, its form shimmering like a sunbeam on a pond, floated forward and spoke in a voice like tinkling bells. "Well done, dear Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of our secrets and earned the right to hear our tale." And so, as the night deepened and the stars twinkled overhead, the whispering sprites regaled Willow with the story of their kind, protectors of joy and wonder, tasked with keeping the spark of magic alive in the hearts of those who had forgotten how to truly see. As the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, Willow returned home, her heart brimming with the knowledge that magic lived all around her, waiting to be discovered by those with open eyes and open hearts. From that day forward, the village embraced the delightful mysteries of the whispering sprites, and Willow became their trusted confidant, sharing the tales of her adventures with all who would listen. And on quiet evenings, when the embers of the hearth burned low, one could almost hear the faint whispers of the sprites, carrying the promise of wonder and magic to those who dared to believe. Story 8. In a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and the serene, shimmering lake, There was a little cottage with its chimney curling tendrils of smoke into the crisp evening air. This was the home of a gentle old woman named Mirabel, known for her warm heart and the soft glow of her lantern that always seemed to welcome weary travelers. Mirabel had a secret, one that was carefully tucked away in the folds of her simple yet magical life. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Mirabel would light a special candle. This was no ordinary candle. It was a candle of wishes, a gift from the mysterious willow glen, a hidden world beneath the roots of the oldest willow tree in the forest. The candle burned with a flame that danced like a golden fairy, and with each flicker it promised hope and dreams to those who believed in its magic. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves fell like gentle whispers from the trees, a young boy named Finn wandered into the village. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the stars and a heart full of wonder. He had come to the village in search of a story that was whispered through the wind and carried by the river, a story of the magical candle that granted wishes. Finn had heard the tale from his grandmother, who spoke of a light that could guide the lost and heal the broken-hearted. His journey had been long, and as he stood at the edge of the village, his gaze was drawn to the soft glow emanating from Mirabel's window. With cautious steps, Finn approached the cottage, the crunch of leaves underfoot echoing in the quiet night. As he reached the door, he hesitated, his hand poised to knock. But before he could, the door swung open, revealing Mirabel with her warm smile and twinkling eyes. "Ah, a visitor," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Come in, come in. The night is chilly, and the fire is warm." Finn stepped inside, enveloped by the comforting scent of cinnamon and honey. The room was cozy, with a crackling fire casting a gentle glow upon the walls, where shadows danced like old friends. In the center of the table sat the candle, its flame flickering invitingly. "I've heard stories about your candle," Finn began, his voice filled with awe. "Is it true that it can grant wishes?" Mirabel chuckled softly, her eyes reflecting the flame's golden light. "Stories have a way of weaving magic, don't they? This candle is indeed special, but it doesn't grant wishes in the way you might think." Finn listened intently as Mirabel explained that the candle's magic wasn't about granting wishes, but rather about guiding the heart. "It helps you find the answers you seek within yourself," she said, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire. Intrigued, Finn asked if he might make a wish of his own. Mirabel nodded, handing him a small piece of parchment and a quill. "Write your wish, and let the candle's light guide you." Finn took the quill, the feathered tip gliding across the parchment as he wrote his deepest desire, to find where he truly belonged. He placed the parchment beside the candle and watched as the flame swirled and flickered, casting a warm glow that seemed to envelop him in a comforting embrace. That night, as Finn lay on the soft quilt near the fire, he dreamt of a hidden path through the forest, leading to a place where the air was filled with laughter and the scent of wildflowers. The next morning, with the candle's light still in his heart, Finn set off into the forest, following the path from his dreams. The woods were alive with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant song of a brook weaving through the trees. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he journeyed deeper into the forest, Finn felt a sense of peace and belonging that he had never known before. The path led him to the ancient willow tree, its branches swaying gently as if whispering secrets to the wind. Beneath its roots lay the entrance to Willow Glen, the hidden world his grandmother had often spoken of. With a heart full of anticipation, Finn stepped into Willow Glen, a world where the air shimmered with magic and laughter danced on the breeze. The village was nestled in a clearing, surrounded by meadows of wildflowers and sparkling streams. The villagers, kind-hearted and welcoming, greeted him with smiles and open arms. Among them was a young girl named Lila, with a spirit as bright as the morning sun. She took Finn by the hand and led him through the village, showing him the wonders of Willow Glen. Together they explored the meadows, gathered wildflowers, and listened to the stories of the elders, who spoke of the magic that flowed through their land. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself growing closer to Lila and the villagers, feeling a sense of belonging that filled his heart with joy. He discovered talents he never knew he had, the ability to weave stories that brought smiles and laughter, and a knack for tending the village garden, where every seed he planted seemed to bloom with life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willow Glen, Finn sat by the river with Lila. The water shimmered like liquid gold, reflecting the colors of the sunset. "Do you think the candle's magic brought you here?" Lila asked, her voice a gentle whisper. Finn smiled, feeling the warmth of the candle's light within him. "I think it showed me the way to find what was already in my heart," he replied, his voice filled with gratitude. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Finn realized that his journey had not only led him to a place where he belonged, but had also taught him that true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. With a heart full of peace, Finn knew that he had found his home. And as he lay beneath the starlit sky, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers and the promise of new beginnings, he understood that the candle's light would forever guide him, wherever his journey might lead. And so, in the warm embrace of the village and the gentle glow of the candle, Finn's heart found its true light, and his story became one of friendship, belonging, and the magic that resides within us all. Story 9, titled The Whispering Lantern. In a village cradled by the embrace of ancient, whispering woods, where the laughter of children often mingled with the rustling leaves, lived a young girl named Leora. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like dew-kissed morning grass. She was adored by the villagers for her kindness, always ready to lend a helping hand or share a comforting word. Leora lived with her grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and a heart full of stories. Their cottage sat on the edge of the village, where the forest's edge seemed to murmur secrets to those who dared to listen. This forest, known as the Ever-Willow Wood, was a place of wonders and mysteries, where the ordinary world intertwined with something far more magical. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of pink and gold, Leora's grandmother beckoned her to the hearth. The warm glow of the fire painted their faces with flickering shadows. "Leora, my dear," her grandmother began, her voice soft and melodic, "there is something I must share with you." From a high shelf she retrieved an old lantern, its glass panels etched with delicate patterns of swirling vines and stars. It was unlike any lantern Leora had ever seen, with a peculiar luminescence that seemed to pulse gently, as if alive. "This is the Whispering Lantern," her grandmother explained, placing it carefully in Leora's hands. "It has been passed down through our family for generations. It holds a magic that listens to the heart's deepest wishes." Leora gazed at the lantern, its glass warm against her palms. "How does it work?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and curiosity. Her grandmother smiled, eyes twinkling with a secret only she seemed to know. "On the night of a full moon, when the world is bathed in silver light, hold the lantern close and speak your heart's desire. It will guide you to what you seek, but remember, it can only reveal the path. You must choose to walk it." That night, Leora lay in bed, the lantern placed carefully on her bedside table. Moonbeams filtered through the window, casting a silvery glow across her room. She pondered her grandmother's words, the wonder of the lantern's magic filling her dreams with possibilities. Days passed, and the full moon rose, casting its silvery gaze upon the world. Leora, her heart filled with anticipation, took the lantern and ventured into the Ever-Willow Wood. The forest was a tapestry of shadows and light, the air alive with whispers as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze. She found a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. Holding the lantern close, she whispered her wish, her breath misting in the cool night air. "I wish to find where kindness and courage can change the world." The lantern flickered, casting soft, shifting patterns on the forest floor. Slowly a path revealed itself, luminescent and winding, leading deeper into the heart of the woods. Leora took a deep breath, her heart steady with resolve, and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the forest seemed to awaken around her. Trees leaned in, their branches forming arches overhead, leaves rustling in gentle encouragement. She passed streams that babbled secrets and meadows where fireflies twirled like tiny stars. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, grounding and invigorating. After what felt like hours, she reached a hidden glen where the path ended. In its center stood a grand oak, ancient and wise, its bark gnarled with the passage of time. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small door, barely visible beneath a curtain of ivy. Leora knelt, brushing the ivy aside. The door was carved with intricate symbols that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. The lantern in her hand pulsed gently, as if urging her onward. With a deep breath, she opened the door and stepped inside. She found herself in a world unlike any she had imagined. It was a realm of twilight and starlight, where the air shimmered with magic, and the ground seemed to hum beneath her feet. Creatures of wonder flitted about, tiny, luminous beings with wings of gossamer and small animals that watched her with intelligent, curious eyes. In this enchanted place, Leora felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. The lantern guided her through this magical realm, its light weaving a path through glades glowing with moonlight and fields of flowers that sang in the breeze. As she explored, she came upon a village nestled in a valley of starlight. The houses were small and quaint, their roofs thatched with silvery moss. The villagers, gentle beings with eyes like liquid light, welcomed her with warmth and open arms. They were beings of kindness and wisdom, living in harmony with the world around them. Leora spent many days among them, learning their ways and sharing stories of her own world. She discovered that these villagers were the keepers of a great secret, a wellspring of magic that flowed through the land, nurturing and sustaining all life. This magic, they explained, was woven from the threads of kindness and courage, a delicate balance that required care and respect. As she learned from them, Leora's heart swelled with a growing understanding of the world and her place within it. She realized that the lantern had not just led her to a magical land, but to a deeper understanding of her own heart's desire. One day, as she sat beneath the grand oak in the village square, the elders approached her with a request. "Leora," they began, their voices a gentle harmony, "the balance of magic in our world is fading. We need your help to restore it." Leora listened intently as they explained that the magic had begun to wane because the connections between their world and the human world were growing thin. Acts of kindness and courage in her world could strengthen these connections, renewing the magic that sustained their land. With a heart full of purpose, Leora agreed to help. The villagers bestowed upon her a gift, a small, glowing seed, pulsing with the very essence of their magic. "Plant this seed in your world," they instructed, "and let it grow with acts of kindness and courage. It will anchor the magic between our worlds, ensuring its renewal." Leora returned to her world, the lantern lighting her path back through the Everwillow wood. She felt a sense of transformation within her, a newfound understanding of the power of kindness and courage. Her journey had changed her, filling her with a quiet strength and a determination to make a difference. Back in her village, she planted the seed in a garden where sunbeams danced and the earth was rich and welcoming. She tended it with care, encouraging others to join her in acts of kindness and courage. Slowly, the seed sprouted, growing into a young sapling, its leaves shimmering with a magical glow. As the tree grew, so did the spirit of her village. Neighbors helped one another with renewed vigor, and the air was filled with laughter and song. The magic of the hidden world flowed into their lives, a gentle reminder of the power they held within their own hearts. Leora's journey had not only changed her, but had woven a new tapestry of connection between two worlds. The whispering lantern now sat on her mantle, its light a steady, comforting presence, a symbol of the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned. And so, in the village by the Everwillow wood, a young girl named Leora found her place in a world where kindness and courage could indeed change everything. The whispering lantern had revealed a path, and she had chosen to walk it, lighting the way for others to follow. As the years passed, the tree grew tall and strong, its branches reaching for the sky, while its roots delved deep into the earth, anchoring the magic between the worlds. Leora often sat beneath its shade, watching as the villagers came together in acts of kindness, their laughter echoing through the air like a melody of hope. And in the twilight of her life, as the sun set beyond the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Leora knew that her journey had made a difference. She had learned that even the smallest acts of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways she never could have imagined. The whispering lantern, now a cherished heirloom, continued to glow softly, a reminder of the magic that resided not only in hidden worlds, but also within the hearts of those who dared to dream and believe in the power of kindness. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Leora's story became a legend, told by firesides and under starlit skies, a tale of courage, kindness, and the enduring magic that connects us all. As the gentle night embraced the world, the whispering lantern continued to shine, a beacon of hope and love in a world where every heart could make a difference. Story 10 title: The Whispering Woods and the Luminous Lantern. In the heart of a valley, cradled by gentle hills and nestling against the azure sky, there lay a village as old as the whispering wind. This humble settlement, called Windmere, was surrounded by lush forests that sang with the rustle of leaves and the chirping of countless birds. Amongst the villagers, young and old, tales of mystery and magic flowed like the rivers that wound through the land. In this quaint village, there lived a young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart danced with dreams of adventure. Lila was known for her kindness. She had a knack for understanding the murmurs of nature and the language of creatures. Her best friend, a wise and gentle fox named Finn, often accompanied her on her explorations of the woods that bordered Windmere. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers over the village, Lila and Finn set out for their usual wanderings. The leaves crunched under Lila's boots, and the air was filled with the rich scent of earth and pine. As they walked, a peculiar shimmer caught Lila's eye, a glow that seemed to beckon from deeper within the forest. "Do you see that, Finn?" Lila asked, pointing toward the light that flickered like a distant star between the trees. Finn's ears perked up, and with a nod, they decided to follow the mysterious glow. The forest seemed to grow denser as they ventured further, the sunlight weaving through the canopy in intricate patterns. The air was cool and carried the faint melody of a brook that chuckled nearby. Lila and Finn soon found themselves in a small clearing where the source of the glow revealed itself, a lantern, suspended from a branch of an ancient oak. The lantern was unlike anything Lila had ever seen. Its metal frame was entwined with delicate vines, and the glass panels were etched with scenes of dancing figures and swirling stars. What was most remarkable, however, was the light it cast, a gentle silvery luminescence that seemed to breathe with life, shifting and changing like the phases of the moon. Lila reached out to touch the lantern, her fingers tingling as they brushed against the cool metal. Suddenly, a soft voice filled the clearing, as if the trees themselves were speaking. "Welcome, seeker of light," the voice said, warm and melodious. Lila and Finn glanced at each other, eyes wide with wonder. "You have found the Lantern of Echoes, a beacon of wisdom and guidance. It is yours to wield should your heart remain true." With the lantern in hand, Lila felt a sense of calm and purpose envelop her. She knew that this was the beginning of a journey, one that would lead her deeper into the mysteries of the world than she had ever dared to dream. As the days passed, Lila and Finn discovered that the lantern held many secrets. By night, its light could reveal hidden paths and illuminate truths otherwise unseen. It whispered stories of the past, tales of courage, friendship, and the delicate balance of nature. Lila was enchanted by the knowledge it imparted, and she shared these stories with the villagers, who gathered around her like moths to a flame, eager for tales of wonder. But not all was peaceful in Windmere. Dark clouds began to gather over the village, shadows slithering through the woods as if drawn by the lantern's light. A chill crept into the air, and the villagers whispered of a presence that had not been felt for generations, the Shadow Weaver, a being of darkness who thrived on fear and discord. The Shadow Weaver, long dormant, had awakened, drawn by the power of the Lantern of Echoes. It sought to snuff out the light and plunge Windmere into eternal night. Lila knew that she had to act, to protect her home and the lantern that had become her guide. With Finn by her side, Lila embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind the Shadow Weaver and find a way to banish the darkness. Guided by the lantern's light, they journeyed to the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place of ancient magic where the veil between worlds was thinnest. As they walked, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the usual chorus of life hushed, as if in anticipation. The lantern's glow illuminated their path, casting shimmering reflections on the dew-kissed leaves. The air was thick with anticipation, every rustle and sigh of the woods echoing with hidden meanings. In the depths of the whispering woods, they came upon an elder tree, its trunk gnarled and roots sprawling like a giant's outstretched hand. The tree's bark was etched with symbols that pulsed with a faint ethereal light. Lila approached cautiously, feeling the weight of countless stories woven into the fabric of the ancient wood. As she placed her hand against the tree, the lantern flared brightly, and the symbols began to swirl and dance. The air shimmered, and before Lila stood a figure cloaked in light and shadow, a guardian of the woods, a spirit of wisdom known as the Keeper of Echoes. "Child of light," the keeper intoned, its voice a harmonious blend of ages past. "The balance of our world hangs by a thread. The shadow weaver seeks to consume the light, to cast all into despair. But fear not, for within you lies the power to restore harmony." Lila listened intently, her heart steady with resolve. "How can I defeat the shadow weaver?" she asked, her voice unwavering. "The answer lies not in battle, but in understanding," the keeper replied. "Light and shadow are two halves of a whole, each needing the other to exist. To banish the shadow weaver, you must first learn to understand its nature, to embrace the darkness as a part of the light." With this cryptic wisdom, the keeper faded into the mist, leaving Lila and Finn with more questions than answers. Yet, Lila felt a newfound clarity, a sense of direction that guided her steps as they ventured deeper into the woods. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in twilight, Lila and Finn found themselves at the edge of a serene, moonlit lake. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the star-studded sky above. Here, in this tranquil sanctuary, Lila paused to reflect, the lantern casting soft light that danced upon the surface of the lake. In the stillness, a voice echoed across the water, a voice rich with sorrow and longing. It was the shadow weaver, its presence a whisper on the breeze, a shadow on the moonlit path. "Lila," it murmured, its tone almost tender, "why do you seek to banish me? I am but a fragment of the world, a reflection of the fears that dwell within every heart. To understand me is to understand yourself." The words struck a chord within Lila, a recognition of the truth she had been hesitant to face. The shadow weaver was not merely an enemy to be vanquished, but a part of the world that needed healing, a reflection of the fears and uncertainties that lurked within all. With the lantern in hand, Lila stepped forward, her heart open and unafraid. "I understand now," she said softly, her voice carrying across the water like a dream. "You are not my enemy. You are a part of me, a part of all of us. It is not you who must change, but us." As she spoke, the lantern's light grew brighter, enveloping the lake in a radiant glow. The shadow weaver's form shimmered, its edges softening, as if touched by Lila's understanding. The darkness began to dissolve, not through force, but through acceptance, through the gentle embrace of light and shadow. The villagers of Windmere emerged from their homes, drawn by the glow that filled the night. They gathered by the lake, witnessing the transformation, the merging of light and shadow into a harmonious whole. In that moment, the village was bathed in a serenity that transcended words, a peace that settled like a gentle rain upon the hearts of all who beheld it. The shadow weaver, no longer a figure of fear, became a guardian of balance, a reminder of the duality within each soul. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, Lila returned to Windmere with Finn, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The village buzzed with tales of the night, of the bravery and wisdom of a young girl who had embraced the truth within herself, and in doing so, had restored harmony to the world. The Lantern of Echoes remained in Lila's care, a guiding light that reminded the villagers of the lessons learned amidst the whispering woods. And as the seasons turned, Lila's story became legend, a tale of courage, friendship, and the enduring power of understanding that echoed through the ages. And so, in the heart of Windmere, where the woods whispered secrets and the lantern's glow danced upon the breeze, Lila and Finn continued their adventures, ever watchful, ever curious, their hearts forever open to the wonders of the world. Story 11. In the whispering village of Willowbrook, nestled within the embrace of verdant hills and murmuring brooks, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Luna. Her eyes sparkled with the same light that danced upon the streams, and her laughter was as soft as the rustling leaves in the evening breeze. Luna was known throughout the village for her kindness and curiosity, often wandering the woods with her faithful companion, a small, inquisitive fox named Fern. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun spilled golden warmth over the landscape, Luna set out on her usual adventure through the forest. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet aroma of fallen leaves. Fern darted playfully ahead, his russet fur a blur against the tapestry of autumn colors. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the world seemed to hold its breath, and Luna felt the familiar tingle of anticipation that always accompanied her explorations. It was then, in a secluded glade where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, that Luna discovered something unusual. Half buried beneath a carpet of leaves was a curious object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if it held secrets waiting to be whispered. Luna knelt beside it, brushing away the leaves with gentle fingers, her heart fluttering with wonder. With Fern watching closely, Luna lifted the box into her lap and slowly opened the delicate lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, was a crystal sphere, shimmering with an inner light that shifted and swirled like the northern lights. As Luna held the sphere, a warm sensation spread through her fingertips, and she felt a calming presence envelop her, as though the forest itself was speaking to her soul. Intrigued by her discovery, Luna decided to visit the wise elder of Willowbrook, an elderly woman named Marin, who lived in a cottage at the edge of the village. Marin was known for her vast knowledge of the forest and its mysteries, and Luna hoped she might shed light on the magical sphere. Marin's cottage was a cozy haven, filled with the comforting scents of herbs and lavender. The walls were lined with books and jars of curious ingredients, and a fire crackled merrily in the hearth. Luna shared her discovery with Marin, placing the crystal sphere gently on the table between them. Marin examined the sphere with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, Luna," she said, her voice as soft as a lullaby, "what you hold is a dreamweaver's sphere. It is said to contain the power to reveal one's deepest desires and to guide the heart toward fulfillment." Luna's heart skipped a beat at the thought of such magic. She wondered what dreams the sphere might reveal and how they might change her life. Marin continued, "It is a gift and a responsibility. To use it wisely, you must look within yourself and listen with your heart." Thanking Marin for her guidance, Luna set out on a journey of self-discovery, with Fern by her side. Each evening, under the starlit sky, she would hold the sphere and close her eyes, feeling its warmth spread through her being. The sphere would glow softly, casting gentle light across her dreams, illuminating paths she had never considered. As Luna journeyed within, she discovered a longing to bring joy and harmony to her village, to weave connections among the people and the land they cherished. She envisioned gatherings beneath the ancient oak in the village square, where stories and laughter would flow as freely as the brook that ran through Willowbrook. With this newfound purpose, Luna shared her vision with the villagers, her gentle voice weaving a tapestry of hope and unity. Inspired by her dream, the villagers came together, each contributing their unique talents and warmth. They crafted a festival where music and laughter echoed through the night, where tables were laden with the bounty of the harvest, and where hearts were open and kind. Through her journey, Luna learned that the magic of the sphere was not in its power to grant wishes, but in its ability to reflect the truth within her heart. It had shown her the strength of her own dreams and the power of a community united by love and understanding. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Willowbrook thrived, its bonds stronger than ever. Luna found joy in every smile, every shared story, and every hand held in friendship. As the festival lights flickered like fireflies in the night, she knew she had found her place, guided by the gentle magic that had always been within her. With Fern curled at her feet, Luna gazed up at the sky, her heart full and content, knowing that the journey had only just begun. The Dreamweaver's sphere had taught her the greatest lesson of all, that true magic lies not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, everyday moments shared with those we love. And so, as the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, The forest sang a lullaby of dreams fulfilled and hearts forever intertwined, a gentle reminder that wisdom and love could light the way through any darkness. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wild lavender, there was a quaint little village known as Lullaby Lane. The village was nestled between rolling hills that glowed like emeralds under the sun and a serene lake that mirrored the endless sky. The villagers of Lullaby Lane lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods their home. It was a place where the mundane and the magical coexisted in a delicate, harmonious dance. Among the villagers was a young girl named Clara, who possessed a heart as pure as the morning dew and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Clara was known for her kindness and her gentle nature, always eager to lend a helping hand to both her human neighbors and the mystical creatures of the woods. Her days were filled with simple joys, gathering wild berries, playing with the fireflies that illuminated her path, and listening to the stories told by the wise old owl, Orin, who perched on the ancient oak tree at the edge of the village. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Clara noticed something unusual. A soft, silvery mist had begun to curl around the village, thicker than usual and carrying a sweet, mysterious melody that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The villagers seemed unfazed, thinking it just another charm of their enchanted surroundings, but Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to uncover the secret behind this strange occurrence. The next day, Clara set out on her quest to solve the mystery of the mist. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, as soft as the clouds above, and ventured into the woods where the trees whispered secrets in a language only the wind could understand. As she walked, the crunchy leaves underfoot sang a symphony of nature's own design. Her first stop was to visit Orin, the wise owl. "Orin," Clara began, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves, "have you noticed the peculiar mist that has settled over our village? It carries a song I have never heard before." Orin opened his golden eyes, wise and knowing, and ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, the mist," he mused. "It is not of this forest, young Clara. It harbors a secret, one that requires the sight of one with a pure heart and a curious mind." Encouraged by Orin's words, Clara continued her journey deeper into the woods. She soon encountered Finley, a playful sprite with wings like gossamer, who was flitting about gathering dewdrops. "Finley," Clara called gently, "do you know where the mist comes from?" Finley paused, hovering midair, and twirled with a giggle. "The mist hides a song of longing," he whispered. "Follow the melody, and you shall find its source." With Finley's cryptic advice in mind, Clara closed her eyes and listened closely. The melody was there, a soft, lilting tune that tugged at her very soul. She followed its thread deeper into the heart of the wood, where sunlight dappled through the canopy above, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked, she encountered a gentle brook, its waters singing as they danced over smooth stones. Beside the brook stood an ancient willow, its branches trailing in the water like fingers weaving a tapestry. Beneath its boughs, Clara noticed a shimmering pool of mist, denser and more luminous than before. The melody was stronger here, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. It was then that Clara saw her, a beautiful creature with silvery hair cascading like a waterfall and eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky. She was a sylph, a spirit of the air, and her name was Seraphina. "Welcome, dear heart," Seraphina spoke, her voice a gentle caress. "You are the first to follow my song." Clara, entranced by the sylph's grace, asked, "Why do you sing, Seraphina? What brings your mist to our village?" Seraphina smiled, a gesture filled with both sorrow and hope. "I sing for my sister Eliana, who was lost to the winds. We are bound by a song only she can hear, and in the mist I weave my longing for her return." Understanding dawned on Clara. The mist was a beacon, a call for a lost loved one. "How can I help you find Eliana?" Clara asked, her heart swelling with compassion. Seraphina's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "The song is the key. If you can help me amplify its melody, it may reach her wherever she may be." Clara thought for a moment, recalling the harmony she had observed between the villagers and the creatures of the woods. "We can ask the village to join in your song. Together we can make it strong enough to reach Eliana." Seraphina nodded, her hope renewed. Yes, with many voices, the song will carry far. Clara hurried back to Lullaby Lane, her heart light with purpose. She gathered the villagers and explained the sylph's plight. Touched by Seraphina's story, they all agreed to help. Even Oren and Finley joined in, lending their voices to the cause. As twilight fell, the village came alive with song. The air vibrated with a beautiful melody, a harmonious blend of human and magical voices. The mist shimmered, swirling with a life of its own, and as it rose into the sky, it carried the song across the whispering woods. For a moment there was silence. Then, with a gust of wind, a figure appeared, her form as ethereal as the mist. It was Eliana, drawn back by the love woven into the song. The sisters embraced, their joy radiating like the first light of dawn. As the mist slowly faded, the village of Lullaby Lane returned to its tranquil rhythm, but the memory of the sylphs' reunion lingered like a sweet dream. Clara returned home, her heart content, knowing she had helped bring a family back together. And so, under the watchful stars, Lullaby Lane fell asleep, wrapped in the gentle whispers of the woods, and the knowledge that even the softest voice can carry the deepest love. Story 13. In the heart of the ancient greenwood forest, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets older than time, a hidden world thrived beneath the emerald canopy. Here, the sun's rays filtered through lush, rustling leaves, casting an ever-shifting tapestry of light and shadow upon the forest floor. The air was perpetually rich with the scent of moss and earth, a soothing perfume that filled the lungs with tranquility. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate balance, each playing a vital role in the symphony of life. The wise old owl, Orion, perched high in the branches of a gnarled oak, observed all with eyes that seemed to hold the mysteries of the universe. His feathers, soft and silent, blended seamlessly with the bark, making him nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Orion was the keeper of stories, the bearer of wisdom passed down through countless generations. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves blazed in hues of gold and crimson, the forest gathered for the Whispering Wind Festival, a celebration of the changing seasons and the cycle of life. Animals of all kinds arrived at the heart of the forest, where a clearing bathed in moonlight awaited. The breeze carried a chill, yet the glow of the full moon wrapped the gathering in a serene embrace. Among the gathering were Meadow, the gentle deer, whose soft eyes mirrored the kindness in her heart, and Bramble, the curious hare, always eager to leap into new adventures. They had grown up listening to Orion's tales, learning the secrets of the forest and the importance of harmony in all things. As the festival began, Orion unfurled his wings and glided silently to a low branch, where he could see all who had come to listen. He cleared his throat, a low, rumbling sound that hushed the gentle murmur of the crowd, and began his tale. In the days of old, he started, his voice resonating like a distant echo, when the world was still young, there was a time when the balance of the forest was in peril. The seasons, who danced their eternal waltz, were thrown into disarray, and the creatures found themselves adrift in a land that no longer sang their song. The animals leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation as Orion continued. It was in this time of chaos that a small, unassuming creature stepped forward, a tiny wren named Lyric. Her feathers were a humble brown, and her song was sweet but quiet, easily lost amidst the clamor of the forest. Orion paused, allowing the gentle rustle of leaves to fill the silence before resuming. Lyric, though small, possessed a heart filled with courage and wisdom beyond her years. She knew that the discord of the seasons could not be mended by force or might, but by understanding and harmony. And so, she set out to seek the counsel of the ancient winds that carried the whispers of time. Meadow and Bramble exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with admiration for Lyric's bravery. They knew the winds were elusive and fickle, often changing direction without warning. To find them would require not only courage, but also humility and patience. Lyric flew through the forest, Orion continued, her wings moving in time with her gentle song. She listened to the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams, learning the language of the forest as she went. It was a journey fraught with challenges, but Lyric's spirit never wavered. The moon rose higher in the sky, casting a silver glow over the attentive audience. After many days and nights, Lyric finally reached the edge of the forest, Orion recounted, where the land stretched out into an endless expanse of sky. Here she perched upon a solitary branch, raising her voice in a song of peace and unity. The animals listened, captivated by the image of the tiny wren singing against the vastness of the world. Her song, Orion said softly, was a plea for balance, a call for the seasons to remember their ancient dance. And the winds, who had watched her journey with eyes unseen, were moved by her sincerity and the purity of her heart. Orion's voice grew almost reverent. The winds gathered, swirling around Lyric in a gentle embrace, carrying her song across the land. They whispered to the seasons and to the earth itself, reminding them of the harmony that once was. The forest was silent, each creature imagining the power of Lyric's song and the wind's response. And so, the balance was restored, Orion concluded, his eyes gleaming with the light of the moon. The seasons returned to their dance, each taking their turn in the cycle of life, and the forest thrived once more. A gentle sigh of contentment swept through the clearing, the animals feeling the warmth of the story settle within their hearts. Meadow nuzzled Bramble, her eyes reflecting the lessons of Lyric's journey, the power of courage, the strength of wisdom, and the beauty of harmony in all things. As the festival drew to a close, Orion spread his wings once more, preparing to return to his perch among the stars. "Remember, dear ones," he said, his voice a gentle breeze, "it is not the size of our actions that matter, but the heart with which we perform them. In unity and understanding, we find our true strength." With those words, the creatures of the forest began to disperse, each carrying the story of Lyric and the winds within them, their spirits warmed by the comfort of knowing that balance, once lost, could always be restored through wisdom and friendship. And so, the Greenwood Forest continued its timeless dance, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and where the hidden lives of its creatures whispered tales of harmony and hope beneath the tranquil embrace of the ancient trees. Story 14. On the edge of a quaint little village, nestled between whispering woods and a babbling brook, stood a cozy cottage with a garden full of wildflowers. In this cottage lived a gentle young girl named Lila, whose kind heart and curious spirit were known to all. Lila had an affinity for collecting peculiar stones and old trinkets, often found during her wanders in the verdant fields and shadowy forests surrounding her home. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lila stumbled upon an unusual object while exploring the forest's edge. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, barely larger than her palm, tucked beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. Intrigued, Lila brushed away the soil and lifted the box, noticing its warmth and the soft hum of energy it seemed to emit. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Lila opened the box. Inside lay a delicate, shimmering feather that glimmered with an iridescent light. As she held it, the feather began to glow more brightly, and a gentle voice whispered in her mind, "This feather will guide you on a journey of discovery and wonder." Lila's heart fluttered with anticipation. She decided to seek counsel from the wisest soul she knew, the village's elder, Granny Willow. Granny Willow's cottage was a haven of comfort, filled with the scent of lavender and the warm crackle of a hearth that never seemed to dim. The old woman welcomed Lila with a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes and ushered her into a chair by the fire. As Lila recounted her discovery, Granny Willow listened intently, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you have found the feather of foresight, a rare gift indeed. It will help you see beyond the ordinary and guide you on your path. But remember, true insight comes from within and is nurtured by kindness and wisdom." Armed with Granny Willow's advice, Lila set out the next morning, the feather tucked safely in her satchel. Her journey began along the well-trodden paths of the village, but soon led her into the depths of the dense forest, where sunlight dappled the ground and the air was filled with birdsong. As she walked, Lila encountered a host of woodland creatures, each with unique personalities and stories of their own. There was Oliver, the jovial squirrel who loved riddles and often shared his acorns in exchange for a good laugh. There was Luna, the wise old owl whose keen eyes saw all that transpired in the forest. And finally there was Bramble, the gentle deer, whose calm presence was a balm to all who met her. Each of these creatures offered Lila guidance in their own way. Oliver taught her the joy of laughter and the importance of seeing situations from different perspectives. Luna shared her wisdom of patience and the power of quiet observation. Bramble reminded her of the strength found in gentleness and the courage to trust one's heart. The forest journey led Lila to a secluded glade bathed in a serene, silvery light. At its center was a crystal-clear pond, its surface as smooth as glass. As she approached, the feather in her satchel began to glow, and the water shimmered, revealing a vision of her village. She saw the faces of her friends and family, each reflecting the light of love and community. But the vision also revealed a shadow, a growing tension among the villagers, sparked by a misunderstanding about the upcoming harvest festival. Lila realized that her journey was not just about personal discovery, but also about helping her beloved village find harmony once more. With newfound understanding, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with the lessons she had learned. She shared her insights with the villagers, using Oliver's humor to ease tensions, Luna's wisdom to encourage thoughtful dialogue, and Bramble's gentle courage to inspire unity. As the harvest festival approached, the village came together in a spirit of cooperation and joy. The shadow of discord dissolved, replaced by laughter and the warmth of friendship. Under the starry sky, Lila felt the feathers glow within her, a reminder of the magic that comes from seeing with the heart and mind alike. And so, Lila's journey concluded not with grand gestures or battles won, but with the quiet triumph of wisdom and love. As she lay in her bed that night, the sound of the brook lulling her to sleep, she knew that the true magic of the feather had been in guiding her to discover the strength and light within herself and her community. With a heart full of peace, Lila drifted into dreams, the feather safely tucked beneath her pillow, a silent guardian of the wonders yet to come. Story 15. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang softly to one another and streams chuckled through hidden nooks, there lay a tiny village named Lullaberry. The village was cradled between mossy hills and sheltered by ancient oaks whose branches wove a green tapestry across the sky. The air always carried the scent of lavender and honey, and every home was warmed by the glow of hearth fires that danced merrily in stone fireplaces. Lullaberry was a place where gentle magic lingered in every corner. The cobblestones of its streets were enchanted to hum comforting tunes underfoot, and the lanterns that lined the pathways glowed with the captured light of countless fireflies. It was here, in this serene setting, that a peculiar mystery began to unfold. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn tiptoed over the treetops, the villagers awoke to find something quite unusual. Every door in Lullaberry was mysteriously ajar, swaying gently as though nudged by a playful breeze. Intrigued and puzzled, the villagers gathered in the central square, their breaths forming little clouds in the chilly air. Among them was a wise old woman named Granny Willow. With hair as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with the knowledge of ages, she was known for her wisdom and her warm heart. She wrapped her shawl tightly around her shoulders and smiled gently at the gathered crowd. "Fear not, dear ones," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "There is surely a reason for this occurrence, and together we shall uncover it." Beside her stood Finn, a curious and thoughtful young lad who spent his days exploring the woods and befriending its magical creatures. His companion, a small fluffy squirrel named Nutmeg, perched on his shoulder, twitching his nose with excitement. Finn was known for his keen eye and open heart, traits that endeared him to both the villagers and the woodland creatures alike. As the villagers murmured among themselves, Granny Willow and Finn decided to set out on a gentle investigation. They began by retracing their steps through the village, observing every nook and cranny with the keen focus of those accustomed to finding wonder in the smallest details. The first clue they discovered was a trail of golden leaves, twinkling with a faint magical glow, leading away from the village square. With Nutmeg chittering eagerly, Finn and Granny Willow followed the trail, which wound its way through the woods, past babbling brooks and over sun-dappled glades. As they walked, the forest creatures watched with curious eyes. A pair of owls offered a hoot of encouragement, and a family of rabbits paused in their play to give a respectful nod. Even the wind seemed to whisper secrets through the branches, guiding them on their path. Eventually, the trail led them to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the trees in golden streams. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak, its trunk twisted with age and wisdom. At its base sat a creature unlike any other, a small, shimmering being with wings like a dragonfly and a smile as bright as the morning sun. "Ah, visitors!" the creature chirped, its voice a melody that danced on the breeze. "I've been expecting you." Granny Willow and Finn exchanged a glance of understanding. This must be the source of the mystery. With gentle curiosity, they approached the creature, who introduced itself as Flicker, a guardian sprite of the woods. "I'm sorry if my little trick caused any alarm," Flicker said, its voice a soft bell. "You see, I've been trying to garner the attention of the villagers, to share with them a message of great importance." Granny Willow smiled kindly. "And what message might that be, dear Flicker?" Flicker's wings shimmered with excitement. "The forest is changing, and with it, a new cycle of growth and renewal is upon us. The doors opening were a sign to encourage the village to embrace this change, to open their hearts and homes to the new season." Finn nodded thoughtfully, understanding the gentle wisdom in Flicker's actions. "Perhaps we can work together to help the villagers see the beauty in this change." And so, with Flicker's guidance, Granny Willow and Finn returned to Lullaberry, where they gathered the villagers once more. Together, they shared the sprite's message, weaving in tales of the forest's cycles and the magic of renewal. As the villagers listened, their worries melted away, replaced by a sense of wonder and anticipation for the new season's gifts. In the days that followed, Lullaberry buzzed with the joy of preparation. Homes were adorned with garlands of autumn leaves, and the villagers embraced the changes with open arms, planting new seeds and crafting warm, cozy spaces for the winter ahead. As for Granny Willow, Finn, and Nutmeg, they continued their adventures, ever guided by the gentle mysteries of the whispering woods. And in their hearts, they carried the lesson that change, when met with openness and friendship, could bring the most enchanting of surprises. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks and the twinkling sky, Lullaberry settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the warmth of unity and the whisper of new beginnings. Story 16. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint little village, there stood an old cobblestone cottage, its chimney perpetually puffing out curls of lavender-scented smoke. The cottage belonged to an elderly clockmaker named Mr. Thistle, whose workshop was filled with clocks of every size and shape, each tick-tocking in harmonious symphony. Every morning, as the sun's golden rays spilled over the rolling hills, Mr. Thistle would open his door to welcome the village children. Among them was a curious and kind-hearted girl named Clara. Her eyes twinkled with wonder at the intricate gears and the steady rhythm of the clocks. But what fascinated her most was an antique pocket watch that hung from a silver chain in a corner of the workshop. This watch was different. Its case was etched with delicate vines and flowers, and it glowed with an otherworldly light. Clara had often asked Mr. Thistle about it, but he would only smile softly and say, "Some things reveal their secrets when the time is right." One rainy afternoon, when the villagers stayed indoors by their firesides, Clara braved the gentle patter of raindrops to visit Mr. Thistle. As the clockmaker brewed a pot of chamomile tea, he noticed Clara's gaze lingering on the mysterious watch. "Would you like to hold it, dear?" he asked, his voice as warm as the hearth. Clara nodded eagerly, her fingers brushing against the cool metal. The moment she clasped the watch, the workshop faded away, and she found herself standing in a sun-dappled forest, the air sweet with the scent of pine and honey. "Welcome, Clara," a melodious voice called. From behind a moss-covered tree stepped a small, sprightly creature, no taller than a rabbit. Her skin shimmered like the surface of a moonlit pond, and her hair flowed like liquid silver. "I am Leora, the keeper of time's hidden paths," she introduced herself with a graceful bow. "This watch has chosen you to embark on a journey." "Where are we going?" Clara asked, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "To the Grove of Echoes," Leora replied. "But first, you must meet the others who will guide you." As they walked through the forest, the leaves whispered secrets in the wind, and the ground was soft beneath their feet. Soon, They came upon a clearing where two more creatures awaited them. The first was a wise old turtle named Bram, his shell adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift as he moved. Patience and reflection, he said sagely, are the keys to understanding. Beside him stood a lively squirrel named Pippin, whose bushy tail twitched with uncontainable energy. And a bit of cheer, Pippin chirped, makes every journey brighter. With her new friends by her side, Clara felt a surge of confidence as they set off toward the Grove of Echoes. The path wound through fields of wildflowers and across bubbling brooks that sang a merry tune. Along the way, they encountered challenges that required the use of their unique gifts. Once, they came to a river too wide to leap across. Bram, with his deep knowledge of the land, suggested they follow the river upstream to find a natural bridge. As they did, Clara noticed how the sunlight danced on the water's surface, creating a bridge of light that seemed to guide them. Another time, they stood before a towering wall of brambles. Pippin, light and nimble, scampered ahead, finding a hidden passageway that led them safely through. Clara marveled at how the journey unfolded, each obstacle teaching her the value of patience, creativity, and trust in her companions. At last, they arrived at the Grove of Echoes, a serene glen where the air was filled with the soft, musical echoes of distant times. In the center stood an ancient tree with gnarled roots that twisted deep into the earth. "This tree," Leora explained, "holds the memories of the world. To hear its wisdom, you must listen with your heart." Clara approached the tree and closed her eyes, allowing its whispers to fill her mind. She saw visions of the past, moments of joy and sorrow, hope and resilience, and in those echoes she found a profound understanding. Every moment is a thread in the tapestry of time, and each thread is woven with care and purpose. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the tree and her friends. As the forest began to fade, she felt herself being gently pulled back to the workshop, the watch still warm in her hand. Mr. Thistle was waiting, his eyes twinkling knowingly. "Did you find what you were seeking, Clara?" "I did," she replied, her voice soft yet filled with certainty. "I learned that every moment, every choice is part of a greater story." The clockmaker nodded, pleased. "Then the watch has served its purpose." As Clara returned home, the rain had ceased, leaving the world fresh and alive. She carried the memories of her journey in her heart, knowing that wisdom and friendship would guide her through whatever challenges lay ahead. And so, under the gentle glow of starlight, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of echoes and enchanted forests, where time itself sang a lullaby of the ages. Story 17. In the heart of the dense whispering woods, where trees bent low to share their secrets with the earth, and the air shimmered with the faint glow of luminescent moss, a young girl named Clara lived with her father in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage. The cottage sat snug against the forest's edge, its stone walls warm from years of sun and love, and its windows framed with blue shutters that always seemed to smile. Clara was a curious soul, her spirit as bright as the morning sun that peeked through the forest canopy, and her laugh as soothing as the babbling brook that wound through the woods. She had a habit of wandering into the woods, her only guide the soft breeze that seemed to whisper her name, and her only companion, a small, mischievous squirrel named Pip. Pip had fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes like black marbles, always gleaming with a hint of mischief. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced to the ground, Clara set off deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The world around her was alive with the scent of pine and damp earth, the air so fresh it tickled her nose. The sun painted the forest floor with dappled light, and every step seemed to lead her into a new story waiting to unfold. It was on this day that Clara stumbled upon something quite extraordinary. As she followed Pip, who scampered ahead with a newfound urgency, Clara found herself standing before a large oak tree, its trunk wider than she was tall, and its branches stretching towards the heavens. There was something different about this tree, something ancient and knowing. At its base, nestled among gnarled roots, was a small, ornate box. It was carved from a wood that seemed to shift colors with each glance, from deep mahogany to the iridescent green of a beetle's shell. Intrigued, Clara knelt down and gently lifted the box. It was surprisingly light, yet it felt warm, as if it held the forest's very heartbeat within. With Pip watching intently from her shoulder, Clara carefully opened the box. Inside, she found an amulet, a simple yet exquisite piece, its pendant a smooth stone that glowed with a soft, inner light. It was cool to the touch, and as Clara held it in her palm, a sense of calm washed over her, as if the weight of the world had suddenly been lifted. Without quite knowing why, she slipped the amulet over her head, the stone resting just above her heart. Instantly, the woods around her seemed to sigh, the leaves rustling in gentle approval. And then she heard it, the softest of whispers, a voice as delicate as a breeze through the reeds. "Clara," it breathed, "welcome to the hidden realm." Startled, yet strangely unafraid, Clara glanced around. "Who's there?" she called, her voice echoing softly among the trees. "I am Leora," the voice replied, "guardian of the hidden realm, a world within your world." At that moment, the amulet pulsed with warmth, and Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if urging her to follow. With Pip clinging to her shoulder, she stepped forward, and the world around her shimmered and shifted. The trees seemed to part, the air sparkled with 1,000 tiny lights, and before her eyes, a hidden world unveiled itself. The hidden realm was a place of wonder and magic, where flowers bloomed in colors unseen by human eyes, and the air was filled with the sweet, melodic hum of life itself. Creatures of all kinds roamed freely, their fur and feathers woven with stardust, their eyes wise and knowing. Clara felt a sense of belonging she had never known, as if she had finally found a piece of herself that had been missing. Leora appeared beside her, a figure made of light and shadow, her form ever shifting like a dream half remembered. "This is your journey, Clara," she said, her voice gentle and kind, "a journey of discovery and friendship. But beware, for the hidden realm is not without its challenges." Clara nodded, her heart full of wonder and determination. She had always longed for adventure, for a world where magic was real and anything was possible. Now she was here, and she felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As Clara explored the hidden realm, she discovered its beauty and mysteries, each step revealing more of its secrets. She learned to listen to the trees, who shared stories of the ages, and to understand the songs of the birds, who sang of the past and the future. Yet as days turned into weeks, Clara began to sense a growing unease. The hidden realm, once vibrant and alive, seemed to be dimming. The colors of the flowers faded, the songs of the birds grew quiet, and the creatures moved with a heaviness that mirrored the sky's own gray pallor. Concerned, Clara sought out Leora. "What is happening to the hidden realm?" she asked, worry etched in her voice. Leora's form flickered, her light dimming with sorrow. "A darkness has begun to seep into our world," she explained. "It is the shadow of doubt and fear, creeping in through cracks in the heart." Clara understood then that the amulet, a gift from the hidden realm, was not just a token of welcome, but a key to its survival. It held the power to heal and protect, but only if she could learn to harness it. Determined to save this world she had come to love, Clara set out on a new quest. With Pip by her side, she journeyed to the heart of the hidden realm, a place said to be the source of all its magic, the Crystal Grove. The journey was long and fraught with challenges. The path twisted and turned, leading them through dense thickets and across rushing streams. But Clara's spirit was undaunted. She knew that only by facing these challenges could she hope to find the strength within herself to save the hidden realm. As they traveled, Clara met many creatures who, despite their own fears, offered their help. There was Luna, the wise owl who guided them through the darkest nights with her luminous eyes, and Bramble, the gentle bear who shared stories of old, reminding Clara of the courage that lived within her. Through their friendship and guidance, Clara learned that the amulet's power was not just magic, but a reflection of her own heart. It was her kindness, her love, and her unwavering belief in the beauty of the world that would light the way through the darkness. Finally, after many days and nights, they reached the Crystal Grove. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where towering crystals grew like trees, their surfaces shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. Yet even here, the darkness loomed, casting long shadows across the land. Clara knew what she had to do. She placed her hand on the largest crystal, feeling the cool, smooth surface beneath her fingers. Closing her eyes, she focused on the love and hope she carried within her heart, letting it flow through her and into the crystal. The amulet glowed brightly, a beacon of light cutting through the shadows. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and the darkness began to recede, chased away by the warmth of Clara's spirit. The colors returned, vibrant and alive, and the songs of the birds filled the air once more. With the hidden realm restored, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. She had discovered not only a world of magic, but also the magic within herself. She had learned that true power came from the heart, from the love and kindness one shared with the world. As she prepared to return to her own world, Leora appeared once more, her light now brilliant and strong. "Thank you, Clara," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "You have saved our world and reminded us of the power of love and friendship." Clara smiled, her heart full. She knew she would always carry the hidden realm within her, a place of magic and wonder that would forever be a part of her. With a final farewell to her friends, Clara stepped through the shimmering veil and back into the whispering woods. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the trees, and the air was filled with the familiar scent of home. As she made her way back to the cottage, Pip chattering happily on her shoulder, Clara felt a sense of contentment. She had gone on a journey of discovery, faced her fears, and found her true self. That night, as she lay in bed, the amulet resting gently against her chest, Clara closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the hidden realm and the joy of newfound friendship. And so, in the cozy warmth of her cottage, with the gentle rustle of leaves outside her window, Clara's story came to a close. A tale of adventure, friendship, and the enduring power of love, forever etched in the heart of the whispering woods. Once upon a time, in a forest where the trees stretched their branches into the heavens and the earth hummed with ancient melodies, there lived a community of woodland creatures unlike any other. They were the guardians of the forest, tasked with maintaining the delicate balance between the natural world and the unseen realms of magic. In the heart of this enchanted realm, a wise old oak tree stood tall, its bark etched with the stories of countless seasons. It was here that the creatures would gather, their eyes shining with wonder, to listen to the tales of their elders, tales that had been passed down through generations, whispered by the rustling leaves and echoed by the babbling brooks. One such tale spoke of the hidden lives of the forest dwellers, whose existence was intricately woven into the very fabric of nature itself. There were the industrious beavers, whose dams created sanctuaries for aquatic life, and the majestic deer, whose graceful steps left trails of life-giving seeds in their wake. The squirrels, with their boundless energy, ensured the cycle of growth by burying acorns and nuts deep within the earth, while the bees danced from flower to flower, pollinating the vibrant blooms that painted the forest floor. As the storyteller's voice rose and fell like the gentle ebb and flow of the river, the creatures learned of the magical phenomena that ebbed and flowed with the changing seasons. In the spring, when the first buds unfurled their delicate petals, the air would shimmer with the iridescent glimmers of fairy dust, ushering in a time of renewal and rebirth. During the sultry summer days, the sprites would weave tapestries of light and shadow, casting kaleidoscopic patterns upon the forest floor, while the autumn brought with it a symphony of colors, as the leaves transformed into a breathtaking tapestry of crimson, gold, and amber. Yet it was the winter that held the most enchanting secrets. As the first snowflakes drifted down, blanketing the world in a hushed stillness, the creatures would whisper of the frost fairies, ethereal beings whose delicate wings left intricate patterns of ice upon the window panes. It was said that if one listened closely on a moonlit night, they could hear the faint tinkling of crystal bells as the frost fairies danced among the snowdrifts, their laughter carried upon the winter breeze. Through these tales, the young ones learned of the sacred duty they all shared, to protect the harmony and balance of the forest. They learned that every creature, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, played a vital role in maintaining the intricate web of life that sustained them all. The squirrels and beavers, the deer and the bees, each had their part to play, just as the changing seasons brought forth their own unique blessings and challenges. As the last embers of the evening fire flickered and danced, casting warm shadows upon the ancient oak's weathered trunk, the storyteller would impart one final lesson. a lesson of wisdom that had been passed down through countless generations. "Remember, little ones," they would say, their voice soft yet resonant. "The true magic of this forest lies not in the extraordinary, but in the ordinary. It is in the simple act of a seed taking root, the gentle caress of the rain upon the leaves, and the unwavering rhythm of life that continues, season after season, year after year." With these words echoing in their hearts, the creatures would return to their daily lives, but forever changed by the stories they had heard. They walked with a newfound reverence for the world around them, their eyes opened to the hidden wonders and the delicate balance that sustained all life. And as they slept, cradled in the embrace of the ancient forest, the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night creatures would weave themselves into their dreams, reminding them of the profound magic that dwelled within the ordinary and the sacred duty they all shared as guardians of this enchanted realm. Story 19. In the velvety expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered gemstones across a boundless sea, lay a modest planet named Celestria. Celestria was known for its endless fields of bioluminescent flora, which glowed softly under the gentle embrace of its twin moons. This planet was home to the Celestrians, a kind-hearted species with skin that shimmered like the night sky, and eyes that glowed with the light of distant galaxies. On the other side of the universe floated a vibrant, bustling world called Mechalon. Mechalon was a planet of innovation and technology, where the Mechalonians thrived. These beings were part organic, part mechanical, with gears and circuits seamlessly integrated into their bodies. Their cities were a symphony of whirring gadgets and luminous screens, always buzzing with activity. One day, a peculiar event brought these two worlds together. A Celestrian named Leora, with a heart as vast as the universe itself, embarked on a journey to explore the outer reaches of her galaxy. Her ship, the Starbloom, was small but sturdy, adorned with petals that unfurled to catch solar winds. Meanwhile, a Mechalonian named Rax, ever curious and inventive, set out in his sleek, chrome vessel, the Circuit Voyager, to study celestial phenomena. As fate would have it, a sudden burst of cosmic energy sent both explorers spiraling off course, causing their ships to collide gently in the orbit of an uncharted planet. The world below was covered in lush, verdant forests and crystalline lakes, a tranquil haven untouched by time. Leora, with her ship nestled in a meadow of luminescent flowers, emerged to inspect the damages. Her heart fluttered with trepidation, but also a spark of excitement at the prospect of meeting another traveler. Rax, on the other hand, was all logic and calculation, quickly assessing the situation with his analytical mind as he stepped out into the unfamiliar terrain. Their first encounter was marked by a series of misunderstandings. Leora, speaking in melodic tones, tried to convey her peaceful intentions, while Rax, his voice modulated and precise, mistook her gestures for a challenge. They both retreated to their respective ships, puzzled and wary. However, the planet had its own plans for them. As night fell, a gentle mist descended, carrying with it the harmonious song of the native creatures, the Lyrans. Their soothing melodies wrapped around Leora and Rax, softening their apprehensions. Feeling the warmth of the planet's embrace, they decided to try again, this time with open minds and hearts. The next morning, they met under the shade of an ancient tree, its branches entwined like the threads of destiny. Leora, with a gentle smile, extended a glowing orb of stardust, a symbol of friendship among her people. Rax, intrigued and touched, offered a small mechanical flower, its petals opening to reveal a tiny, twinkling light. With these gestures, a bridge was built between their worlds. They began to communicate through a combination of gestures, drawings in the soft earth, and shared experiences. Leora taught Rax about the beauty of the natural world, the way the flowers danced in the moonlight and the symphony of the forest at dusk. In return, Rax shared his knowledge of technology, showing Leora how to weave simple gadgets from the materials around them. As days turned into weeks, they faced challenges together. A sudden storm threatened to damage their ships beyond repair. Leora's understanding of the planet's rhythms helped them find shelter, while Rax's ingenuity crafted devices to protect their vessels. Through their combined efforts, they not only safeguarded their means of return, but also discovered the joy of working together towards a common goal. In these moments, they found strength in each other's differences. Lyra, with her empathy and intuition, balanced Rax's logical approach. Rax, with his precision and problem-solving skills, complemented Lyra's creativity and wonder. They laughed together, shared stories of their homes, and slowly, a deep bond of friendship blossomed. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire beneath the starry sky, Rax turned to Lyra, his mechanical eye reflecting the flickering flames. "You have taught me the value of connection, Lyra," he said, his voice tinged with warmth. "In my world, we often forget that logic without heart is incomplete." Lyra, her eyes shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars, nodded softly. "And you, Rax, have shown me the wonders of innovation. I have learned that progress is not just about following tradition, but also about embracing new possibilities." As the twin moons rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, they realized that their friendship was a testament to the power of understanding and collaboration. They had come from different worlds, with different perspectives, yet they had found common ground in their shared journey. When the time came to part ways, their ships repaired and ready for the journey home. They did so with hearts full of gratitude and promises to meet again. Lyra and Rax knew that the universe was vast and mysterious, but it was also a place where friendships could form in the most unexpected ways. And so, as their ships soared into the starlit sky, leaving trails of stardust and light, they carried with them the lessons of their time together. A reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, transcending the stars and the spaces between. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees spoke in hushed tones and the air was always sweet with the scent of wild lavender, lay the village of Willowbrook. It was a place where the morning mist lingered like a friendly visitor, and the sun filtered through the leaves in golden streams. The villagers, gentle souls all, lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods their home. In a quaint cottage at the edge of the village lived an elderly woman named Granny Wren. Her hair was silver like the moonlight, and her eyes twinkled with kindness and the wisdom of many years. Granny Wren was known for her skill in knitting and her knack for solving the little mysteries that sometimes befell Willowbrook. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in fiery colors, a peculiar thing happened. The villagers awoke to find that all the acorns had disappeared from the great oak trees that lined the village square. The squirrels, usually busy with preparations for winter, sat perplexed, their tiny paws empty and their eyes wide with bewilderment. The news of the vanishing acorns spread quickly, and soon a small crowd gathered at Granny Wren's cottage, seeking her counsel. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur as soft as the morning mist, and Lila, a bright-eyed girl from the village, known for her curiosity and gentle heart. "Granny Wren," Pip chattered anxiously, "we've searched high and low, but the acorns are nowhere to be found. Without them, we won't have enough to last through the winter." Granny Wren nodded thoughtfully, her fingers gently tracing the pattern of the knitted shawl draped over her shoulders. "Fear not, little one," she said, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "Every mystery has a solution, and together we shall find it." With a plan to uncover the mystery, Granny Wren, Pip, and Lila set off into the heart of the whispering woods. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with leaves that crunched pleasantly as they walked. The air was alive with the sounds of birds chirping and the gentle sway of the trees. As they ventured deeper, Granny Wren paused, her eyes scanning the forest floor. "Look closely, my dears," she said, pointing to a trail of tiny footprints that wound through the underbrush. "These prints do not belong to a squirrel." Pip and Lila crouched down, examining the prints with curiosity. "They seem to belong to something small," Lila observed. "But what creature could it be?" Granny Wren smiled, her eyes twinkling. "I have an idea, but let's follow the trail and see where it leads." The trail led them to the edge of a sparkling stream, where they found a small creature with shimmering scales basking in the dappled sunlight. It was a gleamstone, a rare and magical creature known for collecting things that caught its eye. "Hello there," Granny Wren called gently, kneeling by the stream. "Have you seen any acorns around here?" The gleamstone looked up, its eyes like twin sapphires, and nodded. With a flick of its tail, it gestured to a pile of acorns nestled in a hollow by the water's edge. It seemed the gleamstone, mesmerized by the acorn's smooth shapes and warm colors, had gathered them for its collection. Understanding the gleamstone's innocent intentions, Granny Wren spoke softly. "Would you be willing to share some of your collection with the squirrels? They need them to prepare for winter." The gleamstone blinked, considering the request, and then nodded with a smile, revealing a row of tiny gleaming teeth. It nudged the pile of acorns towards Pip, who gratefully gathered them up. As they made their way back to the village, Pip carrying the acorns in a woven basket, Granny Wren shared a gentle lesson. Sometimes, things that seem mysterious or troubling have simple explanations. With understanding and kindness, we can find ways to help each other. Back in Willowbrook, the villagers celebrated the return of the acorns with a feast, sharing stories and laughter under the twinkling stars. The squirrels busily stored their acorns, chattering happily about the kind gleamstone and its unexpected generosity. As the evening drew to a close and the villagers drifted to their homes, Granny Wren sat by her hearth, the firelight dancing in her eyes. She reflected on the day's adventure, her heart warm with the joy of friendship and the magic of the whispering woods. And so, with the mystery solved and the village at peace, the whispering woods settled into a gentle slumber, cradled by the soothing whispers of the trees and the soft glow of the moon. In Willowbrook, dreams were spun with threads of kindness and the promise of another day filled with wonder. Story 21. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lay a small, unassuming cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden brimming with vibrant blooms. Inside, a young girl named Lila lived with her grandmother. Lila was known for her curious nature and her knack for uncovering the hidden wonders of the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, while exploring the attic of her cottage, Lila discovered an old, dust-laden mirror tucked away behind a stack of forgotten boxes. There was something unusual about this mirror. Its frame was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, and the glass seemed to shimmer with a light of its own. As Lila wiped away the dust, she noticed a soft, golden glow emanating from within the mirror, casting a warm light across the dim attic. Intrigued, Lila leaned closer and whispered, "What stories do you hold?" To her astonishment, the mirror replied in a gentle, melodious voice, "I am the mirror of echoes, and I hold the reflections of dreams and the secrets of the heart." With her heart racing with excitement, Lila asked, "What is it that you can show me?" The mirror responded with a tender hum, "I can reveal the path to your truest desires, but the journey will require more than mere curiosity. Are you prepared to seek wisdom and friendship along the way?" Lila nodded eagerly, and as she did, the mirror began to ripple like the surface of a moonlit pond. Before her eyes, a scene unfolded, a vast, enchanted forest under a starlit sky, where the path ahead shimmered with the glow of countless fireflies. With a deep breath, Lila stepped through the mirror and found herself standing at the edge of the magical forest. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and autumn leaves, while the gentle rustle of the trees sang a comforting lullaby. Lila felt a flutter of anticipation as she began her journey into the heart of the forest. As she walked, Lila encountered a small, wise owl perched upon an old oak tree. The owl had feathers as soft as down and eyes that twinkled with ancient knowledge. "Greetings, young traveler," the owl hooted. "I am Oliver, the guardian of wisdom. What brings you to this realm of dreams?" Lila shared her tale of the mirror and her quest to uncover her heart's true desire. Oliver nodded sagely and offered, "To find what you seek, you must learn to see beyond appearances and listen to the whispers of your heart." With Oliver's guidance, Lila continued her journey, feeling the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the cool breeze that brushed against her skin. Along the way, she met a playful fox with a coat as bright as autumn flame and a lively spirit that danced in his eyes. "I am Felix," the fox chirped with a mischievous grin. "I know these woods like the back of my paw. Shall I accompany you on your adventure?" Lila welcomed Felix's company, and together they explored the wonders of the forest. Felix taught Lila the language of the forest creatures and how to find joy in the simplest of moments. Lila, in turn, shared stories of her world, weaving a tapestry of friendship that warmed the air around them. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Lila faced a challenge. A great river flowed across their path, its waters swift and wild. She hesitated, unsure of how to cross without losing her way. Oliver and Felix watched her with gentle patience, waiting for her to discover the answer within herself. Remembering Oliver's words, Lila closed her eyes and listened to the river's song, feeling its rhythm and flow. In its melody, she sensed a pattern, a series of stepping stones just beneath the surface, hidden from sight. With newfound confidence, she guided Felix across the stones, their feet dancing lightly above the rushing water. On the other side, they found a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center stood a shimmering pool, its surface a mirror to the stars above. As Lila gazed into the pool, she saw not only her reflection, but also the reflections of Oliver and Felix, and all the moments they had shared. In that moment, Lila understood the secret the mirror had promised to reveal. Her true desire was not a single destination, but the journey itself, the friendships she had formed, the wisdom she had gained, and the beauty she had found in every step. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked Oliver and Felix for their guidance and companionship. As the first light of dawn began to touch the horizon, she felt a gentle tug, drawing her back to the mirror in the attic. Lila opened her eyes to find herself once more in the cozy attic, the mirror's glow fading softly like the memory of a dream. Though the journey had ended, the warmth of the forest and the laughter of her friends lingered in her heart. From that day forward, Lila carried the lessons of the enchanted forest with her, seeing the world anew with eyes that cherished the magic in the everyday and a heart that embraced the wisdom of friendship and the journey of life. And so, under the gentle gaze of the stars, Lila fell into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the greatest adventures awaited in the dreams and moments yet to come. Story 22. Once upon a time, nestled in the lush, rolling hills of a quaint village, there stood an old cobbler's shop. The shop was tucked away at the end of a winding cobblestone lane, where the air was always scented with the sweet aroma of blooming jasmine, and the gentle melody of a nearby stream played a soothing tune. Inside the shop, past the creaky wooden door that sang a little song of its own when opened, were shelves lined with shoes of every conceivable kind, dainty slippers, sturdy boots, and shoes that seemed to have danced through 1,000 stories. The cobbler, a kind-hearted man named Finian, spent his days mending the soles and stitching the seams, his hands moving with practiced ease, each stitch a testament to his years of dedication. But Finian held a secret, one that even he did not fully understand. For in the corner of his modest shop, concealed beneath a pile of forgotten leather scraps, lay a peculiar old shoe. It was unlike any other, crafted from a shimmering fabric that seemed to shift colors with the light, whispering secrets of distant lands and untold adventures. One evening, as a golden sunset painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, a young girl named Lena stumbled into the cobbler's shop. She was a curious soul, her eyes wide with wonder, and her pockets filled with bits of nature she had collected on her wanderings. Her cheeks were flushed from the brisk evening air, and her hair danced around her face like a halo spun from sunlight. "Hello, Finian," she called out, her voice as bright and warm as the day itself. "I was out exploring the meadow and thought I'd come by to hear one of your stories." Finian smiled, his eyes twinkling behind round glasses. "Ah, Lena, always seeking a tale. Well, let me see what I can find for you today." As he spoke, he moved around the shop, his fingers brushing over the shoes as if searching for just the right one to spark his imagination. But then his hand landed on the peculiar shoe, and something unusual happened. The shoe began to glow softly, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a magical warmth. Startled, Finian picked it up, and to his amazement, the shoe began to hum a tune, a melody that was both familiar and strange, like a lullaby heard in a dream. Lena's eyes widened, and she leaned closer. "What is it, Finian? I've never seen a shoe like that before." "I must admit, I don't quite know," Finian replied, turning the shoe over in his hands. "It's been here for as long as I can remember, but it seems to have a story of its own to tell." As they pondered the mystery, the shoe's glow intensified, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "I am the shoe of solace," it sang, crafted by the hands of time to guide a willing heart on a journey of discovery and wonder. Lena clapped her hands in delight. "A journey, "Oh, Finian, do you think it means me?" Finian chuckled, nodding thoughtfully. "Perhaps it does, Lena. Perhaps this is a journey meant for you." With a sense of excitement, Lena slipped the shoe onto her foot. It fit perfectly, as if it had been made just for her. Instantly, a gentle breeze swept through the shop, rustling the leaves outside and carrying with it the scent of adventure. "Where will it take me?" Lena asked eagerly, feeling a tingle of anticipation. "The journey is yours to discover," the shoe replied enigmatically. "But know this, along the way, you will find friends to help you and challenges that will test your heart." With a farewell wave to Finian, Lena stepped out into the twilight, the shoe guiding her steps along a path she had never noticed before. The path meandered through the village, where the houses with their thatched roofs seemed to nod in encouragement as she passed. Soon she found herself at the edge of the enchanted forest, a place whispered about in tales but rarely ventured into by the villagers. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature preparing for night. The rustle of leaves whispered secrets, and the occasional hoot of an owl added a rhythmic beat to the symphony. The path ahead was dappled with moonlight, creating a shimmering carpet of silver that beckoned her forward. As Lena ventured deeper into the forest, she met her first helper, a wise old hare named Thistle. Thistle had fur the color of winter frost and eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. "Welcome, young traveler," he said in a voice as smooth as velvet. "I have seen many pass this way, but few with a heart as open as yours." Lena bowed her head respectfully. "I am grateful for your guidance, Thistle. The Shoe of Solace has led me here, and I seek to uncover the wonders of this journey." "Then let us walk together," Thistle offered, hopping beside her with a grace that belied his age. "There is much to learn from the forest if you listen closely." As they walked, Thistle taught Lena to hear the language of the trees, to see the stories in the stars, and to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. With each lesson, Lena's heart grew lighter, her spirit more attuned to the world around her. But soon they reached a clearing where a shimmering pool lay bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a challenge, a riddle that was said to guard the heart of the forest's magic. A voice, ancient and gentle, rose from the water. "To pass, you must answer this. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" Lena furrowed her brow, contemplating the riddle. She closed her eyes, allowing the lessons from Thistle to guide her thoughts. She remembered the stories whispered by the trees, the melodies carried by the breeze. After a moment, she opened her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. "An echo," she answered confidently. "You are an echo." The pool shimmered in approval, its surface rippling with light. "You have answered wisely, young one. The heart of the forest welcomes you." With the challenge met, Lena felt a surge of warmth spread through her, a sense of fulfillment and peace. As she continued her journey, the forest seemed to embrace her, each step revealing new wonders and joys. At last, Lena emerged from the forest, the Shoe of Solace still glowing gently on her foot. She returned to the cobbler's shop, where Finian awaited her with a knowing smile. "Did you find what you were seeking?" he asked softly. Lena nodded, her eyes bright with newfound understanding. "I found more than I ever imagined, Finian. I discovered the magic within myself and the beauty of the world around me." The cobbler embraced her warmly, his heart swelling with pride. "Then the journey was worth every step, my dear." And so, Lena's journey came to an end. But the lessons she learned and the friends she made stayed with her always. The Shoe of Solace, its purpose fulfilled, returned to its place in the corner of the shop, waiting patiently for the next willing heart to guide. As the stars twinkled overhead and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Lena drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle glow of moonlit paths and the sweet symphony of the forest. And in the quiet, magical night, the Shoe of Solace hummed a lullaby, whispering promises of adventures yet to come. And so, dear listener, may your dreams be as enchanting and your heart as open, for who knows what wonders await you on your own journey of discovery. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood as sentinels of time and whispered the secrets of the earth, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of nature. This forest was known to those few who had wandered its borders as Eldergrove, a place where the ordinary and the magical converged in a dance as old as the hills. As the first golden rays of dawn filtered through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor in patterns of light and shadow, the creatures of Eldergrove began their day. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine needles and the earthy aroma of moss clinging to the age-old trunks. The chorus of morning songbirds harmonized with the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that heralded the start of another day in this enchanted realm. In a cozy nook nestled between the roots of a towering oak lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle, with his shell mottled and worn by years of wandering, was the keeper of tales and traditions. His eyes, a deep, knowing green, had seen the forest through countless seasons, and his heart was attuned to the rhythms of nature itself. Every morning, he would emerge from his leafy abode to greet the sun, offering a silent prayer of gratitude for the balance and harmony that sustained their world. Nearby, a family of rabbits busily prepared for the day, their soft fur fluffed against the morning chill. Luna, the matriarch, was known for her gentle wisdom and her ability to sense the subtle changes in the forest's mood. Her children, with their bright eyes and boundless energy, were eager to learn the ways of Eldergrove, guided by the stories Luna shared from her own mother and grandmother. As the morning light grew stronger, a delicate mist began to rise from the forest floor, curling around the trees like a living thing. This was the Whispering Mist, a magical phenomenon that appeared only on days when the forest wished to share its deepest secrets. The mist carried the voices of ancestors, weaving stories of old and imparting wisdom to those who listened closely. Among the creatures who gathered to listen was a young fox named Jasper. His fur was a rich russet, and his spirit was as curious as it was kind. Jasper had often been told by Thistle that he was destined to play an important role in maintaining the forest's harmony, though he did not yet understand how. He sat quietly, ears perked, as the mist swirled around him, carrying with it the soft murmurs of ancient tales. One story in particular caught Jasper's attention, a tale of the changing winds. It spoke of a time when the balance of the forest was threatened by a great storm, and how it was the unity and cooperation of all creatures that restored peace. The winds, the mist whispered, are the breath of the forest, ever-changing and full of life. They remind us that we must adapt, grow, and support one another. As the tale unfolded, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and the scent of wildflowers drifted through the air. Jasper felt a sense of calm wash over him, as if the forest was embracing him with its ancient wisdom. He realized that the lessons of the past were gifts to guide them, and that every creature, no matter how small, had a role to play in the symphony of life. The day unfolded with a serene predictability, yet there was always a hint of magic in the air. Sunlight dappled through the leaves, casting warm pools of light where squirrels darted and deer grazed. The brook that wound through Eldergrove babbled cheerfully, its clear waters reflecting the vibrant tapestry of the forest. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the creatures gathered at the great stone circle, a sacred place where the forest's energies were strongest. It was here that Thistle would share his teachings, and where the community would come together to celebrate the bonds that united them. This evening was special, for it marked the turning of the seasons from the bloom of spring to the warmth of summer. Thistle, with his steady voice and gentle manner, spoke of the beauty in each season's gifts and the importance of cherishing the balance they brought. As summer approaches, we must remember that our actions have echoes, he said, his gaze sweeping over the gathered creatures. The forest thrives when we act with kindness and respect for ourselves and for each other. Luna nodded, her heart swelling with pride as she watched her children absorb the lessons. She knew that they, too, would grow to be wise stewards of the land, just as her ancestors had been. As darkness fell and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the creatures of Eldergrove returned to their homes. The forest settled into a peaceful hush, punctuated only by the soft hoots of an owl and the distant call of a nightjar. Jasper lay beneath a canopy of stars, feeling the earth's heartbeat beneath him. He understood now that the forest's balance was not just in its seasons or its weather, but in the hearts of those who called it home. It was a balance of giving and receiving, of nurturing and being nurtured. With this realization, Jasper closed his eyes, knowing that the forest's ancient magic would continue to guide them. The whispering mist, the changing winds, the harmony of Eldergrove, all were part of a story that would never end. A story of connection and love that spanned generations. And so, in the gentle embrace of the night, the creatures of Eldergrove slept soundly, cradled by the comforting presence of their enchanted home. Story 20. Once upon a time, nestled amidst the lush, whispering leaves of the great evergreen forest, there was a small village named Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it was cradled in the lap of nature and hidden from the outside world by a veil of ancient enchantment. The villagers lived in harmony with the forest, drawing from its bounty while respecting its secrets. In the heart of Willowbrook, there lived a gentle young girl named Nora. Nora was known throughout the village for her kind heart and vivid imagination. With eyes the color of moss after a rain and hair wild like the forest vines, she embodied the spirit of her woodland home. She spent her days exploring the forest, her constant companion a small, wise fox named Finley. Finley, with his bushy tail and bright amber eyes, was more than just a pet. He was Nora's confidant and her guide to the wonders of the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden light through the canopy, Nora felt an unusual tingle in the air. The leaves rustled with a secret, a song only the forest could hear. Guided by intuition, Nora and Finley ventured deeper into the woods than they had ever gone before. The path was unfamiliar, lined with ancient oaks whose branches formed arches above them like the rafters of a woodland cathedral. Their journey led them to a hidden glade, where the light danced in soft beams on a small, crystal-clear pond. At the edge of this pond lay a peculiar object, a smooth, iridescent stone, unlike any Nora had ever seen. It shimmered with all the colors of the twilight sky, and as Nora picked it up, it felt warm and alive in her hand. "Finley, look at this!" she exclaimed, holding the stone aloft. The fox sat beside her, his eyes reflecting the stone's mesmerizing hues. As Nora examined the stone, she noticed subtle carvings on its surface, intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as she turned it over. "What do you think it is?" she mused aloud, tracing the patterns with her fingers. Finley tilted his head, his ears twitching as if listening to the stone's silent whispers. As she pondered its origins, the stone began to glow with a gentle, inviting light. Nora felt a warmth spread from her fingertips, a comforting presence that seemed to beckon her closer. Suddenly, the world around her blurred, and she found herself standing in a place that was both familiar and utterly new. She was still in the forest, yet it was transformed. The trees towered higher, their leaves a kaleidoscope of colors, from emerald green to sapphire blue. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing softly in the twilight. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms and the distant murmur of a hidden brook. "Where are we, Finley?" Nora whispered, her voice filled with awe. The fox nuzzled her leg, his eyes reassuring her that they were safe. It was then that Nora realized they had stumbled upon a hidden world within the forest, a magical realm that existed alongside their own. This world was a tapestry woven with threads of enchantment, where the ordinary laws of nature were but suggestions, and where dreams and reality danced together in harmony. As Nora and Finley explored this wondrous place, they encountered creatures they had only heard of in stories. Luminescent butterflies flitted from flower to flower, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. A gentle river, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal, meandered through the landscape, whispering secrets to the stones along its banks. In the distance, they spotted a majestic stag with antlers woven from vines and flowers, standing regally on a hill. The stag met Nora's gaze with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. He bowed his head slightly, acknowledging her presence, before disappearing into the forest with a grace that seemed to defy gravity. Feeling a sense of purpose, Nora clutched the stone tightly. She realized that this magical realm was connected to the stone and that it had chosen her for a reason. But what was it trying to show her? What was her role in this enchanted world? As they continued their journey, Nora and Finley came upon a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood. Its trunk was massive, its bark gnarled and twisted with age. The tree exuded a sense of calm and wisdom, and Nora felt drawn to it. As she approached, she noticed a hollow in the tree's trunk. Inside, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Nora reached in and carefully lifted it out. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, she found a collection of tiny, delicate objects: a feather, a seashell, a small vial of sparkling sand. Each item seemed to pulse with a quiet magic of its own. Suddenly, Nora understood the stone's purpose. It was a key, a guide to uncovering the mysteries of this hidden world. The objects in the box were gifts from the forest, tokens of its gratitude for those who respected its secrets and its beauty. Nora carefully placed the stone and the objects back in the box, closing the lid with a sense of reverence. She realized that her journey had changed her, that she had grown in ways she hadn't anticipated. She had learned to see the magic in the world around her, to listen to the whispers of the forest, and to cherish the bonds of friendship that connected her to all living things. With Finley by her side, Nora made her way back to the pond. As she stepped into the clearing, she felt the stone's warmth one last time, and the magical realm began to fade. The forest returned to its familiar self, but Nora knew that she carried its magic within her heart. As the sun set beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nora and Finley made their way back to Willowbrook. The village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, and the air was filled with the comforting sense of home. That night, as Nora lay in bed with Finley curled up at her feet, she felt a deep sense of peace. The stone's magic had woven its way into her life, teaching her the importance of harmony, respect, and friendship. She knew that the hidden world would always be there, just beyond the veil of the forest, waiting for those who dared to dream. And so, with her heart full of wonder and her mind at ease, Nora drifted into a deep, restful sleep. The secrets of the forest cradled gently in her dreams. Story 25. In a forest so old that even the roots of the tallest oaks were cradled by stories older than the stars, there existed a world unseen by most. This was a realm where the whispers of leaves told tales of ancient times, and the gentle babbling of streams carried secrets from one end of the wood to the other. The forest was a place where harmony thrived, nurtured by creatures both small and grand, all playing their parts in a delicate dance of life. At dawn, the air was crisp with the scent of pine and dew, as the sun peered through the thick canopy, casting a mosaic of light upon the forest floor. It was here, amidst the ferns and moss, that a family of gentle creatures known as the wiselings made their home. The wiselings were small, squirrel-like beings with gleaming eyes and bushy tails that shimmered in the sunlight. Their fur glistened with a multitude of colors during spring and summer, mimicking the vibrant palette of wildflowers that blossomed all around them. They were the keepers of the forest's balance, entrusted with an ancient wisdom that had been handed down from one generation to the next. In the heart of this forest, there stood an ancient oak tree, grand and wise. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and its trunk bore the scars of time, each groove and knot a testament to centuries of guardianship. The wiselings lived within its gnarled roots, in burrows lined with soft lichen and warm, dry leaves. The leader of the wiselings was an elderly creature named Thistle. Her fur was a soft silver, and her eyes twinkled like the night sky. Thistle was known for her wisdom and her gentle heart, always ready to lend an ear to those in need. She understood the language of the forest in a way that few did, and she taught the younger wiselings to listen to the earth with both their ears and their hearts. As the seasons changed, so did the duties of the wiselings. In spring, they awoke the flowers with gentle nudges and whispered encouragement, coaxing the buds to blossom in a riot of color. In summer, they played among the leaves, spreading joy and laughter, ensuring that the forest thrived under the golden sun. Autumn, however, was a time for reflection and preparation. The forest transformed into a sea of amber and gold, as leaves crunched underfoot like a soft symphony. It was during this time that the wiselings gathered at the great oak for a meeting, a tradition as old as the forest itself. They would discuss the health of the forest and share stories of their adventures throughout the year. On one such evening, as the frost began to edge the leaves and the air turned crisp, Thistle called the wiselings together. Her voice was soft, yet carried a weight of authority that commanded attention. "Gather close, my dear ones," she began, her eyes sweeping over the assembly of wiselings nestled among the roots. "The time has come for us to prepare for the winter." The younger wiselings, full of energy and curiosity, chirped with excitement. Winter was a magical time when the forest donned its blanket of snow and the world seemed to hold its breath in serene slumber. Yet this year, there was an undercurrent of unease. The winds had carried whispers of change, and the forest seemed to shiver with anticipation. Thistle sensed this too, and she knew that wisdom and unity would be their greatest allies. "Listen well," she continued, her voice weaving through the night like a comforting lullaby. "We have been entrusted with the care of this forest. Each season brings its challenges, and with them the opportunity to learn and grow. This winter, we must be vigilant." The younger wiselings nodded, their eyes wide with determination. Among them was a particularly spirited young one named Fern. Her tail was a vibrant shade of emerald, and her heart was as bright as the morning sun. Fern had a knack for understanding the whispers of the wind and the songs of the river, and she often ventured further than most, seeking to learn all she could about the world around her. As the gathering dispersed, Fern remained deep in thought. She had noticed subtle changes in the forest, an unusual quietness in the streams, the rustle of leaves that seemed to speak of something unforeseen. She decided to venture out at first light, to seek the wisdom of the elements and perhaps uncover the mystery that lay beneath the surface. The following morning, the forest awoke to a gentle mist that clung to the trees like a soft embrace. Fern set out, her paws brushing against the dew-kissed grass as she ventured deeper into the heart of the woods. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp soil and the faint scent of wild herbs. She made her way to the edge of the river, where the water flowed with a calming rhythm. Fern listened closely, allowing the gentle murmurs to wash over her. It was then that she heard it, a soft, harmonious hum that seemed to emanate from the water itself. Curiosity piqued. Fern followed the sound, her senses attuned to the subtle magic of the forest. The river led her to a secluded glade, where the trees parted to reveal a pool of crystal-clear water. The surface shimmered with an ethereal glow, and at its center floated a small, luminescent orb. Fern approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of wonder and awe. The orb pulsed with a gentle light, casting a warm glow over the glade. As she reached out to touch it, a voice as soft as a breeze spoke to her. "Greetings, young wiseling," it whispered, the words resonating within her. "I am the heart of the seasons, the keeper of the balance between the worlds." Fern's eyes widened in surprise, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of calm. "Why have you called me here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The heart of the seasons shimmered, its light dancing across the water. "The balance of the forest is shifting," it replied. "A change is coming, and it will test the strength of all who dwell here. You have been chosen to be the bridge between the old and the new, to guide your kin through the challenges ahead." Fern nodded, her resolve strengthening with each word. "I will do all I can to help," she promised, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. "Remember, young one," the heart of the seasons continued, "wisdom is not found in solitude, but in the bonds we share and the lessons we learn together. Trust in your kin and in the harmony of the forest." With that, the light of the orb began to fade, and the glade returned to its tranquil state. Fern stood for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of what she had learned, before turning back towards her home with newfound determination. As she made her way back through the forest, the sun rose higher, casting a warm glow over the trees. The colors of autumn seemed even more vibrant, and Fern noticed the subtle symphony of life all around her, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of distant birds, the gentle sigh of the wind through the branches. Back at the great oak, Fern shared her experience with Thistle and the other wiselings. She spoke of the heart of the seasons and the importance of unity and trust. Together they devised a plan to ensure the forest's well-being through the winter, each wiseling lending their unique skills to the task. As the first snowflakes began to fall, the wiselings worked tirelessly to prepare their home. They gathered food, reinforced their burrows, and shared stories by the warmth of the great oak, their laughter echoing through the trees. Winter descended upon the forest with a quiet grace, cloaking the world in a blanket of white. The wiselings watched as the landscape transformed, the snow glistening like a million tiny stars under the moonlight. Throughout the season, the forest remained a place of beauty and peace, its harmony preserved by the dedication and love of its inhabitants. And as the days slowly lengthened, and the promise of spring whispered through the air, the wiselings knew that they had faced the challenges of winter with courage and unity. In the heart of the forest, where the ancient oak stood as a sentinel of time, the wiselings gathered once more. They celebrated the return of the sun's warmth and the renewal of life, their hearts filled with gratitude for the wisdom they had gained and the bonds they had strengthened. And so the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the power of harmony and friendship, forever watched over by the gentle creatures who called it home. The stories of their adventures and the wisdom they shared would be passed down through the generations, ensuring that the magic of the forest would endure for all time. As the wiselings nestled in their burrows, lulled to sleep by the soft lullaby of the wind and the gentle rustle of leaves, they knew that they were part of something much greater than themselves, a tapestry of life woven with threads of love, wisdom, and harmony, forever intertwined with the heart of the seasons. Story 26. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves and the air was filled with the sweet songs of birds, there lay a small enchanted village known as Willowbrook. The villagers of Willowbrook were gentle folk, living in harmony with the magical forest that surrounded them, and they cherished their simple, peaceful lives. In this village lived a young girl named Aria, who was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Aria had long, auburn hair that seemed to catch the golden rays of the sun, and her eyes were a bright, inquisitive green. She was often found wandering the forest paths, her small feet crunching on the fallen leaves, as she listened to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the trees. One crisp autumn morning, as the village was cloaked in a soft, misty dawn, Aria discovered something extraordinary. Beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak tree, she found a small wooden box, intricately carved with swirling patterns and glowing faintly with a soft, ethereal light. The box was unlike anything she had ever seen, and it seemed to hum with a quiet, magical energy. With her heart fluttering in her chest, Aria gently opened the lid of the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of moss, was a delicate silver locket. The locket was shaped like a tiny leaf, and it shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. As Aria held it in her hands, she felt a warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the locket was alive with a gentle, comforting presence. Intrigued, Aria slipped the locket around her neck. As the locket settled against her skin, she felt a soft, tingling sensation, and her senses seemed to heighten. The colors of the forest became more vibrant, the scents more intoxicating, and she could hear the faintest whispers of the leaves, as if they were speaking directly to her. Aria soon discovered that the locket held a special magic. It allowed her to glimpse the hidden world within the forest, a world teeming with mystical creatures and ancient secrets. As she explored this hidden world, she befriended the gentle spirits of the forest, who welcomed her with open arms and shared their wisdom with her. Among her new friends was a wise old owl named Whitaker, whose feathers were the color of moonlight and whose eyes were as deep as the night sky. Whitaker became her guide and mentor, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of kindness and understanding. One day, as Aria and Whitaker sat beneath the shade of a towering pine tree, the owl spoke of a great danger that threatened the forest. A shadow had fallen over Willowbrook, and the villagers were in peril. A mysterious blight was spreading through the woods, causing the trees to wither and the creatures to fall silent. "The balance of the forest is in jeopardy," Whitaker said, his voice tinged with sadness. "Only the purest heart can restore harmony and heal the land." Determined to help her beloved village, Aria set out on a journey to uncover the source of the blight and bring balance back to the forest. With Whitaker by her side, she ventured deeper into the mystical world, guided by the whispers of the trees and the gentle glow of the locket. As they traveled, Arya and Whitaker encountered many challenges. They crossed babbling brooks that sang with ancient songs, climbed mist-shrouded hills that held secrets of the past, and navigated through dense thickets where shadows seemed to dance with a will of their own. Each step brought them closer to the heart of the mystery, and with each challenge, Arya's resolve grew stronger. Along their journey, they met an array of enchanting creatures, a family of playful foxes whose fur glistened like flames in the sunlight, offered them guidance through the winding paths. A gentle deer, with eyes as soft as dusk, led them to a hidden grove where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers. And a mischievous squirrel, with a heart of gold, shared tales of the forest's history, filling their nights with stories that twinkled like stars. Through these interactions, Arya learned the true meaning of friendship and the strength that comes from understanding and empathy. She realized that every creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the intricate tapestry of life, and that by working together they could overcome any obstacle. As the days turned to weeks, Arya and Whitaker drew ever closer to the source of the blight. The forest had grown darker, the air heavy with an unnatural stillness. But Arya's spirit remained unyielding, her heart filled with the light of hope and the wisdom she had gained from her friends. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, where a great ancient tree stood, its bark cracked and its leaves withered. At its base lay a dark, swirling mist, the source of the blight that threatened to consume the forest. Arya approached the tree with a gentle grace, the locket around her neck glowing brightly. She placed her hand on the trunk, feeling the pain and sorrow that pulsed through its veins. Closing her eyes, she let the warmth of the locket flow through her, channeling the love and compassion she held for the forest and its inhabitants. As she did so, the locket's magic spread through the tree, dispelling the darkness and filling the air with a brilliant golden light. The blight began to recede, the leaves returning to their vibrant green, and the forest came alive with the joyous songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. With the balance restored, Arya returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of joy and her spirit forever changed. She shared her tale with the villagers, who welcomed her with open arms and celebrated the return of peace to their beloved forest. Arya's journey had taught her that true strength lay in the power of friendship and the wisdom of the heart. She had discovered the hidden world within the forest and the magic that lay within herself, and she knew that as long as she held on to these truths, she could face any challenge that came her way. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the soft embrace of the stars, Arya drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the wonders of the enchanted forest and the warmth of the friendships she had forged. The forest whispered its lullaby, a song of harmony and hope, as the world of Willowbrook lay bathed in the tranquil light of a new dawn. Story 27. In a land where the whispering winds played gentle tunes through the canopies of towering oaks and streams meandered like silken ribbons through emerald valleys, there lay an ancient forest known as Eldergrove. Here, the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle and pine, and the symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves provided a serene backdrop to the lives of the forest's inhabitants. The creatures of Eldergrove were not ordinary. They led hidden lives, filled with magic and wisdom that thrummed through the very roots of the trees and the veins of the earth. Among them was a wise old turtle named Terran, whose shell was etched with patterns resembling the constellations themselves. Terran had lived for centuries, his slow, deliberate movements a testament to the patience and insight he had gained from the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun filtered through the vibrant tapestry of red and gold leaves, casting a warm glow over the forest floor, Terran awoke with a sense of purpose. The wind carried a delicate hint of change, whispering secrets of the coming seasons. It was time for the Great Gathering, an ancient tradition where creatures from all corners of the forest convened to share stories and wisdom, ensuring the balance of Eldergrove was maintained. As Terran made his way through the forest, the ground beneath him was a soft carpet of fallen leaves, crackling gently under the weight of his steps. He was joined by his dear friend, Luna, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and dark as the night sky. Luna moved gracefully through the underbrush, her presence a calming influence on the bustling forest life around her. "Terran," Luna spoke softly, her voice a gentle breeze, "have you felt the change in the air? The forest whispers of a challenge we must face together." Terran nodded, his eyes wise and knowing. "Indeed, Luna, it is a time of transition. We must heed the lessons of our ancestors and preserve the harmony of our home." As they journeyed deeper into the heart of Eldergrove, they were joined by others: Bristle, the spirited hedgehog with a heart as warm as the autumn sun, and Willow, the songbird whose melodies could soothe even the most restless of souls. Together, they formed a small band of friends, united by their love for the forest and its ancient rhythms. The path to the great gathering was lined with whispering ferns and mushrooms that glowed faintly in the dappled light. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. As they approached the clearing where the gathering would take place, a sense of anticipation hung in the air, like the first notes of a symphony waiting to be played. The clearing was a natural amphitheater, encircled by towering trees whose branches interwove to form a leafy canopy. In the center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with the symbols of the seasons. Creatures of all kinds had gathered: wise old owls, mischievous squirrels, and even the elusive foxes, whose eyes glinted with intelligence and curiosity. At the head of the gathering stood Elder Oak, a grand tree whose bark was gnarled with age and wisdom. Its branches stretched skyward, as if reaching for the heavens themselves. From within its sturdy trunk, a gentle light pulsed, a manifestation of the magic that flowed through Eldergrove. Elder Oak's voice resonated through the clearing, deep and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder. "Children of the forest, we gather in this sacred place to honor the cycles of nature and the balance that sustains us all. Hear now the wisdom of our forebears as the seasons turn and the world changes around us." As Elder Oak spoke, the wind picked up, swirling around the gathering in a dance of leaves and light. The creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the ancient knowledge being shared. "The seasons, with their distinct beauty and challenges, teach us to adapt and thrive," Elder Oak continued. "Spring's renewal, summer's abundance, autumn's harvest, and winter's rest, each holds a lesson for those who listen." Terran, feeling the weight of his years and the wisdom he had gathered, spoke up. "In times of change, we must remember the strength found in unity and the wisdom in diversity. Every creature, great and small, has a role to play in the harmony of our world." Luna nodded, adding gently, "Let us not forget the quiet power of kindness and the resilience of friendship. Together, we can overcome any challenge the forest presents." As the gathering continued, stories were shared of past seasons, of floods and droughts, of bountiful harvests and lean winters. Each tale was a thread, woven into the rich tapestry of Eldergrove's history, each lesson a guide for the future. The sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose. The creatures, their hearts full of resolve and camaraderie, dispersed back to their homes, carrying with them the shared wisdom and renewed purpose. Terran, Luna, Bristle, and Willow lingered a while longer, their spirits intertwined with the forest they so dearly loved. As the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, a gentle peace settled over Eldergrove, and the forest sighed contentedly, cradled in the embrace of nature's eternal balance. And so, with the coming of night, the forest once again found its harmony. The challenges of the future met with the quiet strength of friendship and the enduring wisdom of ages past. Story 28. In a secluded valley nestled between rolling, mist-capped hills, there lay a village unlike any other. Twinkling lanterns illuminated winding cobblestone paths, while cottages with thatched roofs and flower boxes seemed plucked straight from a storybook. But the most enchanting aspect of this hamlet was the magic that permeated every nook and cranny. Young Willow loved nothing more than exploring the village's whimsical wonders with her best friend Oak, a sprightly squirrel who could speak the language of humans. One crisp autumn morning, they ventured into the woods in search of adventure, basking in the crunch of leaves underfoot and the fragrant pine scent wafting through the air. As they approached a sun-dappled clearing, Oak let out a surprised chitter. "Look, Willow, the fairy circle!" He gestured towards a vibrant ring of mushrooms, their caps a brilliant scarlet. In the very center stood a most perplexing sight, a tiny door embedded in the mossy ground. How odd, mused Willow, crouching down to inspect the peculiar portal. I don't recall this being here before. She gently ran her fingers along the delicately carved patterns adorning the miniature entrance. Do you think we should open it? Oak squeaked, his tail twitching with curiosity. Well, we'll never know what's inside unless we try, Willow replied, steeling her nerve. With utmost care, she turned the tiny brass knob and slowly pushed the diminutive door ajar. A warm, golden glow emanated from within, bathing the children in its radiance. As their eyes adjusted, they gasped in unison. For nestled inside was the most breathtaking miniature village they'd ever laid eyes upon. Microscopic cottages with glimmering windows lined streets no wider than Willow's pinky finger. Tiny folk, no larger than a thumbnail, bustled about their business, sweeping front steps and tending gardens. It's like an entire world hidden away, Willow exclaimed in a hushed whisper. Before they could study the miraculous scene further, a high-pitched voice rang out from behind them. Well now, what have we here? The children whirled around to find a wizened figure with a flowing silver beard standing just outside the ring of mushrooms. Despite his diminutive stature, he emanated a powerful, sage-like presence. Please excuse our intrusion, sir, Willow began, suddenly quite flustered. We only wish to investigate this peculiar... Quite all right, my dears, the wizened one replied with a kind smile. I am Eldrin, keeper of the Seelie realm. This enchanted ground you've discovered is home to those you just glimpsed through the Foxden Tunnel. The Foxden Tunnel? Oak repeated quizzically. Indeed, Eldrin chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Portals to the Seelie realm exist all throughout this forest, but they can only be opened once every 100 summers during the autumnal equinox. A most auspicious event, to be sure. Willow's head spun, trying to make sense of this mystifying revelation. The Seelie realm? An entire realm hidden in plain sight, inhabited by minuscule beings? So many questions bubbled up inside her. But before she could voice them, loud shouts and shrieks pierced the air from beyond the tiny door. What in the Seven Glens? Eldrin muttered, instantly on alert. Beckoning Willow and Oak to follow, he crossed the fairy ring's threshold and peered into the glowing portal. A scene of utter pandemonium greeted their eyes. Terrified Seelie folk scattered in all directions as shadowy, snarling forms wreaked havoc through their tranquil village. Flower beds were upturned, cottages ransacked, precious belongings strewn about. Briars, Eldrin spat, anger flashing in his piercing gaze. Wretched, thorny imps with naught but malice in their twisted souls. We have to help them, Willow cried. Without a second thought, she plunged forward, but Eldrin held her back with surprising strength. You cannot engage the briars directly, he cautioned, jaw set with grim determination. Their barbs carry a virulent toxin that could sap the life from one as young as yourself. But perhaps, yes, I may have a stratagem that could rid our realm of these vile intruders once and for all. With a sweep of his hand, the grizzled keeper conjured a bulging satchel, its contents clinking and jangling mysteriously. This accursed menace calls for an enchantment most potent, one that can only be woven by assembling rare components scattered throughout the forest. He met Willow and Oak with an intense, hopeful gaze. I haven't the spry step to gather what I need in haste. Will you brave the woods and collect these special provisions? The safety of the Seelie realm hinges upon your noble deeds. Willow felt her heart pounding against her ribs. This quest seemed more daunting than any storybook she'd ever read. But as she watched the chaos unfold within the idyllic village, resolve swelled within her breast. Please, sir, tell us what we need to find. Oak and I won't rest until we've helped make things right. A grateful smile spread across Eldrin's withered features. Then let the quest begin. Over the next few hours, the valiant duo crisscrossed the sun-dappled woodlands following Eldrin's instructions to the letter. Willow's keen observational skills and Oak's ability to scurry up towering trees proved instrumental as they hunted down each crucial ingredient. Deep in a yawning ravine, they located a trove of shimmering opaly gemstones, their radiant facets sparkling like handfuls of captured sunbeams. From a hidden alcove behind a roaring waterfall's veil, they harvested glossomer vines that glowed like strands of living moonlight. In a secluded meadow where fawn lilies swayed in the breeze, Willow carefully plucked petals imbued with powerful sleep-inducing properties. Finally, with Eldrin's enchanted satchel full to the brim, they hurried back to the Seelie realm's threshold, hearts pounding with urgency. Within the Foxden tunnel, the situation had only grown more dire. Smoke choked the air, mingling with the acrid stench of smoldering cottages. The meager resistance mounted by the diminutive inhabitants seemed to only spur the vile briar's appetites for wanton destruction. "Well done, my intrepid friends," Eldrin praised, already setting to work combining their hard-won bounty into a glistening, silvery powder. With deft motions, he scattered the shimmering dust up and down the tunnel's shaft, softly intoning an ancient enchantment all the while. No sooner had the final mystic syllables left his lips than the glittering particles sprang to life, swirling and coalescing into a shimmering haze that rapidly filled the snug passage. Within seconds, the shadowy forms of the briars began to slow, their raucous shrieks devolving into drunken murmurs. Finally, one by one, the twisted imps succumbed to the dream-laced powder's soporific effects, collapsing into insensate heaps amidst the wreckage. At Eldrin's signal, a contingent of burly Seelie warriors poured forth, binding the hapless briars in impossibly strong chains of spider silk. With the battered village now secure, other folk set to repairing what damages they could while tending to any injured. "Your courage and perseverance have ensured many a Seelie life this eve," Eldrin proclaimed, laying a withered hand on each of their shoulders. "Once more, the priceless equinox portal has been kept from falling into unscrupulous clutches." Cries of gratitude and celebration rang out across the wee village as Willow and Oak were regaled as heroes. Though exhausted from their Herculean efforts, they beamed with immense pride at having played such a pivotal role in safeguarding this magical hidden realm. That night, with the briars safely imprisoned and the Seelie folks' revelry echoing across the valley, the two friends fell into a contented, dreamless slumber beneath the bejeweled canopy of an evergreen bough. Their valiant deeds would become the stuff of legend, passed down for generations to come. And in the centuries that followed, on every autumnal equinox evening, when the boundaries between realms grew thin, the people of the cozy village would cast their gazes towards the mossy fairy circles. For those pure of heart who knew where to look, just might glimpse a twinkle of golden light flickering in the forest's depths, a tantalizing hint of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil. Story 29. Once upon a time, nestled within the whispering woods of a quaint village named Eldergrove, there lived a young girl named Arya. Her days were filled with the gentle hum of life in the village, chirping birds, the soft rustle of leaves, and the murmurs of the brook that wound its way through the lush green landscape. Yet, even amidst such charm, Arya often felt a gentle tug in her heart, a yearning to understand the stories that wove the tapestry of her family's past. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced upon the breeze, Arya's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes like twinkling stars, summoned her with a soft call. The air was tinged with the sweet scent of apples, and the sky was a canopy of serene blue. Arya found her grandmother seated by the crackling hearth, the flames casting flickering shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. "Come, dear one," her grandmother beckoned, her voice as soothing as the softest blanket. "It's time you learned about our lineage." From beneath a tapestry chest woven with intricate patterns of emerald and gold, her grandmother drew a delicate box. It was adorned with carvings of ancient trees and mystical creatures, symbols of their heritage whispered to be as old as the stars themselves. Arya's heart fluttered with anticipation as she sat beside her grandmother, feeling the warmth of the fire envelop them both. "This, my dear, is the legacy of the Lumina," her grandmother explained, brushing her fingers over the box's smooth surface. "Our family has been its guardian for generations, each of us adding a chapter to its tale." With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal an array of treasures: a silver locket, a feather quill, and a small book bound in weathered leather. Each item seemed to hum with a gentle magic, their stories waiting to be uncovered. Arya's fingers traced the locket first. It glimmered in the firelight, revealing a delicate engraving of an oak tree. "This locket," her grandmother began, "belonged to your great-grandmother. It symbolizes strength and endurance. qualities that run deep in our blood. Next, Arya lifted the feather quill, its iridescent colors shimmering like rainbows captured in flight. The quill, her grandmother continued, is a reminder of the power of words and the wisdom they carry. It was used by our ancestors to record the stories of our people, ensuring their voices echo through time. Finally, Arya picked up the small book, its pages yellowed with age, yet filled with the promise of untold adventures. This book holds the journeys and dreams of those who came before us, her grandmother said, her voice tender with memory. Through these stories, we learn that we are never alone. We are part of something greater, a legacy that binds us to those who walked before and those who will follow. As Arya sat with her grandmother, enveloped in the warmth of the hearth and the gentle cadence of her voice, she understood why she had felt the pull of her ancestry. It was not just about knowing who she was, but embracing the strength, wisdom, and dreams that had been passed down to her. Days turned into weeks as Arya delved into the stories within the book, her heart and mind blossoming with newfound understanding. With each tale, she felt the presence of her ancestors beside her, their lessons guiding her through every twist and turn of her young life. She learned that kindness was a thread that stitched together the fabric of their family, and the courage to dream was a light that never dimmed. As the last leaves of autumn fell, and the village of Eldergrove nestled into the embrace of winter, Arya felt a profound sense of belonging. She knew her roots were not just in the soil of Eldergrove, but in the hearts and souls of her ancestors. And as she gazed out at the snow-dusted landscape, she whispered a promise to carry their legacy forward, like a gentle melody that would never fade. And so, Arya's journey of discovery came full circle. She had uncovered the ancient legacy of her family, not just through magical artifacts or stories of old, but through the realization that she was a vital part of an ever-unfolding narrative. With the warmth of her heritage cradling her heart, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing she was home. The end. Story 30. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lavender and the gentle hum of bees filled the warm afternoon breeze, lived a young girl named Marin. She was known throughout the village for her bright smile and her love for tending to the small garden behind her family's cozy cottage. Yet, for all her sunny disposition, Marin held a secret worry close to her heart. She feared change, and the unknown it brought with it. Marin's garden was her sanctuary, a place where time seemed to stand still. She knew every inch of the soil, every leaf on each plant, and every twist of vine that clung lovingly to the trellises. But beyond the garden's edge lay the forest, vast and mysterious, its towering trees whispering ancient secrets in a language she couldn't yet understand. One golden afternoon, as Marin gathered lavender and chamomile for her mother's tea, she noticed an unusual sight at the garden's boundary. A curious vine, unlike any she had seen before, shimmered with an iridescent glow that caught the sunlight, casting tiny rainbows against the nearby leaves. Marin was drawn to it, her heart a flutter of curiosity mingled with apprehension. As she reached out, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Grandmother Ida, the village healer, whose wisdom was sought after by many. Her eyes twinkled with a knowing kindness as she approached. "Ah, the vine of transformation," she said, her voice as soft as the moss underfoot. "It appears only to those ready for change." Marin hesitated, her fingers brushing the air just above the vine. "But I'm not ready," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "I like things the way they are." Grandmother Ida smiled, the lines of her face deepening with warmth. "Change is like the turning of seasons, my dear. It is natural and brings with it new beauty and growth. You may not feel ready, but sometimes we are more prepared than we think." Encouraged by Grandmother Ida's words, Marin decided to explore this new path the vine offered. That night she dreamt of the forest, its trees alive with luminescent blooms and ethereal creatures that danced through the branches. She awoke with a sense of wonder, the dream lingering in her mind like a melody remembered from childhood. The next morning, Marin ventured into the forest, following the trail of the glowing vine. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth, and the sunlight dappled the ground in patches of gold. As she walked deeper into the forest, she encountered a chorus of gentle whispers and rustling leaves, as if the trees themselves were guiding her. Her journey brought her to a clearing, where a small pond lay like a mirror, reflecting the sky's azure blue. At its edge stood a majestic deer, its antlers adorned with delicate blossoms that seemed to bloom with every graceful movement. The deer regarded Marin with eyes that held the wisdom of the ages. "Fear not the change, gentle soul," the deer spoke, its voice a melody that resonated in Marin's heart. "Embrace it, for within you lies the power to transform." Marin watched in awe as the deer bent its head, touching the tip of its antlers to the pond. The water rippled and shimmered, revealing visions of Marin's own life, her laughter, her care for the garden, her trepidation about the future. And in those reflections, Marin saw not just what was, but what could be. With each vision, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a realization blooming like the flowers in her garden. Change was not something to fear, but a part of life's wondrous cycle. It was an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to discover new facets of herself. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the forest, Marin returned to her village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She found Grandmother Ida waiting at her garden gate, a knowing smile upon her lips. "You've seen it, haven't you?" Grandmother Ida asked, though it was more a statement than a question. "Yes," Marin replied, her voice steady and sure. "Change is like the seasons. It's beautiful and necessary." Grandmother Ida nodded, her eyes reflecting the fading light of the day. "And like the seasons, you will find your own rhythm, your own way to bloom." From that day forward, Marin embraced the changes in her life with an open heart. Her garden flourished with new varieties of plants, each one a testament to her willingness to step into the unknown. She discovered new friendships and skills, weaving them into the tapestry of her life with joy and gratitude. And though the forest remained vast and full of mysteries, Marin no longer feared it. Instead, she saw it for what it truly was, a reflection of her own journey, a world of endless possibilities waiting to be explored. As the seasons turned, Marin grew alongside them, her heart as open and vibrant as the garden she tended. And in the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees, she heard the song of her own transformation, a melody of courage, wisdom, and the beauty of change. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers and the air hummed with the soft lullaby of nature, there existed a hidden world known only to a select few. This world was not visible to the casual wanderer. It required a heart open to wonder and eyes that could see beyond the ordinary. Amongst these silent sentinels of green and brown lay a secret that shimmered like dew at dawn, a magical artifact known as the luminous leaf. The luminous leaf was a relic of great beauty and power, said to possess the ability to illuminate the truth hidden in shadows. It was rumored to have been crafted by the ancient forest spirits, who weaved into it the essence of moonlight and the wisdom of ages past. Many sought the leaf, believing it could solve mysteries and reveal the deepest secrets of the heart. But it was guarded fiercely by the whispering woods, which would only reveal its treasures to those who approached with pure intent. In a small village at the edge of these woods lived a young girl named Mira. She was known for her kind heart and inquisitive spirit, always asking questions that made the elders pause and smile. Mira had long, auburn hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and eyes the color of the forest after rain, a deep, vibrant green. She spent her days helping her grandmother in the garden, learning the names of herbs and flowers, and listening to stories of the woods that her grandmother shared by the firelight. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Mira's grandmother told her the tale of the luminous leaf. Mira listened with wide-eyed wonder, her imagination weaving vivid pictures of this enchanted object and the mysteries it held. As the fire crackled and the shadows danced along the walls, Mira felt a stirring in her heart, a call to venture into the woods and find the leaf herself. The next morning, with a small satchel packed with bread, cheese, and her grandmother's herbal tea, Mira set off on her journey. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the path beneath her feet soft and inviting. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of leaves whispered secrets only the trees knew. As Mira walked deeper into the woods, she encountered a variety of woodland creatures. A curious squirrel scampered alongside her for a while, its bushy tail flicking with excitement. A family of deer paused to watch her with gentle, knowing eyes before disappearing into the thicket. Each encounter filled Mira's heart with joy and a sense of companionship, as if the forest itself was guiding her on her quest. By midday, Mira reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. In the center stood a grand oak tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. This, Mira felt, was a place of significance. She sat down beneath the tree, savoring her simple lunch, and listening to the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. It was then that she noticed something peculiar, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from the base of the tree. Her pulse quickened as she approached, brushing aside the leaves to reveal a small, radiant object nestled among the roots. It was the luminous leaf, its surface shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse in time with Mira's own heartbeat. As she reached out to touch the leaf, a gentle voice echoed in her mind. It was not a voice she recognized, yet it felt familiar, like an old friend. "Seek with an open heart, and the truth shall be yours," it whispered. Mira closed her eyes, allowing the leaf's warmth to flow through her, filling her with a sense of peace and clarity. When she opened her eyes, the forest around her had transformed. The trees glowed with a soft luminescence, and the air was alive with sparkling motes of light. It was as if the woods had awakened to reveal their true form, a hidden world of magic and wonder. Mira felt a deep connection to everything around her, as if she were a part of the very fabric of the forest. With the leaf in hand, Mira continued her journey, each step guided by an inner compass that led her to places she had never imagined. She visited a grove where the trees sang in harmony, their melodies weaving tales of love and loss, of hope and renewal. She crossed a crystal-clear stream where fish leapt joyfully in the sunlight, their scales reflecting rainbows. Along the way, Mira met a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that twinkled with mischief. The fox introduced himself as Finn and offered to accompany Mira on her adventure. She accepted with gratitude, finding comfort in his presence and enjoying the stories he shared of his own escapades in the forest. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Mira and Finn arrived at a secluded glen where the air shimmered with magic. Here, the luminous leaf glowed brighter than ever, casting a warm, inviting light. Mira felt a sense of anticipation, as if she were on the cusp of uncovering a profound truth. In the center of the glen stood a small stone pedestal, intricately carved with symbols and runes. Mira approached with reverence, placing the leaf upon the pedestal. Instantly, the air around her shimmered and shifted, and a figure appeared before her, a being of light and grace, with eyes as old as time. The figure spoke in a voice that resonated with the harmony of the forest. "You have journeyed far, Mira, guided by the light of the leaf. What truth do you seek within your heart?" Mira took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her longing and curiosity. "I wish to understand the mysteries of the world," she said, "to see the beauty and wisdom that lies beyond what is visible." The figure smiled, a gentle warmth radiating from its presence. "You have already begun to see, dear child. The forest has shared its secrets with you because you approached with love and respect. Remember, true wisdom lies not in knowing all answers, but in seeking with an open heart and a willing spirit." As the figure's words settled into Mira's heart, the glow of the leaf dimmed, signifying the end of her journey. Yet, Mira felt no disappointment. Instead, she was filled with a sense of fulfillment and a deeper understanding of the world around her. With Finn by her side, Mira made her way back through the forest, the path familiar yet somehow changed. She felt a kinship with the trees, the creatures, and the very earth beneath her feet. Her heart was light, her spirit renewed. When she returned home, her grandmother welcomed her with open arms, and Mira shared her tale by the warmth of the hearth. The village listened, captivated by her adventure and the wisdom she had gained, and as they gathered around the fire, they too felt the magic of the whispering woods, a reminder that the world held wonders beyond their wildest dreams. In the days that followed, Mira continued to explore the forest, her heart always open to the wonders it held. She and Finn became inseparable friends, their bond a testament to the power of friendship that defied expectations. Together they uncovered new mysteries and experienced the joy of discovery. And so, Mira's journey into the hidden world of the Whispering Woods became a cherished story passed down through generations. It was a tale of transformation and growth, of friendship and understanding, a gentle reminder that the greatest treasures are often found within, waiting to be illuminated by the light of a seeking heart. As the years went by, Mira grew into a wise and gentle leader, her heart forever attuned to the rhythms of the forest. She taught others to approach the world with wonder and respect, to seek truth and beauty in all things. And though the luminous leaf remained hidden, its legacy lived on in the hearts of those who dared to dream. And so, the story of Mira and the luminous leaf became a beloved bedtime story, told by warm, caring voices beside crackling fires. It was a story that brought comfort and inspiration, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within reach, waiting to be discovered by those who believed in the power of friendship, wisdom, and the light of an open heart. Story 32, title, The Whispering Meadow. In the quiet village of Elderglen, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lay a meadow that shimmered under the moon's gentle glow. The villagers called it the Whispering Meadow, a name whispered with reverence, for it was said that the meadow held secrets of the earth and sky, and those who listened carefully might hear its stories carried by the wind. One crisp autumn evening, when the air was scented with the promise of winter, a young girl named Lila wandered into the meadow. Lila was known for her curious spirit and kind heart, often found exploring the forest's fringes or helping the elderly villagers with their chores. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze, matching the fiery leaves that carpeted the ground. Lila had heard tales of the meadow's magic since she was old enough to listen, stories told by her grandmother by the hearth's glow. As she stepped onto the soft grass, a sense of wonder enveloped her, and she paused to breathe in the earthy scent mingled with the sweetness of wildflowers. The meadow was alive with a subtle hum, a sound that seemed to resonate from the very ground beneath her feet. Lila closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her, and as she did, a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves, calling her name. "Lila," it sighed, like a lullaby carried on the night breeze. Startled, Lila opened her eyes, scanning the meadow. There was no one in sight, only the swaying grass and the silhouette of ancient oaks standing sentinel at the forest's edge. The voice came again, more insistent this time, drawing her toward the heart of the meadow. Following the sound, Lila found herself at the base of a great oak, its bark gnarled and ancient. There, nestled among the roots, was a small wooden box, its surface worn and smooth from age. It seemed out of place, yet perfectly at home, as if the tree itself had grown around it. With a gentle touch, Lila lifted the box into her hands. The wood felt warm, almost alive, and as she traced her fingers over its surface, she felt a faint pulse like a heartbeat. Curiosity piqued. She carefully opened the lid. Inside lay a shimmering stone, the color of twilight, casting a soft glow that illuminated her face. The moment her fingers brushed against the stone, a warmth surged through her, filling her with a sense of belonging and purpose. It was as if the stone was speaking to her, not with words, but with feelings and images that danced before her eyes. She saw visions of the meadow in different seasons, of creatures that roamed its expanse, and of a hidden world waiting to be discovered. Lila felt a kinship with the stone, an understanding that it was meant to help her see the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. The stone, she realized, was the heart of the meadow itself, a magical object that connected her to the whispers of the earth. As the night deepened, Lila sat beneath the oak, cradling the stone. She felt a change stirring within her, a gentle transformation that made her acutely aware of the interconnectedness of all things. The meadow, the forest, the village, they were all part of a greater tapestry, woven together by invisible threads of magic and life. Days turned into weeks, and Lila returned to the meadow each evening, guided by the stone's gentle pull. She discovered that she could understand the language of the birds, the rustling of the leaves, and even the soft sighing of the wind. The meadow taught her to listen, to see beyond the surface, and to appreciate the quiet wonders of the world. In time, Lila shared her discoveries with her friends in the village, teaching them to listen to the world with their hearts. Together, they learned to care for the forest, ensuring it remained a sanctuary for all living things. Through Lila's journey, the villagers came to appreciate the magic of the Whispering Meadow, and the village flourished, its people living in harmony with the land. Lila grew into a wise young woman, a guardian of the meadow's secrets, and the stone remained her constant companion, a reminder of the night she first heard the whispers of the wind. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the Whispering Meadow continued to share its stories, a gentle reminder of the magic that resides in the heart of nature. As the years passed, Lila's connection with the meadow deepened, and she became a beloved figure in Elderglen. Her wisdom and gentle spirit touched the lives of everyone around her, and the villagers often sought her counsel in times of need. The meadow had become a place of gathering, where people came to find peace and inspiration, to celebrate the cycles of the seasons, and to listen to the whispers of the earth. One day, as Lila sat by the great oak, she noticed a young boy watching her from a distance. His eyes were wide with curiosity, much like hers had been on that fateful night. She beckoned him over, and he approached hesitantly, clutching a small wooden flute. "Hello," Lila greeted warmly. "What brings you to the meadow today?" The boy, whose name was Finn, shuffled his feet nervously. "I heard the meadow was magical," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Lila smiled, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "It is indeed," she replied. "Would you like to hear its stories?" Finn nodded eagerly, and Lila invited him to sit beside her. She handed him the twilight stone, watching as his face lit up with wonder. As he held the stone, Lila played a gentle melody on the flute, a tune that seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the meadow. To Finn's amazement, he began to hear the whispers of the meadow, faint at first but growing stronger with each note. He heard the rustling of leaves, the chatter of squirrels, and the distant call of an owl. The meadow's magic unfolded before him, and he understood the connection that Lila had spoken of. Together, they sat in companionable silence, listening to the meadow's symphony. Lila shared her insights with Finn, teaching him the importance of listening and understanding. She encouraged him to explore the hidden world within the natural environment, to seek out its mysteries and learn from them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the meadow, Finn felt a sense of belonging that he had never experienced before. The meadow had become a part of him, just as it was a part of Lila, and he knew that he would return time and again to learn from its wisdom. Through Finn, Lila's legacy continued, and the meadow's magic was passed down to a new generation. The bond between them grew stronger with each visit, and the village thrived under their care. Elderglen became a place where people lived in harmony with nature, where the whispers of the meadow guided their actions and decisions. Lila's journey had transformed not only herself but also the world around her. She had learned to see the beauty in the everyday, to cherish the connections that bound all living things, and to share her knowledge with others. Her story was a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and kindness, a reminder that even the smallest actions can create ripples of change. As the years went by, Lila grew older, her hair turning silver like moonlight. Yet her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and the meadow continued to thrive under her watchful gaze. She knew that her time in Elderglen was drawing to a close, but she took comfort in knowing that the meadow's magic would endure, carried forward by Finn and those who came after him. One evening, as the stars twinkled above and the fireflies danced among the wildflowers, Lila sat beneath the great oak for the last time. She held the twilight stone in her hands, feeling its warmth pulsing gently against her skin. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the meadow, and smiled. The meadow had taught her many things, but the greatest lesson of all was the understanding that true magic lies not in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments, in the connections we forge with the world and each other. It was a lesson she carried with her, one that she hoped would continue to inspire those who came after her. As the night deepened, a gentle breeze rustled through the meadow, carrying with it the soft sigh of the earth. Lila felt a sense of peace enveloping her, a warmth that spread through her heart and soul. She knew that her journey was complete, and that the meadow's magic would always be a part of her. With a final, loving glance at the meadow that had shaped her life, Leela closed her eyes and let the whispers of the wind carry her away. Her spirit joined the meadow's eternal song, a melody of harmony and love that would echo through the ages. In the years that followed, Finn became the meadow's guardian, guiding others to listen to its wisdom and cherish its magic. The meadow continued to thrive, its secrets shared with those who approached with open hearts and minds. Elderglen flourished under its watchful care, a village united by the bonds of friendship and understanding. Lila's story lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a tale of transformation and growth that inspired generations to come. And though she was gone, her presence lingered in the meadow's whispers, a gentle reminder of the magic that resides in each of us, waiting to be discovered. And so the Whispering Meadow remained a sanctuary of peace and wonder, a place where the earth's stories were told and retold, a testament to the enduring power of love and connection. The meadow's magic continued to weave its way through the lives of all who visited, a beacon of light and hope in a world ever-changing, yet forever the same. As the moon rose high above the meadow, casting its silvery glow across the land, the whispers of the wind carried Lila's story far and wide, a bedtime tale of wonder and magic that would never be forgotten. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled above and the world lay in slumber, the meadow's song continued, a melody of harmony and love that danced on the breeze, a reminder that the magic of the earth is always with us, if only we take the time to listen. Story 33. In the heart of a quiet, verdant valley, nestled between gentle hills and embraced by the whispering woods, there lay the little village of Willowbrook. It was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the skies were painted with the soft hues of dawn and dusk. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the soft, melodic calls of the songbirds that flitted through the trees. In this serene village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her gentle heart and her skill in tending the village's vibrant garden, a lush tapestry of colors and scents that delighted all who came upon it. Despite her love for the garden and her community, Marin found herself feeling uneasy. A restless whisper stirred within her, a yearning for something she could not quite name. Change was in the air, but Marin feared it, clinging to the familiar comforts of her life. The village was bustling with preparations for the upcoming Festival of Seasons, a cherished celebration of the cycles of nature. As Marin worked alongside her friends, decorating the village square with garlands of ivy and strings of twinkling lanterns, her heart was heavy. Her dear friend, an elderly woman named Agnes, noticed Marin's furrowed brow and paused her work to speak with her. "Marin, my dear," Agnes said softly, her voice as warm as the summer sun, "what troubles your heart so?" Marin sighed, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "I don't know, Agnes. I feel as though something is changing within me, but I'm afraid of what it might mean." Agnes placed a comforting hand on Marin's shoulder. "Change can be frightening, but it is also an opportunity for growth. Sometimes we must embrace the unknown to discover who we truly are." That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Marin found herself unable to sleep. She stepped outside into the cool, moonlit night, the garden a silver sea around her. As she wandered among the flowers, she noticed a curious shimmer in the air near the ancient oak that stood at the garden's edge. Drawn to the glimmering light, Marin approached the tree, her heart beating with a mixture of fear and wonder. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, luminous orb, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. As she reached out to touch it, the orb burst into a shower of sparkling lights, enveloping Marin in a gentle glow. When the light faded, Marin found herself in a wondrous place. The air was filled with the scent of blossoms unknown to her, and the sky was a swirling tapestry of stars and colors. Before her stood a figure of ethereal beauty, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Welcome, Marin," the figure said, their voice a melodic whisper. "I am the guardian of transformations, and you have been brought here to discover the magic within yourself." Marin's fear melted away, replaced by a sense of awe and curiosity. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice trembling with both excitement and apprehension. "Listen to your heart and trust in the journey," the guardian replied. Each step forward will reveal more of your true self. With that, the guardian vanished, leaving Marin standing alone in the magical realm. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the fragrant air, and began to explore. As Marin wandered through this enchanted world, she encountered various creatures, each with a lesson to impart. A wise old tortoise taught her patience, reminding her that growth takes time and cannot be rushed. A playful fox showed her the importance of adaptability, encouraging her to embrace change with an open heart. Along her journey, Marin met a kind-hearted girl named Lila, who shared stories of her own struggles with change. Together, they explored the magical landscape, supporting one another and finding strength in their friendship. Lila's laughter was infectious, and her optimism helped Marin see the beauty in uncertainty. As the days passed, Marin began to feel lighter, her fears gradually replaced with a sense of wonder and possibility. She learned to listen to the whispers of her heart and to trust in the unfolding path before her. One day, as Marin and Lila rested beneath a canopy of shimmering leaves, Marin noticed a transformation within herself. Her reflection in a nearby pool revealed not only her outward appearance, but also a glow of confidence and serenity that she had never seen before. She realized that the changes she had feared were, in fact, a blossoming of her true self. With newfound clarity, Marin understood that her journey was not just about transformation, but about embracing the entirety of who she was. The guardian appeared once more, their eyes filled with pride and warmth. "You have done well, Marin," the guardian said. "Remember, the magic within you is always there, waiting to be discovered anew." As the words echoed in her heart, Marin felt a gentle pull, drawing her back to her own world. The magical realm faded, and she found herself standing once more beneath the ancient oak, the garden around her bathed in the soft glow of dawn. Marin returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She shared her experiences with Agnes and the other villagers, her stories inspiring them to embrace their own journeys of growth and discovery. As the Festival of Seasons began, Marin danced with joy, her fears transformed into a deep appreciation for life's ever-changing beauty. Surrounded by the warmth of her community and the promise of new beginnings, she knew that she was ready to face whatever the future might hold. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath the twinkling lanterns and the watchful eyes of the stars, Marin discovered the true magic of transformation, the courage to embrace change, and the wisdom to find beauty in the unknown. As the festival came to a close, and the village drifted to sleep, a sense of peace settled over Marin, wrapping her in its gentle embrace like a comforting quilt. In the quiet moments before slumber, Marin lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulling her into a tranquil state. She reflected on her journey, the lessons she had learned, and the friendships she had forged. Her heart swelled with gratitude, and she felt a deep connection to the world around her, as if she were a single note in a symphony of life. With a contented sigh, Marin closed her eyes, knowing that the magic within her would continue to guide her through the seasons of her life. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a natural part of the tapestry of existence, a gentle nudge towards growth and self-discovery. As the moon cast its silvery glow over Willowbrook, the village slumbered peacefully, cradled in the embrace of the valley. The stars twinkled above, silent witnesses to the stories unfolding below, each one a testament to the power of transformation and the enduring strength of the human spirit. And so the tale of Marin and her journey became a cherished story in Willowbrook, told by the fireside on chilly nights, a reminder that within every heart lies a wellspring of magic, waiting to be discovered and shared with the world. Story 34. Once upon a time, in the quaint and sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley of gentle hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had an inquisitive heart and eyes that always seemed to sparkle with curiosity. Her days were filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers and the soft rustle of leaves, but her nights were spent dreaming of adventures far beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as sunlight filtered through the amber leaves and painted the cobblestone streets with gold, Clara stumbled upon an old, curious shop she had never noticed before. It was tucked away at the end of a narrow alleyway, its door slightly ajar, inviting the curious to enter. Above the door, a weathered sign read, "The Emporium of Enchanted Whispers." Inside, the shop was a wonderland of forgotten trinkets and peculiar artifacts. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light streaming through tall windows, giving the room an ethereal glow. Shelves, lined with books of ancient lore, and jars filled with shimmering powders, promised secrets waiting to be uncovered. As Clara wandered through the maze of treasures, her gaze fell upon a small, unassuming box made of polished mahogany. It was the kind of box one might overlook amidst the more extravagant items, yet something about it whispered to her. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch, and as she lifted the lid, she discovered it held a simple, delicate feather, iridescent and glistening with colors that seemed to shift with the light. The shopkeeper, a kindly old man with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as the winter snow, approached Clara with a gentle smile. "Ah, you've found the feather of fables," he said in a voice as soft as a lullaby. It's said to possess the power to reveal the hidden stories of the world. Intrigued, Clara asked, "How does it work?" The shopkeeper chuckled softly. "Hold it close to your heart and listen carefully. It will guide you to the stories that are meant for you." Clara cradled the feather tenderly, feeling a warm flutter in her chest, as if it were alive. She felt an inexplicable pull, a gentle tug at her heartstrings, urging her to step outside and follow where the feather might lead. Thus began Clara's journey. She wandered through the village, guided by the feather's whispers which only she could hear. It led her to places she had seen 1,000 times, yet they now appeared infused with magic. The old oak tree by the river, the meadow where daisies danced in the breeze, even the cobblestones beneath her feet seemed to hum with life and secrets untold. Along her journey, Clara encountered a host of delightful companions. There was Finn, the mischievous squirrel with a penchant for storytelling, who regaled her with tales of the forest's hidden wonders. Then there was Luna, the wise and gentle owl, who shared her wisdom in riddles and rhymes, always encouraging Clara to think deeply and observe keenly. Together they roamed far and wide, the feather guiding them to a magnificent waterfall cascading into a crystal-clear pool. Here, amidst the cool mist and the symphony of water, Clara faced her challenge. A riddle carved into an ancient stone by the pool's edge read, "In silence and in sound, where wisdom can be found, seek the truth within your heart, and let your journey start." Clara pondered the riddle, her mind turning over the words like the leaves in the autumn wind. Luna perched by her side, offering a soft hoot of encouragement, while Finn twitched his bushy tail with anticipation. Clara closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to calm her racing thoughts. The feather lay warm in her hand, its subtle glow reassuring her. She realized that the answer lay not in the noise of the world, nor in the clamor of her own thoughts, but in the quiet truth of her heart. She listened carefully, allowing the silence to envelop her until she felt a gentle clarity. "The truth," she whispered softly, "is to follow the path of kindness and understanding, to listen not just with ears, but with the heart." The moment the words left her lips, the waterfall shimmered with a brilliant light, and Clara felt a profound peace wash over her. She had discovered the wisdom that lay in simplicity and kindness, a lesson not just learned, but felt deeply within her soul. With her heart lighter and her spirit soaring, Clara returned to Willowbrook, forever changed by her journey. She carried with her the feather of fables, a reminder of the stories that connected her to the world and the wisdom she had discovered. And so, each night before she drifted into dreams, Clara would hold the feather close and listen to its whispers, cherishing the gentle lessons it revealed. She knew that true magic lay in the bonds of friendship and the quiet strength of a kind heart. As the seasons turned and the years rolled gently by, Clara's story became one of many in the tapestry of Willowbrook, a tale of discovery, wonder, and the enduring power of wisdom over force. And in the heart of the village, the Emporium of Enchanted Whispers stood, a beacon of magic and mystery, waiting for the next curious soul to uncover its secrets. And so, under the watchful gaze of 1,000 twinkling stars, Clara's story, like a soft lullaby, lulled the village to a peaceful slumber, where dreams were woven with the threads of kindness and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet undulations of a verdant valley, lay the sleepy village of Willowbrook. This village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, was cradled by the arms of ancient forests and surrounded by a river that sang with the whispers of time. Willowbrook was a place where the air always seemed to carry a scent of honey and wildflowers, and where the sky was painted with hues of gentle lavender at dusk. In this village lived a young girl named Amara. Amara had a heart as vast as the sky and dreams as deep as the ocean. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her laughter was like the tinkling of chimes in a gentle breeze. She was known for her kindness, often seen helping her neighbors or tending to injured animals she found in the woods. Amara's favorite place was the edge of the forest, where a grand old willow tree stood, its branches cascading like a waterfall of green. Beneath this willow there was a small, clear pond that glistened in the sun's rays. Here she would sit for hours, listening to the stories the wind told through the rustling leaves and watching the fish dart beneath the rippling surface of the water. It was on a particularly golden afternoon, when the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows and bathing the world in a warm glow, that Amara discovered something extraordinary. As she leaned over the pond to catch a glimpse of the fish, she noticed a peculiar glint at the water's edge. Intrigued, she reached down and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was no bigger than her palm and felt oddly warm to the touch. Amara's fingers traced the delicate patterns etched into the wood, and she felt a gentle hum vibrating from the box. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of nervousness. With careful hands, she opened the box and found, nestled within, a shimmering opal stone, swirling with colors that seemed to dance like the northern lights. As she held the opal, she felt a flood of warmth rush through her, and an image appeared in her mind, a vision of a hidden world within the forest, a place untouched by time, where creatures of legend roamed freely, and the air was filled with the scent of magic. The vision faded, leaving Amara breathless and filled with wonder. She knew at that moment that the opal was not just an ordinary stone, but a key to another realm. The thought of exploring this hidden world thrilled her, and she felt a strong pull, a calling that she could not ignore. That night, as the village settled under the cloak of darkness and the moon cast its silvery glow, Amara lay awake, her mind buzzing with anticipation. She clutched the opal close, feeling its comforting warmth seep into her skin. She knew she had to embark on a journey to discover the secrets of the hidden world. The next morning, with the first light of dawn kissing the earth, Amara set off into the forest. She wore a cloak of deep forest green to blend with the woods and carried a satchel filled with essentials, a loaf of bread, a small flask of water, and a notebook to sketch any wonders she might encounter. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and rustling leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Amara walked with purpose, guided by an invisible thread that seemed to weave through the trees, tugging her gently onward. As she ventured deeper into the woods, time seemed to stretch and bend. The air grew cooler, and a mist began to swirl around her feet, whispering secrets in a language she didn't understand. Yet she felt no fear, only a profound sense of belonging. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient archway made of twisting vines and blooming flowers, vibrant with colors that defied description. The archway shimmered with an ethereal light, and Amara knew this was a portal to the hidden world she had glimpsed in her vision. With a deep breath, she stepped through the archway, feeling the world shift and change around her. The air was thick with magic, and the colors seemed brighter, more vivid than anything she had ever seen. She found herself in a landscape of rolling hills and crystalline streams, where the sky was a perpetual twilight painted with stars that twinkled like diamonds. As she explored this new world, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in tales, the gentle unicorns grazing in the meadows, the playful sprites flitting through the trees, and the majestic griffins soaring overhead. Each creature greeted her with warmth, sensing the purity of her heart. Amara wandered through the hidden world, her spirit soaring with each new wonder. She marveled at the beauty of the land, feeling a deep connection with every living thing. Yet, she also sensed a quiet sadness that lay beneath the surface, a longing for something lost. One day, as she sat by a brook, a soft voice broke through her thoughts. "You are the one who holds the opal," it said, gentle and melodious. Amara turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered, a being of light and shadow, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "I am Elian, guardian of this realm," the creature introduced itself with a graceful nod. "You have been drawn here for a purpose, dear child." Amara listened intently as Elian told her of a mystery that had long plagued the hidden world. A powerful magic, once abundant and nurturing, had begun to fade, leaving the creatures and the land weakened. The opal she possessed was the heart of this magic, stolen away by a dark force seeking to control it. "The opal chose you, Amara," Elian continued, "for your heart is pure and your spirit strong. You must restore the balance and return the magic to our world." Amara felt the weight of the task, but also a sense of determination and hope. She knew she could not accomplish this alone and sought the wisdom of her new friends. The unicorns, with their gentle eyes and soothing presence, offered their guidance. The sprites, with their playful energy, promised to watch over her. And the griffins, with their keen sight, vowed to scout the lands for any danger. Together, they formed a bond of friendship and unity, each contributing their unique gifts to the journey ahead. Amara realized that true strength lay not in power alone, but in the connections she forged and the love she shared with those around her. Guided by Elian, Amara and her companions embarked on a quest to find the source of the darkness. They journeyed through enchanted forests, across shimmering lakes, and over towering mountains. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their resolve, but with each trial, their friendship grew stronger. One day, as they ventured through a shadowy grove, they encountered a creature cloaked in darkness, a being of despair, twisted by its own greed. This creature, once a guardian like Elian, had been consumed by a desire for control, and in its jealousy had stolen the opal to harness its power for itself. Amara approached the creature with compassion, understanding that it was not truly evil, but lost and afraid. She extended her hand, offering the warmth and light of the opal. "You don't have to be alone," she said softly. "Let us help you find your way back." The creature hesitated, torn between its fear and the promise of redemption. Slowly, it reached out and touched the opal, and in that moment, the darkness began to melt away, revealing a being of light and beauty beneath. With the opal restored to its rightful place, the magic of the hidden world was reignited. The land blossomed with new life, and the creatures rejoiced, their spirits lifted by the return of hope. Amara and her friends returned to the clearing where the archway stood, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. Elian appeared once more, its eyes shining with warmth. "You have done more than restore our magic," it said. "You have shown us the power of friendship and the strength of a kind heart." With a gentle smile, Elian guided Amara back through the archway to her world, where the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook. As she emerged from the forest, Amara felt transformed, her spirit forever enriched by her journey. She knew she would always carry the hidden world within her heart, a place of wonder and magic, where friendship and love could overcome any darkness. And as she returned to her village, she vowed to share the lessons she had learned, spreading kindness and hope wherever she went. That night, as the stars twinkled above and a gentle breeze whispered through the village, Amara lay in her bed, the opal resting on her bedside table, its colors softly swirling. She felt a deep peace settle over her, knowing that she had discovered not only a hidden world, but also a hidden strength within herself. And so, with the warmth of the opal and the love of her friends guiding her dreams, Amara drifted into a restful sleep, her heart aglow with the magic of a world both old and new. In the days that followed, Amara found herself more attuned to the magic that lingered in the everyday moments of her life. She noticed the way the sunlight danced on the river's surface, creating patterns that told stories of their own. She listened to the whispers of the wind, which now seemed to carry messages from her friends in the hidden world. The villagers of Willowbrook noticed a change in Amara as well. Her presence seemed to bring a sense of calm and joy to those around her. Children gathered eagerly around her, captivated by her tales of unicorns and griffins, while the elders nodded in appreciation of the wisdom she shared without speaking a word. Amara's connection to the land deepened, and she began to see the interconnectedness of all living things. She planted a small garden at the edge of the forest, nurturing it with the same care she had shown the creatures of the hidden world. The garden flourished, drawing butterflies and bees, a testament to the harmony she had helped restore. One afternoon, as Amara tended to her garden, she felt a familiar warmth in her pocket. She pulled out the opal and noticed it glowing with a gentle light. A sense of longing washed over her, and she realized it was time to visit the hidden world once more. With her heart full of excitement, she made her way to the willow tree, where the archway awaited. As she stepped through, she was greeted by a chorus of delighted voices. Her friends surrounded her, their eyes shining with happiness at her return. Amara spent many days in the hidden world, learning from its inhabitants and sharing in their joys and challenges. She discovered new marvels and deepened her understanding of the magic that flowed through the land. Each visit strengthened the bond between the two worlds, creating a bridge of love and friendship. On one particular visit, Amara met a young sprite named Leora, whose curiosity and eagerness reminded her of herself. Leora was mischievous and full of energy, always asking questions and seeking new adventures. Amara took her under her wing, teaching her about the importance of balance and respect for all creatures. Together, they explored the hidden world, uncovering its mysteries and sharing in its wonders. Leora's laughter was infectious, and her boundless enthusiasm brought a lightness to Amara's heart. Their friendship blossomed, proving that bonds could be formed across any divide. As time passed, Amara's presence in the hidden world became a cherished part of its fabric. She was no longer just a visitor, but a guardian in her own right, entrusted with the care of its magic and the well-being of its inhabitants. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Elion approached Amara. "You have brought so much light to our world," it said, its voice filled with gratitude. "We wish to honor you with a gift, a token of our appreciation." From within its cloak of light, Elion produced a small, delicate pendant, an opal, much like the one Amara had found, set in a frame of silver vines. "This will serve as a reminder of our bond and a connection to our realm. Whenever you wear it, you will carry a piece of our magic with you." Amara accepted the gift with tears in her eyes, overwhelmed by the love and gratitude that surrounded her. She placed the pendant around her neck, feeling its warmth resonate with her heartbeat. As she prepared to return to her world once more, Amara knew that her journey was far from over. She carried the lessons of the hidden world within her, ready to share its magic and wisdom with those who needed it most. With a heart full of hope and a spirit aglow with the light of friendship, Amara stepped through the archway, leaving behind the twilight realm, but carrying its magic into the dawn of a new day. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient willow tree, Amara continued to live her life, a life filled with love, wonder, and the unyielding belief that the magic of friendship could change the world. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a modest cobbler's shop. The shop was a place of quiet charm, its wooden shelves lined with shoes of all kinds, from sturdy boots to delicate slippers. The air was filled with the comforting scent of leather and beeswax, mingling with the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread from the nearby bakery. The cobbler, a gentle soul named Tom, was known throughout the village for his craftsmanship and kind heart. He lived alone, though he was never truly lonely. His days were spent mending soles and polishing buckles, and in the evenings he would sit by the fireplace, listening to the crackle of the logs and the soft hush of the wind outside. One blustery autumn morning, as the leaves danced in spirals along the cobblestone streets, a peculiar customer entered the shop. She was an elderly woman with twinkling eyes and a smile that spoke of secrets untold. Her name was Leora, and she carried with her a pair of shoes unlike any Tom had ever seen. The shoes were of a deep, shimmering blue, like the sea under a moonlit sky, and they seemed to glimmer with a light of their own. Leora handed them to Tom with care, her fingers brushing against his with a warmth that seemed to linger. "These shoes," she said softly, are more than they appear. They hold a gift, a magic that reveals itself only to those with a heart open to wonder. Tom, intrigued by the mystery, promised to take great care of them. He set about his work, polishing and stitching with meticulous attention. As he worked, he couldn't shake the feeling that these shoes were whispering to him, their presence filling the shop with an unspoken promise of adventure. That night, as he sat by the fire, Tom decided to try on the shoes. The moment he slipped them onto his feet, he felt a gentle tug at his heart, as if the shoes were urging him to step outside. Curiosity and a sense of gentle urging led him to the village square, where the moon bathed everything in a silvery glow. To his amazement, the shoes began to move on their own, guiding him along the cobblestone path, past the bakery, and towards the edge of the village, where the woods loomed like a shadowy guardian. Tom hesitated for a moment, but the shoes seemed to whisper encouragement, and so he stepped into the forest, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The woods were a place of mystery and magic. The trees stood tall and ancient, their branches whispering secrets to one another. As Tom walked, the shoes led him deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the night was alive with the songs of crickets and owls. It wasn't long before Tom encountered his first helper. Perched on a low-hanging branch was a wise old owl, her feathers a patchwork of browns and whites. Her name was Orla, and her eyes glinted with knowing. "Welcome, traveler," Orla hooted softly. "I see you've found the shoes of wonder. They have chosen you for a journey of discovery." Tom listened as Orla explained that the shoes would lead him to hidden wonders and forgotten places, but that he must use his heart and mind, not force, to uncover their secrets. With Orla's words echoing in his mind, Tom continued on his path. The shoes guided him to a clearing where a gentle stream bubbled over smooth stones, its waters clear and cool. There he met a sprightly fox named Fen, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Fen had a mischievous glint in his eyes, and he spoke in quick, lively bursts. "Ah, a new friend on a quest. Fear not, for I am here to help you sniff out the treasures hidden in the world around us." With Fen's guidance, Tom learned to see the beauty in the smallest of things. The pattern of sunlight on the water, the delicate dance of a butterfly. Each discovery felt like a gift, filling him with a sense of joy and wonder. But the journey was not without its challenges. As Tom ventured further, he came upon a place where the path was obscured by a tangled mess of brambles and thorns. The shoes paused, as if considering the way forward. Tom sat down on a mossy rock and closed his eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over him. He remembered Orla's advice to use wisdom, not force. Slowly, he began to untangle the brambles, working with patience and care. As he did, he found that the path revealed itself, the thorns parting like curtains to show the way forward. With each step he took, Tom felt a change within himself. The shoes had not only guided him through the forest, but had opened his heart to the magic of the world around him. He realized that true discovery was not about seeking grand adventures, but about finding wonder in the everyday. At last, as dawn began to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold, Tom returned to the village. The shoes had led him back, their magic fulfilled. He placed them gently back in his shop, a soft smile on his lips. Leora returned the next day, her eyes twinkling with approval. She knew, without asking, that Tom had completed his journey. "Thank you," she said, her voice as warm as the morning sun. "You've seen the world through the eyes of wonder, and that is a gift you will carry with you always." And so Tom continued his work in the cobbler's shop, but now with a heart more open to the mysteries and magic of life. He shared his newfound wonder with the villagers, crafting not just shoes, but connections, weaving stories and laughter into the fabric of their days. And every so often, when the moon was full and the air was filled with the whisper of leaves, Tom would take the shoes out again, slipping them on and stepping into the night, ready to discover all the wonders that awaited in the world. Story 37. In a secluded corner of the world, where the whispers of time linger in the rustling leaves and the air is sweet with the scent of moss and wildflowers, lay the enchanted grove. This forest, cradled by mountains and kissed by morning mist, was alive with a magic that pulsed in rhythm with the heartbeats of its many inhabitants. The grove was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them were the gentle deer with their silver hooves that shimmered in the moonlight, the wise owls whose eyes held the wisdom of the stars, and the playful squirrels with fur as soft as the downy clouds. Each creature had its own role, its own song in the symphony of life that filled the air with a melody as old as the earth itself. In the heart of the grove, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, there lived a small family of foxes. Their den, nestled beneath the roots of a grand oak tree, was warm and cozy, lined with soft ferns and feathers. The matriarch of the fox family, a vixen with fur the color of autumn leaves, was known as the Keeper of Seasons. Her name was whispered with reverence among the creatures, for she carried the knowledge of the forest's ancient rhythms. The keeper had 3 kits, each with eyes that sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Every night, as the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the sky, she would gather her children close and weave tales of the grove's history. Under her gentle guidance, the kits learned of the harmony that bound the forest together, a balance so delicate that even the smallest change could ripple through the entire land. One spring evening, as the scent of blooming bluebells filled the air, the keeper noticed something amiss. The winds, which usually whispered of renewal and growth, carried a note of discord. The stream that wound its way through the grove, its waters usually clear and bright, had turned a murky shade. Concern knitted her brow, and she knew that the balance was in peril. Gathering her kits, the keeper set out to seek the source of the disturbance. Their journey led them deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the shadows longer. As they traveled, the ambient sounds of the grove, a chorus of bird songs and rustling leaves, seemed subdued, as if the forest itself held its breath. In a secluded glade, they found the cause of the imbalance. A great stone had fallen into the stream, blocking its flow and disrupting the life-giving waters. Around the stone, plants wilted, and the air was thick with the scent of stagnation. The keeper understood that the stone was no ordinary rock. It was infused with ancient magic, a relic of a time when giants roamed the earth. The kits, eyes wide with wonder and concern, looked to their mother for guidance. The keeper, calm and wise, taught them about the power of patience and understanding. Every challenge, she said, is an opportunity for growth. We must listen to the forest and find the solution within. Together, they called upon the creatures of the grove. The deer came first, their graceful forms casting long shadows in the twilight. Next were the owls, gliding silently from their perches, and the squirrels, chattering with excitement. Each creature brought with it a piece of the forest's wisdom, a thread of the intricate tapestry that wove them all together. With gentle nudges and a collective effort, they worked to move the stone. The deer lent their strength, the owls their insight, and the squirrels their nimble paws. As they labored, the forest seemed to awaken around them, the trees whispering encouragement, the breeze carrying their shared determination. Finally, with a resounding splash, the stone was dislodged, and the stream resumed its cheerful gurgle. The water sparkled once more, reflecting the canopy's green hues and the soft pinks of the setting sun. Flowers along the banks lifted their heads, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of renewal. The keeper gathered her kits close, their eyes bright with the joy of accomplishment. "Remember," she told them, "we are all connected, and in our unity we find strength." Her words were a balm, soothing the forest's weariness and restoring its gentle hum of life. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the grove, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light and content. The keeper and her kits nestled back into their den, surrounded by the warmth of family and the comforting knowledge that the grove was once again in balance. And so, the enchanted grove continued its timeless dance through the seasons, a place where magic and nature coexisted in perfect harmony. The keeper's tales endured, passed down through generations, a reminder to all who lived there of the wisdom held in the heart of the forest and the beauty of a world in balance. Story 38. In a secluded glen, where ancient oaks stretched their gnarled branches towards the heavens, a world of enchantment thrived, hidden from the eyes of humans. Here, the whispers of the wind carried the secrets of the forest, and the gentle streams sang melodies of harmony. At the heart of this verdant realm lived a colony of forest sprites, guardians of the natural balance. These diminutive beings, with gossamer wings and faces carved from bark, lived in perfect symbiosis with the flora and fauna around them. Among the sprites was Willow, a wise and venerable elder whose knowledge spanned generations. Her eyes shone with the wisdom of the ages, and her voice carried the weight of 1,000 autumns. It was Willow who taught the young sprites the ways of the forest, the intricate dance of life that wove together every living thing. On a crisp morning, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the canopy, Willow gathered the younglings around her. "Come, my little ones," she beckoned, her voice as soft as the morning mist. "It is time to learn the secrets of the changing seasons." With a wave of her hand, Willow conjured a swirl of magic, and before the wide-eyed sprites the glen transformed. The once verdant foliage burst into a kaleidoscope of reds, oranges, and golds as autumn's splendor took hold. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. "In the cycle of life, each season holds its own magic," Willow explained, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder. "Autumn is a time of transition, when the forest prepares for the slumber of winter. The trees shed their vibrant cloaks, nourishing the earth below with their offerings. As if on cue, a gentle breeze swept through the glen, carrying a flurry of crimson leaves that danced around the sprites. They giggled with delight, reaching out to catch the falling foliage, marveling at the warmth of the colors." Willow continued, "Yet, even in this time of farewell, life endures. The seeds of renewal lie dormant, waiting for the first breath of spring to awaken them once more." With another flourish of her hand, the scene shifted, and the sprites found themselves surrounded by the lush greens of a verdant summer. Butterflies flitted among the wildflowers, and the melodic trills of songbirds filled the air. A nearby stream babbled joyfully, its waters sparkling in the dappled sunlight. "Summer is a time of abundance and growth," Willow said, her voice carrying the warmth of the season. "The forest hums with life, and all creatures work in harmony to ensure the balance is maintained." As if to illustrate her point, a family of rabbits hopped into the clearing, nibbling on the tender shoots that carpeted the ground. A curious fawn poked its head through the ferns, its liquid eyes taking in the scene before retreating back into the safety of the undergrowth. The sprites watched in wonder, their eyes wide with appreciation for the intricate web of life that surrounded them. Willow's voice grew solemn as she waved her hand once more, and the scene transformed into the stillness of winter. A blanket of pristine snow covered the ground, and icicles hung like crystal tears from the bare branches. "Winter is a time of rest and renewal," she said, her breath forming misty puffs in the crisp air. "The forest slumbers, conserving its energy for the rebirth that awaits in the spring." As if on cue, a gentle snowfall began, each flake sparkling with a faint magic. The sprites danced and twirled, catching the delicate crystals on their outstretched tongues, reveling in the quiet beauty of the season. Willow smiled warmly, her eyes shining with pride as she watched her young charges. "Remember, my little ones, each season holds its own wonder and wisdom. It is our sacred duty to honor and protect the delicate balance of nature, for without it, the magic of the forest would fade." With a final wave of her hand, the enchantment faded, and the sprites found themselves back in the familiar glen, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the cycles of life that sustained their home. From that day forward, the young sprites carried Willow's teachings with them, becoming stewards of the forest's harmony. They tended to the needs of the creatures great and small, ensuring that the delicate balance was maintained. And as the seasons turned, they reveled in the magic that ebbed and flowed through the ancient trees, a testament to the enduring wisdom of their elders and the enduring beauty of nature's rhythms. Story 39. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in streams of gold, there lay a hidden world teeming with life and secrets. This was a place where the whisper of the wind carried stories from times long past, and the very earth seemed to pulse with the rhythms of nature. The forest was home to creatures both great and small, each playing their part in the delicate symphony of life that had played out since time immemorial. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was a map of the ages, etched with the stories of the forest. Thistle had seen many seasons come and go, his life a testament to patience and quiet observation. He had become a guardian of sorts, a keeper of the balance between the seen and the unseen, the natural and the magical. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest floor was blanketed with leaves in hues of amber and crimson, Thistle awoke to a peculiar sensation. The air was tinged with a strange energy, a hum that vibrated through the ground and into his very bones. He knew this feeling well. It was the call of the ancient oak, the oldest tree in the forest, who summoned the creatures of the wood when a matter of great importance arose. Thistle made his way through the underbrush, the rustle of leaves underfoot, a gentle reminder of the season's change. The path was familiar, lined with ferns that brushed against his shell and mushrooms that dotted the moist earth like little umbrellas. As he approached the clearing where the oak stood, he was joined by other creatures, squirrels with fur like burnished copper, deer with eyes as deep as the forest pools, and birds whose songs wove tapestries of sound in the cool morning air. At the center of the clearing, the ancient oak stood with its branches stretched wide, a living monument to time. Its leaves shivered in the breeze, creating a melody that spoke of wisdom and enduring strength. From the depths of its gnarled trunk, a voice emerged, as deep and resonant as the forest itself. "Creatures of the forest," the oak intoned, its voice carrying, with the authority of the ages, "a disturbance has been felt in the balance of our world. The seasons, once harmonious in their dance, seem to have lost their rhythm. Winter's breath draws near, yet the warmth of autumn lingers too long." A murmur spread among the assembled creatures. They had sensed it too, a confusion in the very air they breathed. The oak continued, "We must seek the wisdom of the four winds, who know the secrets of the season's dance. But they dwell beyond the veil of the known world, and only by working together can we hope to reach them." Thistle, feeling the weight of his years, yet buoyed by a sense of purpose, spoke up. "I will go," he said, his voice steady and calm. "I have long walked the paths of this forest and know its hidden ways, but I will need help. This is a journey for many, not one." From among the gathering, a young rabbit named Willow, her fur soft as the down of dandelions, stepped forward. "I will join you, Thistle," she declared, her eyes bright with determination. "I am swift and can cover much ground. Together, we can find the winds and restore the balance." The creatures of the forest murmured their agreement, and one by one, others offered their aid. A wise owl named Bramble, whose eyes glowed like twin moons, volunteered to guide them through the night. A gentle bear called Moss, with strength enough to move mountains, promised to protect them from any harm. And finally, a pair of mischievous foxes, Rust and Ember, pledged to use their cunning to navigate the trickiest paths. With their companions gathered, Thistle and Willow set out under the watchful gaze of the oak. The journey led them through the forest's heart, where the air was thick with the scent of pine, and the sound of babbling brooks sang a lullaby. The path twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the wilds where the light danced like fairies on the forest floor. As night fell, Bramble took the lead, his sharp eyes piercing the shadows, guiding them through the darkened woods. The stars above twinkled like diamonds scattered across black velvet, offering their silent encouragement. The cold night air was crisp and carried the distant howl of a lone wolf, echoing like a secret whispered across the land. For days they traveled, each creature contributing their unique strength to the quest. Moss forged paths through dense thickets, while Rust and Ember found hidden trails, their laughter like a song of hope. Willow's boundless energy kept the group's spirits high, her curiosity a reminder of the wonder that surrounded them. Finally, they reached the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and the land opened into a vast meadow. Here the winds played freely, each carrying the scent of distant lands and the promise of change. It was said that at this boundary, the veil between worlds was thinnest, and the winds could be heard by those who listened with their hearts. As they stood in the meadow, Thistle raised his voice in a song taught to him by the elders, a melody that spoke of the earth and sky, of time and tides. The others joined in, their voices mingling with the wind, creating a harmony that resonated through the very air. In response, the winds began to swirl around them, each taking form in the gentle breeze that caressed their faces. From the north came the cold, crisp breath of winter, carrying the scent of snow and ice. From the south, a warm, fragrant breeze like a summer's day. From the east, the fresh, floral breath of spring, and from the west, the earthy musk of autumn. The winds danced around them, their voices a symphony of whispers. "Why have you come?" they asked in unison, their tones as varied as the seasons they commanded. Thistle, standing firm in the center of their circle, spoke with the calm authority of his years. "Great winds, we seek your guidance. The balance of the seasons has faltered, and we fear for the harmony of our world. Help us understand how to restore the dance that keeps our forest alive." The winds swirled more intensely, their presence a palpable force. "There is a truth you must remember," they intoned, their voices like the rustle of leaves in a storm. "The seasons are a reflection of the world itself, a cycle of change and renewal. When the world is out of balance, so too are we. Seek harmony not just in the seasons, but in the very heart of your lives." As the wind spoke, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop shimmering like liquid silver in the moonlight. It washed over the creatures, a cleansing balm that carried away their worries and left a sense of peace in its wake. Bramble, wise beyond his years, nodded in understanding. "We must remember to live in balance with our world, to cherish each moment and respect the cycles of life." With a final gust, the winds began to recede, their presence fading like a dream upon waking. "You have the wisdom within you," they said, their voices now a distant echo. "Live with respect for all things, and the balance will restore itself." The rain ceased, leaving the meadow glistening under the moon's gentle glow. Thistle and his companions stood in silence, absorbing the lessons imparted by the winds. They felt a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to fostering harmony, not just in their world, but in their hearts. Together they began the journey back to the forest, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they held the key to restoring balance. Along the way, they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the adventure they had shared. When they returned to the great oak, they found the forest already beginning to shift, the seasons realigning with a gentle grace. Winter's chill was now tinged with the promise of spring, a reminder that life was an endless cycle of change and renewal. The creatures of the forest gathered once more, their eyes filled with gratitude and hope. The oak's voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the clearing. "You have done well, my children. Remember this lesson and keep it close to your hearts. Together, you are stronger than the trials you face." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and rose, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, their hearts light and their minds at peace. The balance had been restored, and with it the promise of a new day. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oak, the forest thrived. Its creatures lived in harmony with the world around them, guided by the wisdom of the winds and the enduring truth that life, like the seasons, was a dance to be cherished and respected. Story 40. Once upon a time in the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush whispering forests and fields of golden wildflowers, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. With eyes as deep and clear as the nearby river, Finn was known for his kindness and gentle spirit, but he carried a quiet burden, the fear of change. The seasons in Willowbrook were marked by vivid transformations. Spring's tender buds blossomed into summer's vibrant greenery, which then faded into the russet hues of autumn before winter's frost wrapped the world in a silvery veil. While others marveled at nature's cycle, Finn struggled with the impermanence it symbolized. He found comfort in the familiar and shied away from the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of apples and wood smoke, Finn wandered into the ancient forest at the edge of the village. The forest was a place of magic and mystery, where sunlight danced through the canopy, casting shimmering patterns on the forest floor. Here the trees were wise and old, their branches whispering secrets to those willing to listen. As Finn strolled along the moss-covered path, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small glowing acorn, pulsating with a gentle golden light. It seemed to hum softly, a melody only Finn could hear. Intrigued and feeling an unusual pull, he picked up the acorn and cradled it in his hands. The The warmth of it seeped into his skin, and he felt a strange sense of comfort and curiosity wash over him. Unbeknownst to Finn, the acorn was a seed of transformation, a magical gift from the forest's ancient guardian, an owl named Orin. With feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that reflected the wisdom of the ages, Orin had watched Finn from afar, sensing his inner turmoil. The owl knew that the acorn would guide Finn on a journey of self-discovery. Over the following days, Finn noticed subtle changes around him. The acorn, which he had placed by his bedside, seemed to glow brighter with each passing night, casting a warm, soothing light that filled his room with a sense of peace. In dreams, he found himself wandering through enchanted glades, where flowers whispered encouragement and streams sang of courage. Finn shared his experiences with his closest friends, Lila and Rowan, who were as steadfast as the mountains and as nurturing as the river. Lila, with her laughter like tinkling bells, encouraged Finn to embrace the acorn's magic, believing it was a sign of something wonderful. Rowan, with his quiet strength, offered companionship and wisdom, reminding Finn that change, though daunting, often led to growth. Buoyed by their support, Finn began to explore the forest more frequently, carrying the acorn with him as a talisman. He found himself drawn to places he had never dared venture before, hidden groves where ancient trees stood sentinel and crystal-clear pools reflected the sky. With each visit, he felt his apprehension slowly dissolve, replaced by a sense of wonder and possibility. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn sat beneath the forest's oldest oak, the acorn cradled in his palms. The air was hushed and expectant, as if the world held its breath. Suddenly, the acorn began to shimmer more intensely, and in a burst of golden light, it transformed into a delicate, ethereal butterfly. The butterfly, wings glistening like spun gold, danced around Finn, tracing patterns of light in the dimming air. In its flight, Finn saw reflections of himself, his fears, his dreams, and the potential for change that lay within. The butterfly's grace and beauty mirrored the transformation he was beginning to embrace. In that moment, Finn understood. Change was not something to fear, but a part of life to be embraced. It was through change that one grew, learned, and discovered the depths of their own spirit. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound courage, Finn watched as the butterfly soared into the twilight, a beacon of hope against the darkening sky. From that day forward, Finn embraced life with a renewed sense of purpose. No longer did he shy away from the unknown. Instead, he welcomed it as a friend. The acorn's magic had unlocked something deep within him, and he found joy in the ever-shifting seasons and the endless possibilities they brought. With Lila and Rowan by his side, Finn continued to explore the wonders of the world, finding beauty in every change and wisdom in every challenge. Together, they celebrated the magic of transformation, knowing that in the dance of life, every ending was but a new beginning. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, where the forest sang its ancient songs and the stars shone like diamonds in the night, Finn's journey of personal growth unfolded, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the gentle magic that lay within us all. As the seasons turned, the village thrived, a living tapestry of change and continuity, where every heart beat in harmony with the rhythm of life. And thus Finn's story came to a peaceful close, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who listened, reminding them that the beauty of personal discovery was a journey best shared, guided by the light of friendship and the warmth of inner transformation. Story 41. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees stood tall like silent sentinels, and the air was perpetually filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers, there existed a tale that was whispered only by the wind. It was a place where the sun's rays filtered through the dense canopy, casting a dappled pattern on the forest floor, and the symphony of rustling leaves, chirping crickets, and distant bird songs created a harmonious lullaby. Here lived a gentle-hearted wood nymph named Lysandra, her presence as serene and nurturing as the forest she called home. Lysandra was unlike any nymph the forest had known. Her hair, a cascade of shimmering silver like moonlit water, framed her face and fell gracefully down her back. Her eyes sparkled with the emerald hue of the deepest forest glades, reflecting the wisdom and kindness she had garnered over the centuries. She wore a gown woven from the finest mosses and delicate flowers, which seemed to bloom anew each morning with the first kiss of dawn. But what set Lysandra apart was not merely her appearance. It was her heart, which beat in harmony with every creature and plant in the forest. She had the rare gift of understanding the whispers of the trees and the murmurs of the streams. This connection granted her a magical ability, the power to heal and nurture life with just a touch. Her gentle hands could coax a wilting flower to bloom, mend a bird's broken wing, or soothe a frightened fawn. The forest was a world unto itself, hidden from the eyes of those who did not know where to look or how to listen. Its secrets were many, and its wonders endless. There was a stream of crystal-clear water that sang a different melody each day, and a grove of ancient oaks that, when the moon was full, would hum a deep, resonant tune that lulled the forest into a deeper slumber. It was here, amidst this magical realm, that Lysandra found her purpose and joy. One gentle spring morning, as the forest awoke to the soft glow of dawn, Lysandra heard a sound that was foreign to her sanctuary. It was a sound of distress, a plaintive cry that tugged at her heart. Following the sound, she moved gracefully through the underbrush, her bare feet making no sound on the soft earth. Her heart led her to a small clearing where, amidst the dew-kissed grass, lay a tiny creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a dragonfly, but not an ordinary one. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering like a rainbow in the morning light, yet they were torn and crumpled. The dragonfly's body was slender and delicate, its eyes wide with fear and pain. It fluttered weakly, unable to lift itself from the ground. "Oh, you poor thing," Lysandra whispered, kneeling beside the dragonfly. She reached out with her hand, her fingertips glowing softly with a warm golden light. As her touch caressed the fragile wings, the dragonfly shivered, and a soft sigh escaped its tiny body. Slowly, the tears in its wings mended, the colors brightening to a vibrant gloss. "Thank you," a tiny voice squeaked, surprising Lysandra. The dragonfly was speaking, its voice as delicate as a breath of wind through the leaves. "You can talk," Lysandra exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. "Yes, and you have saved me," the dragonfly replied, its wings now whole and glistening. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of the dragonfly glade, and I am in your debt." Lysandra smiled gently. "There is no debt between friends, Zephyr, but tell me, how did you come to be in such a state?" Zephyr fluttered his wings tentatively, testing their newfound strength. "A shadow has fallen over the dragonfly glade, a darkness that seeks to consume its light. I was injured trying to protect it." As Zephyr spoke, Lysandra felt a chill pass through her, a shadow creeping into the warmth of her heart. The dragonfly glade was a place of light and beauty, a hidden world within their forest, known only to a few. It was said to be the realm of the dragonflies, where their magic kept the balance of nature in harmony. "I must help you," Lysandra declared, her voice firm and resolute. "We cannot let this darkness prevail." Zephyr looked at her, his tiny eyes filled with hope and gratitude. "Your heart is pure, Lysandra. With your help, perhaps we can restore the glade to its former glory." And so a journey began, one that would change Lysandra in ways she could not yet fathom. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, guided by Zephyr's knowledge and Lysandra's determination. The path was not easy, for the shadows that threatened the glade were cunning and elusive, always lurking just beyond the reach of the light. As they journeyed, Lysandra and Zephyr encountered many of the forest's inhabitants, each facing their own challenges as the darkness encroached. A family of deer, their coats dull and lifeless, grazed on withered grass. A chorus of frogs, usually so joyous in their nightly serenade, sat silent and subdued by the edge of a murky pond. Each encounter weighed heavily on Lysandra's heart, yet it also strengthened her resolve. In her travels, Lysandra discovered an unexpected ally. Deep within a grove of silver birch trees, they met Orion, a wise old owl whose feathers were as white as the snow that dusted the highest peaks in winter. His eyes were like pools of molten gold, reflecting the light of 1,000 sunsets. "Orion," Zephyr chirped, his voice filled with respect. "We seek your counsel, for the dragonfly glade is in peril." Orion blinked slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "The forest speaks of the darkness," he hooted softly. "It is a shadow born of fear and imbalance, a reflection of hearts that have forgotten the light." Lysandra listened intently, understanding dawning upon her. Then we must remind them of the light, show them the beauty that still exists within. Orion nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. You are wise, young nymph. The power to dispel darkness lies within you, for light cannot be extinguished by shadow. It only needs to be remembered. With Orion's guidance, Lysandra and Zephyr continued their journey, their path illuminated by the owl's wisdom. They traveled through the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with ancient magic, and the trees whispered secrets older than time itself. Finally, they reached the Dragonfly Glade, a place that had once been a haven of light and color. But now, it was shrouded in a misty gloom. The vibrant flowers wilted, and the crystal-clear pool at its center darkened with murky shadows. Lysandra stood at the edge of the glade, her heart aching at the sight. Yet, she was not afraid, for she carried within her the light of the forest, a beacon that could pierce through any darkness. Together, we can do this, Zephyr whispered, landing lightly on her shoulder. With a nod, Lysandra stepped forward, her presence radiating warmth and hope. She raised her hands, allowing her magic to flow from her fingertips, a soft golden glow that spread across the glade like the first rays of dawn. The light touched the flowers, coaxing them to lift their heads and bloom once more in a riot of colors. The pool shimmered, its waters clearing to reveal the sparkling gems hidden beneath. As the light spread, the shadows retreated, banished by the strength of Lysandra's heart. The dragonflies emerged from their hiding places, their wings catching the light and filling the air with a dazzling display of iridescent hues. The glade was alive once more, a testament to the power of friendship and hope. As the last of the shadows faded, Lysandra felt a warmth settle within her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had not only restored the glade, but she had also discovered a strength within herself that she had not known existed. Zephyr hovered before her, his wings a blur of color. You have done it, Lysandra. The glade is safe, and the balance is restored. Lysandra smiled, her heart swelling with joy. We did it together, Zephyr, and I have learned that even the smallest light can banish the deepest shadows. Their journey had come to an end, but the bond they had forged would remain, a testament to the power of kindness and friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, Lysandra and Zephyr rested by the edge of the pool, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. In the whispering woods, the tale of the wood nymph and the dragonfly would be told for generations to come, a story of hope, courage, and the enduring power of light to conquer darkness. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle hum of the trees and the soft lullaby of the wind. Story 42. In the heart of the whispering wood, where trees sang with the wind and the ground was carpeted with soft, mossy blankets, there nestled a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it was bordered by the enchanted Glimmerstream River, whose waters sparkled like liquid stardust under the gentle moonlight. The villagers of Willowbrook lived in harmony with nature, and were known for their kindness and wisdom. One crisp autumn evening, as the burnt orange and golden leaves danced gracefully to the ground, a curious event stirred the peaceful routine of Willowbrook. The villagers noticed that the Glimmerstream River had started to glow a peculiar shade of lavender, a color it had never shown before. Its usual twinkling seemed to have transformed into a soft, pulsating light that ebbed and flowed like the gentle breath of a resting giant. The change was beautiful, yet mysterious, and the villagers, intrigued by this unusual spectacle, gathered at the riverbank to ponder its meaning. Among them was young Aveline, a thoughtful girl with eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She was known for her love of stories and her keen sense of observation. As she stood by the river, she noticed something peculiar. Tiny, shimmering creatures flitting above the surface of the water, their wings beating so fast they looked like delicate blurs of light. Aveline turned to her grandmother, Elder Mirabel, who was the village's wise storyteller and keeper of ancient lore. "Grandmother," Aveline asked softly, "have you ever seen the river glow like this before, or these creatures dancing upon it?" Elder Mirabel, with her silver hair braided like a crown and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of many years, smiled gently. "My dear Aveline, the Glimmerstream always holds secrets untold. These creatures you see are the luminous sprites, guardians of the river's heart. Their presence means something has stirred within the depths. Aveline's curiosity grew. What could have caused them to appear now? Elder Mirabel's smile deepened. Perhaps a riddle of nature or an ancient magic awakened. To understand, one must listen not just with ears, but with the heart. Determined to uncover the mystery, Aveline decided to seek the counsel of the wisest creature in the wood, the great owl, who resided in the towering oak known as the Sentinel. The Sentinel stood at the edge of the glade, its branches spreading wide like comforting arms. As twilight painted the sky with hues of purple and gold, Aveline approached the Sentinel. She called softly, "Great owl, keeper of the night's wisdom, may I speak with you?" From above, a rustle of feathers announced the owl's presence. With eyes like polished amber and a voice as soft as velvet, the great owl replied, "Young Aveline, seeker of truths, what brings you to my perch?" Aveline explained the river's mysterious glow and the appearance of the luminous sprites. "What could it mean, great owl? How can we solve this gentle riddle?" The great owl considered her words, then spoke with thoughtful deliberation. "The Glimmerstream's glow holds a message. To decipher it, you must seek the Whispering Stones, ancient guides hidden within the forest. They will reveal what lies beneath the river's shimmering surface." Aveline thanked the great owl and set off into the heart of the Whispering Wood, her path lit by the silvery glow of the moon. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of nature's lullaby. After a short journey, she reached the Whispering Stones, a circle of smooth, time-worn rocks that hummed with a gentle, almost musical resonance. Aveline knelt beside them, listening with her heart as her grandmother had taught her. Gradually, the stones began to whisper in soothing tones like a breeze through chimes. The river's glow is a call, a signal of imbalance. Deep beneath the water, a heartstone slumbers. It has lost its warmth, and the sprites have come to lend their light, but they cannot awaken it alone. Aveline understood that the heartstone needed help to restore the river's natural glow. She thanked the stones and returned to the village, sharing her discovery with Elder Mirabel and the other villagers. Together, they crafted a plan. The villagers gathered at the riverbank, each bringing a small token of warmth and love, a knitted scarf, a favorite book, a cherished memory written on a leaf. Aveline, with her heart full of hope, led the way, placing her own token, a tiny carved wooden heart, into the water. As the tokens floated toward the river's center, the luminous sprites descended, their wings casting a warm, golden light upon the offerings. The glow of the river deepened, shifting from lavender to a soft, golden hue. Slowly the heartstone awoke, its warmth spreading through the water, restoring the river's gentle, starlit glow. The villagers watched in awe as the Glimmerstream's light returned to its familiar dance of twinkling stars. The luminous sprites, their task complete, fluttered away, leaving behind a sense of peace and gratitude. Elder Mirabel placed a gentle hand on Aveline's shoulder. "You have done well, my dear. The river's heart beats once more, thanks to your kindness and the wisdom of nature." Aveline smiled, feeling the warmth of the villagers' gratitude and the river's gentle song filling the air. The mystery had been solved, not through force or haste, but with patience, understanding, and the power of friendship. As the village of Willowbrook settled into the quiet embrace of night, the villagers returned to their homes, hearts full of warmth and contentment. The Glimmerstream continued its soft, starlit dance, a reminder of the gentle magic that flowed through their world. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Willowbrook drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that in their world of harmony and wonder, every mystery could be unraveled with a kind heart and a listening spirit. Story 43. Once upon a time, nestled in a tranquil valley surrounded by misty mountains and serene forests, there was a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its lush gardens, where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and the air was always sweet with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. In this village lived a young girl named Marin, who loved her home dearly, but felt a restless stirring in her heart. Marin was gentle and kind, with eyes that sparkled like the nearby brook on a sunny day. Yet she found herself struggling with a persistent feeling of unease, a yearning for something more, something different. Change was a daunting concept for her, as she cherished the comforting routine of her days, where she helped her grandmother tend to their small herb garden and listened to the stories of the villagers by the fireplace. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the clouds with strokes of pink and gold, Marin decided to take a walk through the enchanted forest, a place whispered about in bedtime tales. It was said that the forest held secrets of magic and transformation for those who sought them with an open heart. As Marin stepped onto the path, the forest seemed to welcome her with a gentle rustle of leaves and a chorus of birdsong. The deeper Marin ventured, the more enchanting the forest became. The trees stood tall and ancient, their bark etched with patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the soft, mossy ground. As she walked, Marin noticed a curious thing: a procession of tiny, luminous creatures flitting through the air. These were the wisps of the Whispering Woods, known to guide lost souls and seekers alike. Intrigued, Marin followed the wisps as they danced ahead, their soft glow lighting the way. They led her to a small clearing where a crystal-clear pond lay nestled among the ferns. The surface of the water shimmered with a magical light, reflecting the sky and the surrounding trees in a mesmerizing display. Marin knelt by the pond, peering into its depths, and saw not only her reflection but a vision of herself she had never imagined, a version of Marin who was brave and unafraid, ready to embrace the unknown. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle voice spoke, as if carried on the breeze itself. "Change is the essence of life, dear Marin. It is not something to fear but to welcome, for through change we grow." Startled yet comforted, Marin looked around but saw no one. The voice seemed to have come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating within her heart. She pondered these words, and as she did, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a flicker of newfound courage. In that moment, Marin understood that the forest was offering her a gift, a chance to transform, much like the seasons that turned the world from green to gold and back again. She realized that while change was uncertain, it was also filled with possibilities. The following days saw Marin returning to the forest, each time with more confidence and curiosity. She met other creatures of the woods, each with their own lessons to share. There was a wise old owl named Oswald, who taught her the value of patience and observation. "The world has much to teach if you take the time to listen," he would say, his eyes twinkling like stars in the night. Then there was a playful fox named Finn, who encouraged Marin to embrace spontaneity and joy. "Life is a dance, Marin," Finn would chuckle, his bushy tail wagging. "Sometimes you have to leap before you look and trust that your feet will find the rhythm." With each visit to the forest, Marin grew more attuned to its magic and to her own inner strength. She learned to weave the lessons of the forest into her everyday life, finding joy in the small changes she made, like trying new recipes with her grandmother or exploring unfamiliar paths in the village. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Marin found herself back at the pond. The wisps danced around her, their soft light casting a gentle glow. Marin looked into the pond once more, and this time she saw herself as she truly was, strong, capable, and beautifully transformed. With a heart full of gratitude, Marin whispered her thanks to the forest and its magical inhabitants. She understood now that change was not the enemy, but a friend, guiding her towards growth and discovery. She felt lighter, as if she had shed a heavy cloak of doubt, and in its place, she wore a mantle of hope. Marin returned to Willowbrook with a newfound sense of purpose. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to embrace change in their own lives. Her grandmother beamed with pride, seeing the transformation in her beloved granddaughter, and together they planted a new section of the garden, filled with rare and wonderful herbs that Marin had discovered in the forest. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Marin's story became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a reminder that the magic of transformation was within reach for anyone willing to seek it. And so, in the heart of the village, where the brook sang its eternal song and the wind whispered through the trees, Marin lived a life full of adventure, love, and endless possibility, forever grateful for the change that had set her free. And as the moon rose high, bathing the village in its silvery light, Marin would often sit by her window, gazing out at the enchanted forest, a peaceful smile on her lips. For she knew that the magic of the forest was a part of her now, a gentle reminder that within every heart lies the power to grow and transform. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, cradled in the arms of the mountains, while Marin's story whispered through the leaves, carried on the gentle breeze, a lullaby of change, courage, and the beauty of personal discovery. Story 44. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known for her tender heart and a smile that seemed to reflect the golden hues of the sun. However, despite her warm nature, Leora often found herself pondering the winds of change that seemed to swirl around her life, leaving her feeling unsettled. Each morning, she would wander through the village, her bare feet brushing against the soft, dew-kissed grass, and she would pause by the ancient oak tree at the edge of the village. Its branches stretched wide like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets in the breeze. Leora loved the oak for its changeless strength, and yet she envied it, for she felt rooted in a life that was shifting beneath her. One crisp autumn day, as leaves painted in shades of amber and crimson danced down from the trees, the village buzzed with excitement over the arrival of a mysterious traveling merchant. His caravan was a kaleidoscope of colors, filled with trinkets and treasures from lands unknown. Leora, intrigued by the distant chime of exotic bells and the soft murmur of foreign tales, ventured to the market square. The merchant, a wise old man with eyes like twinkling stars, noticed Leora's quiet curiosity. "Ah, dear child," he said, his voice rich and warm like spiced cider, "I see the winds of change stir within you. Perhaps I can offer a gift to help guide your journey." From a velvet-lined chest, he drew out a delicate silver locket, engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the light. "This is no ordinary locket," he explained with a gentle smile. "It holds a magic that mirrors the heart of its keeper. Wear it close, and let it reveal the path you fear to tread." Leora accepted the locket, feeling its cool, reassuring weight in her palm. As she clasped it around her neck, a soft glow emanated from within, warming her heart with a sense of calm she had not known before. That night, beneath a sky dusted with stars, Leora dreamed. In her dream, she stood in a meadow blooming with flowers more vibrant than any she had ever seen. The petals shimmered with an ethereal glow, and as she walked among them, the colors seemed to sing a melody of hope and courage. In the midst of the meadow stood a figure cloaked in light, a being whose presence filled Leora with a profound sense of peace. "Change is but a dance," the figure spoke, their voice a gentle caress upon the breeze. "You must learn its steps, and let it lead you to the rhythm of your true self." Awakening with the dawn's first light, Leora felt a newfound resolve. She began to embrace the small changes around her, starting with her daily routines. She took new paths through the village, discovering hidden gardens and secret nooks that she had never noticed before. Her senses awakened to the beauty in the mundane, as if the world had been painted anew. Her friends, noticing this shift, rallied around her with warmth and encouragement. There was Tomas, the baker, whose laughter was as hearty as his loaves; Anwen, the weaver, whose nimble fingers spun tales as intricate as her tapestries; and little Pippa, whose wide-eyed wonder reminded Leora of the joy and simplicity. Together they formed a tapestry of support, each thread woven with care and understanding. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's locket continued to glow, reflecting her inner transformation. She learned to listen to the whispers of her heart, recognizing that change, though daunting, was a part of life's symphony. She discovered strengths she never knew she possessed, and found joy in the unexpected paths that unfolded before her. One evening, as the village gathered for the annual harvest festival, Leora felt the gentle tug of her locket once more. She followed its beckoning to the edge of the village, where the ancient oak tree stood bathed in the silver light of the moon. There, beneath its timeless branches, she encountered the traveling merchant once more. "You have grown, dear one," he said, his voice like a melody that resonated with the night. "Your heart has bloomed with the magic of your own making." Leora smiled, her eyes reflecting the myriad stars above. "I have learned that change is not to be feared, but embraced. It is a journey, and I am ready to dance." With a nod of approval, the merchant gifted her a small vial of stardust, a token of her journey and a reminder of the magic within. "May it guide you wherever your path may lead." As the festival lights twinkled in the distance, Leora returned to her friends, her heart light and her spirit free. Together they danced beneath the moonlit sky, their laughter echoing through the night like a gentle symphony. And so, in the cozy embrace of her village by the river, Leora found her place. Her journey was one of quiet transformation, where change became a cherished companion, and every step was a dance of discovery. In the warmth of friendship and the glow of her own heart, she realized that the true magic of life lay in the beauty of becoming. And as the world slumbered under a blanket of stars, Leora knew that whatever changes the dawn might bring, she would welcome them with open arms and a heart full of light. Story 45. Once upon a dreamy eve, the forest awakened to the call of the crimson sunset. Leaves danced in the twilight breeze, their rustling a prelude to the nocturnal symphony. In a cozy den beneath an old oak's gnarled roots, a family of wise badgers stirred. The eldest, Bristlebrush, emerged first, his silver-tipped fur gleaming like burnished steel. He inhaled deeply, savoring the earthy scents of loam and mushroom that perfumed the gloaming air. "Ah, the equinox approaches," he remarked to his mate Myrtle. "Can you feel the forest energy shifting, my love?" Myrtle nodded, her gentle eyes shining. Indeed, the balance tips towards autumn's plenty and rest before winter's deep slumber. She nuzzled their youngest kit, Thistle. "Listen well, little one. Observe the cycles of the seasons, and you'll grasp nature's profound teachings." Bristlebrush beckoned Thistle closer with a whisk of his striped tail. "You see, on equinox eves, the veil between our realm and that of the Fae grows thin. Wondrous, magical happenings often grace this forest." As if on cue, glimmers of pale green light began winking amid the bracken and fallen leaves. Thistle gasped in delight as a dozen tiny sprites materialized, their luminous wings buzzing rapidly. The fairies swirled and dipped through shafts of dying sunlight in an intricate aerial dance. "Make a wish upon the sprites' lights, little one," Bristlebrush whispered. "Their equinox blessings hold great power." Thistle screwed his eyes shut tightly in concentration, then opened them wide. "I wish for the forest to forever remain healthy and at peace," he proclaimed. The sprites chimed their approval, trilling melodies as beautiful as any songbirds. Spiraling closer, they sprinkled shimmering pollen over the badger family before winking out like candle flames in the dusk. Crisp night settled over the woodland, wrapping it in a velvet blanket beaded with dew. Myrtle tucked Thistle snugly against her warmth, while Bristlebrush began grooming his son's soft fur. "Why do the sprites visit on equinoxes, Papa?" Thistle asked between contented squeaks as his father's raspy tongue brushed his cheek. Bristlebrush smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "A very wise old bear once explained it to me. You see, the equinoxes represent balance, when day and night are in perfect harmony. The natural world holds opposites in equilibrium: light and darkness, growth and decay, movement and stillness." He traced a calloused paw over the bark of their oak guardian. "In spring and autumn, this balance shifts as the seasons prepare to transition. This flux of energy opens ephemeral pathways between our realm and that of the Fae folk. The sprites emerge to help renew and stabilize nature's cycles," Myrtle added. "With their blessings, all beings can revel in the beauty and abundance this forest provides, while also steeling themselves for winter's austerity." Thistle yawned, snuggling deeper into his mother's softness, lulled by the chirping of crickets and the murmuring of the wise old oak's leaves overhead. "I'll always respect the balance," he promised sleepily, "and protect this forest with my life." His parents gazed at him with shining eyes. "We're so proud of you, little warrior," Bristlebrush rumbled. Drawing his family close with sweeping embrace of his strong forelegs, he raised his gruff muzzle to the rising moon and awakening stars. The badgers slipped into contented slumber, cradled in the eternal rhythms and gentle magic of their woodland home. For in this ancient forest, the priceless lessons of nature's harmonies would forever be passed from mother to daughter, father to son, generation to generation, echoing through the turning seasons. Story 46. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang lullabies and the streams murmured soft secrets, there lay a village named Willowbrook. This village was nestled so snugly within the embrace of ancient oaks and silver birches that the outside world seemed but a distant echo. The air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and a gentle mist often curled around the roots of the trees, like a cat settling for a nap. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, something peculiar began to unfold in Willowbrook. The villagers noticed that the glowberries, which usually lit their paths with a warm amber glow, began flickering mysteriously. It was as if the glowberries were trying to communicate, their lights dancing and dimming in a rhythm that felt almost like a language. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces bathed in the soft, flickering light, murmuring amongst themselves. "Perhaps it's the work of mischievous sprites," suggested old Marlowe, the village storyteller, his eyes twinkling with curiosity rather than fear. However, young Lily, a wise and observant girl with a heart as generous as the forest itself, thought otherwise. Lily had always been close to the magical creatures of the woods. Her best friend was Willow, a gentle fawn with eyes as deep as the forest pools. Together, they often explored the hidden nooks and secret paths of the whispering woods. Lily knew every rustle in the underbrush and every song the wind sang through the leaves. As the villagers debated and speculated, Lily turned to Willow. "We need to find out what's happening," she whispered, her voice as soft as the twilight breeze. Willow nodded, understanding Lily's words without needing to hear them. The two friends set off towards the heart of the forest, where the oldest and wisest tree, the elder oak, stood. Its branches were heavy with age and wisdom, and its roots delved deep into the earth, cradling secrets from centuries past. Many sought its counsel, for the elder oak was known to speak in riddles that revealed truths to those who listened with patience. As they approached, the ground beneath them felt alive with a gentle hum, and the leaves above rustled in greeting. "Elder oak," Lily began, her voice humble and respectful, "something strange is happening with the glowberries. Can you help us understand?" The elder oak's voice was a deep, resonant whisper, like the rustling of leaves in a summer storm. "Child of the woods, the glowberries are indeed speaking. They sense a disharmony in the air, a small disruption that needs gentle mending." Lily and Willow exchanged a thoughtful glance. "How do we find what needs mending?" Lily asked, her mind already weaving through possibilities. "Seek the source of the flicker," the elder oak advised, "and listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. The answer you seek is closer than you think." Thanking the elder oak, Lily and Willow set off deeper into the woods. As they walked, the stars began to twinkle above, casting a soft silver light that mingled with the glowberries' gentle glow. They passed through groves of whispering trees, their leaves brushing against them like friendly hands. It was Willow who first noticed something unusual. His keen eyes spotted a tiny, shimmering trail of light leading away from the path. Without hesitation, Lily followed, trusting her friend's instincts. The trail led them to a small hidden clearing where a brook bubbled cheerfully over smooth stones. There, perched upon a moss-covered rock, was a tiny creature, a luminous sprite. Its wings were delicate and translucent, catching the moonlight like stained glass. The sprite seemed distressed, its glow flickering in the same rhythm as the glowberries. "Hello, little one," Lily said softly, kneeling beside the brook. "Are you all right?" The luminous sprite looked up, its eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears. "Oh, kind child," it whispered in a voice like tinkling chimes, "I am lost. I strayed too far from my glen, and now I cannot find my way back." Understanding dawned upon Lily. The glowberries were reflecting the sprite's distress signal, trying to guide it home. "Don't worry," she assured the sprite. "We'll help you find your way back." With Willow leading the way, they retraced the shimmering light trail, which now pulsed more steadily as the sprite's hope rekindled. Along the way, the forest seemed to lean in, offering its support with guiding breezes and rustling leaves that whispered encouragement. Finally, they reached a hidden glen bathed in ethereal light, where other luminous sprites awaited, their wings alight with joy at the sight of their lost friend. The little sprite fluttered from Lily's hand and joined its companions, their collective light shining brightly in gratitude. The mystery of the flickering glowberries was solved, and harmony was restored to the whispering woods. The luminous sprites, in thanks, gifted Lily a pendant woven from moonbeams and stardust, a token of friendship and gratitude that would always light her path. With hearts full of warmth and satisfaction, Lily and Willow returned to Willowbrook. The villagers gathered once more, this time to hear Lily's tale. They listened with wonder, their fears eased and their hearts uplifted by the story of kindness and connection. As Lily finished her story, the glowberries around the village glowed with a steady, comforting light, as if smiling along with the villagers. The whispering woods hummed a lullaby, and the gentle peace settled over Willowbrook like a soft, warm blanket. And so, with the mystery gently solved and friendship strengthened, the village of Willowbrook nestled back into the embrace of the whispering woods, where dreams and reality mingled like the soft hues of dawn and dusk. Story 47. Once upon a time, in the quiet village of Alderwood, nestled in the lush folds of the mystic forest, there lived a young girl named Myra. The village was a serene place, where the gentle rustle of the leaves seemed to whisper secrets of old, and the air always carried a hint of lavender and pine. Myra was known for her insatiable curiosity and her love for stories, especially those spun by her grandmother, who was the village storyteller. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Myra would sit by her grandmother's side, her eyes wide with wonder as tales of magic and mystery unfolded. Her favorite story was about the Heartstone, a magical gem said to be hidden deep within the mystic forest. It was rumored to possess the power to reveal the truth hidden within one's heart, a power both feared and revered. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Myra decided that she would find the Heartstone. She had always felt a strange pull toward the forest, as if it held secrets meant for her alone. With a heart full of determination and a satchel packed with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's compass, she set off on her journey. The forest was a world unto itself, with towering trees that seemed to touch the sky and a carpet of leaves that crunched softly underfoot. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced as the wind stirred the branches. Myra felt a sense of exhilaration and trepidation as she ventured deeper, the familiar path soon giving way to wild undergrowth. As she journeyed further into the heart of the forest, she came across a clearing where a small brook babbled merrily over smooth stones. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the vibrant colors of the autumn foliage. Myra paused to fill her flask and rested on a moss-covered log. It was here that she first met Finn, a fox with fur the color of copper and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. Finn approached cautiously, his nose twitching inquisitively. Myra, sensing a kindred spirit, extended her hand with a piece of bread. To her delight, the fox accepted the offering and sat by her side. It was as if an unspoken bond had formed between them, a friendship forged in the quiet of the forest. Together they continued their journey, with Finn darting ahead and then returning to Myra's side as if urging her on. The forest seemed to welcome them, the path unfolding like the pages of a book yet to be read. Myra was filled with a sense of purpose, as if she was meant to walk this path with Finn by her side. As dusk began to settle, casting long shadows that danced between the trees, they reached a place where the air felt different, charged with a gentle hum that vibrated through the earth. It was the entrance to the hidden world her grandmother had often spoken of, a realm where the ordinary became extraordinary. The entrance was marked by two ancient oaks, their gnarled branches intertwined to form a natural archway. As Myra and Finn stepped through, the world around them transformed. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the fading light. Strange, luminescent flowers dotted the forest floor, casting a gentle glow that illuminated their path. In the heart of this hidden world lay the enchanted glade, a place of unparalleled beauty. The glade was surrounded by a ring of willows, their branches trailing like curtains to offer a sense of seclusion. In the center, a small pond mirrored the starlit sky, and at its edge lay the Heartstone, pulsating softly with a light that seemed to come from within. Myra approached the stone with Finn by her side, her heart pounding with excitement and a hint of fear. As she reached out and touched the heartstone, a warmth spread through her body, and the world around her seemed to dissolve into a kaleidoscope of memories and emotions. Visions of her past unfolded, moments of joy and sorrow, of kindness and regret. Each vision was accompanied by a feeling, a whisper of understanding that seemed to rise from the depths of her soul. Myra realized that the heartstone was revealing truths she had long hidden from herself, fears unacknowledged, dreams unfulfilled, and the strength she never knew she possessed. The experience was both overwhelming and enlightening. Myra understood that the journey was not just about finding the heartstone, but about discovering the courage and wisdom within herself. As she let go of her fears and embraced her true self, the heartstone's light grew brighter, illuminating the glade with a warmth that chased away the shadows. With newfound clarity and a heart unburdened, Myra turned to Finn, who watched her with a knowing gaze. She knew their journey together was far from over, but she also knew she had the strength to face whatever lay ahead. As they made their way back through the forest, the path seemed less daunting, the trees more welcoming. Myra felt a deep sense of gratitude for the bond she shared with Finn, a friendship that had defied expectations and taught her the value of trust and companionship. When they finally emerged from the forest, the village of Alderwood was bathed in the soft glow of dawn. Myra felt changed, not just by the journey and the heartstone, but by the realization that true magic lay in understanding oneself and cherishing the connections forged along the way. Her grandmother was waiting, her eyes twinkling with wisdom as she embraced Myra. No words were needed, for she understood the journey her granddaughter had undertaken. Myra knew she would always cherish the tales of the heartstone, but even more, she cherished the tale she had lived, a story of courage, friendship, and self-discovery. And so, as the village awoke to a new day, Myra felt a sense of peace and contentment, knowing that the heart's true journey is never over, but continually unfolding with each new dawn. And in her heart, she carried the light of the heartstone, a beacon of hope and understanding that would guide her always. The end. Story 48. In the gentle glow of a late summer's evening, when the sky was painted with hues of lavender and gold, a young girl named Mirabel discovered a secret that would change her life forever. Her small village, nestled in the heart of a lush, rolling valley, was bordered by the mysterious Whispering Woods, a place known to hold secrets older than time itself. Mirabel had always been a curious child, her heart filled with an adventurous spirit that often led her into the woods, much to the gentle chiding of her grandmother, who warned of the mischievous sprites said to reside there. But Mirabel's curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and her imagination as vivid as the swirling leaves in autumn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, amber glow over the village, Mirabel set out with her faithful companion, a small, scruffy dog named Pip. The cool breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the atmosphere shifted, the air became thick with mystery, and the soft rustle of leaves seemed to sing a melody only nature could compose. Mirabel and Pip trod carefully along a narrow path, their footsteps muffled by the carpet of fallen leaves. It was then, just beyond a tangled thicket, that they stumbled upon something extraordinary, a glimmering pond, hidden from the world, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the deepening twilight sky. The pond was unlike any Mirabel had ever seen. Encircling it were stones of various colors, each one glistening with an inner light. As she approached the water's edge, she noticed a peculiar object lying atop one of the stones, a silver locket, intricately engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Mirabel gently picked up the locket. It felt warm in her hand, almost as if it were alive. She unclasped it, revealing a tiny, shimmering crystal nestled inside. The crystal pulsed softly, casting a serene glow that enveloped Mirabel and Pip in a cocoon of light. In that moment, she felt a connection to the woods, a harmony with the world around her that she had never experienced before. Curious, Mirabel held the locket close, peering into the depths of the crystal. Suddenly a voice, as soft as the rustling leaves, spoke to her, a voice both familiar and ancient, like a memory from a dream. It told her of the hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm of wonder and magic, accessible only to those with a pure heart and an open mind. The voice, which she came to understand was the spirit of the forest itself, revealed a task for Mirabel, a journey that would lead her to discover the true essence of friendship and the power within herself. It spoke of the Willow King, a wise and gentle ruler of the hidden realm, who had fallen into a deep slumber, causing the balance of nature to waver. Only a heart filled with kindness and courage could awaken him. With Pip by her side, Mirabel set off on her journey, guided by the soft glow of the locket. The forest, alive with the sounds of night, seemed to welcome her, the trees swaying gently as if urging her onward. As they traveled deeper into the woods, Mirabel felt a change within herself, a growing sense of purpose and strength. The path wound through towering trees, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced on the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of wildflowers and damp earth, a symphony of nature's perfumes that filled Mirabel's senses. As they walked, Pip darted ahead, his keen nose leading him to a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled trunk twisted with age and wisdom. Beneath its sprawling branches lay a gathering of forest creatures, rabbits, foxes, deer, and birds, all watching with eyes that seemed to understand more than any ordinary animal should. The creatures parted to reveal a path leading to a small, stone archway, intertwined with ivy and glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Mirabel approached it with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The moment she stepped through, the world around her shifted. The air shimmered, and she found herself in a place of breathtaking beauty. She stood in a meadow filled with flowers that glowed with their own light, their colors vibrant and otherworldly. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling stars and constellations that seemed to dance to a silent melody. In the distance, she could see a grand willow tree, its branches weeping gracefully toward the ground, and she knew this was where the Willow King rested. As Mirabel and Pip made their way toward the tree, they encountered a figure unlike any she had seen before. It was a sprite, its skin shimmering like dewdrops in the morning sun, wings delicate as gossamer. The sprite introduced itself as Leora, a guardian of the hidden realm, tasked with guiding those who sought to restore balance. Leora, with a voice as soft as a lullaby, explained that the Willow King had been lulled into slumber by a spell woven from the threads of doubt and fear, cast by a lost and lonely spirit seeking solace in the wrong ways. To awaken him, Mirabel would need to gather 3 gifts from the forest, tokens of friendship, courage, and wisdom. With Lyra's guidance, Mirabel embarked on her quest. Her first task was to find the token of friendship, hidden within the heart of the enchanted glade. The glade was a place where time flowed differently, where the past, present, and future intertwined in a dance as fluid as water. As they entered the glade, Mirabel felt a profound sense of peace, as if she were being embraced by the forest itself. In the center of the glade stood a crystal-clear pool, its waters reflecting the world like a mirror. At its edge, a solitary flower bloomed, its petals a radiant gold. Mirabel reached out to touch the flower, and as she did, a vision unfolded before her eyes, a memory of a time long forgotten. She saw 2 children, a boy and a girl, playing beneath a tree, their laughter echoing through the air. They were inseparable, their bond unbreakable, a testament to the power of friendship. The vision faded, leaving Mirabel with a profound understanding of the token of friendship, a golden petal from the flower, a symbol of the connections that bind hearts together. She gently plucked the petal, feeling its warmth seep into her being, and knew she had found the first gift. Their next destination was the Cave of Echoes, where the token of courage awaited. The path led them through a forest thick with shadows, the air cool and tinged with the scent of rain. The cave loomed ahead, its entrance a dark maw that seemed to swallow the light. Inside, the air was cool and still, the silence broken only by the soft drip of water echoing off the stone walls. As they ventured deeper, the darkness pressed in around them, but Mirabel felt no fear. The locket's glow guided her, its light a beacon of hope. In the heart of the cave they found a pool, its waters dark and still. As Mirabel gazed into it, the surface rippled, revealing an image of herself, standing tall and unafraid. The reflection spoke to her, its voice strong and clear, a reminder that true courage comes from within, from believing in oneself even when the path is uncertain. Mirabel reached into the pool, her hand closing around a smooth, cool stone. It was the token of courage, its surface etched with the lines of her reflection. As she held it, she felt a surge of strength, a reminder that she had the power to overcome any challenge. The final gift, the token of wisdom, was hidden within the grove of ancient oaks, where the oldest trees in the forest stood sentinel. The grove was a place of deep silence, where the whispers of the past lingered like a gentle breeze. As they entered the grove, Mirabel felt the weight of history pressing down upon her, the stories of countless lives woven into the fabric of the earth. In the center of the grove stood a towering oak, its branches reaching toward the sky as if in supplication. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a book, its pages yellowed with age. Mirabel opened it, her fingers tracing the words inscribed in an ancient script. As she read, the forest around her seemed to come alive, the trees swaying in harmony with the tales of wisdom contained within the book. The token of wisdom was a simple feather, light as a whisper, plucked from the pages of the book. As Mirabel held it, she felt the weight of knowledge and understanding settle upon her, the realization that wisdom was not just about knowing, but about listening, learning, and growing. With the three gifts in hand, Mirabel and Pip returned to the grand willow tree, where the Willow King lay in slumber. Leora greeted them with a smile, her eyes shining with gratitude and hope. Together they placed the tokens at the base of the tree, their combined glow forming a tapestry of light that enveloped the Willow King. Slowly the branches of the tree shivered and the ground trembled as the king began to awaken. The Willow King's eyes opened, deep and wise, reflecting the stars above. He spoke in a voice that resonated with the very essence of the forest, thanking Mirabel for her courage, friendship, and wisdom. His awakening restored balance to the hidden realm, and the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. As a token of gratitude, the Willow King bestowed upon Mirabel a blessing, a heart-shaped leaf that shimmered with the colors of the dawn. It was a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the power of kindness and the strength of the connections she had forged. With their task complete, Mirabel and Pip returned to their village, the locket's glow a constant reminder of the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. She knew that the forest would always be a part of her, its magic woven into the very fabric of her being. And so, under the starlit sky, Mirabel and Pip settled into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with visions of friendship, courage, and wisdom. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and wonder, its secrets known only to those who dared to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees. As the gentle night embraced the world, Mirabel understood that her journey had been one of discovery, not just of the hidden realm, but of herself. She had learned that true magic lay not in the locket or the hidden realm, but in the connections we make with others and the courage to follow our hearts. And so, with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl, the forest sang Mirabel to sleep, its gentle lullaby a promise of new adventures and endless possibilities waiting just beyond the horizon. In the quiet dawn, as the first light kissed the earth, Mirabel awoke with a smile, ready to embrace the new day and the adventures it promised. For she knew that with friendship, courage, and wisdom, she could face any challenge that came her way, and that the world was full of magic waiting to be discovered. And so Mirabel's story became a tale whispered through generations, a reminder of the hidden wonders of the world and the power of a kind and open heart. As long as there were those willing to listen, the Whispering Woods would continue to sing its songs, inviting dreamers and adventurers alike to uncover its secrets and find their own path to magic and wonder. And somewhere, deep in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the Willow King watched over the hidden realm, his heart filled with gratitude for the young girl who had brought light and balance back to his world. As the breeze rustled through the leaves, his gentle laughter echoed through the trees, a soft promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for those who dared to dream. In the warmth of the morning sun, Mirabel set out once more with Pip by her side, her heart light and her spirit free. She knew that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, its magic a constant companion on her journey through life. And with each step, she carried the lessons of friendship, courage, and wisdom, knowing that they would guide her wherever her path might lead. For in the end, Mirabel had discovered that the greatest magic of all lay within her own heart, and that the world was full of wonders just waiting to be found by those with the courage to seek them. And so, her story continued, a never-ending adventure filled with the promise of new beginnings and the joy of discovery. Story 49. In a village nestled between whispering woods and lavender fields, where the sky always seemed to blush in hues of the softest pink and gold, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had hair the color of warm chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves in the morning sun. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and curious heart, often wandering the woods with a small notebook in hand, scribbling down her observations of the world around her. One crisp autumn evening, as the cool breeze rustled through the leaves and the sun dipped below the horizon, a peculiar thing began to happen in the village. Little trinkets and small, shiny objects seemed to vanish into thin air. First, it was Mrs. Willow's silver spoon, then Mr. Alder's pocket watch, and soon even the delicate wind chimes that hung from the village hall were nowhere to be found. The villagers were puzzled, their brows furrowed in confusion, but Clara's mind buzzed with curiosity. She decided to solve the mystery of the disappearing treasures. With a determined nod to her reflection in the mirror, she donned her favorite scarf, soft and warm like a cloud, and set off with her notebook and a heart full of hope. As she wandered through the village, the scent of wood smoke curled through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. She listened carefully, her ears attuned to the whispers of the woods. It was then she noticed something peculiar, a trail of tiny footprints leading from the village to the edge of the forest. Clara followed the footprints, her boots crunching softly over twigs and leaves. The path wound its way into the heart of the woods, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches reaching out like protective arms. Here, the air was filled with the gentle hum of nature's symphony, a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. As she ventured deeper, Clara found herself in a small clearing bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight. In the center stood an old oak tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with a hollow at its base. From within the hollow, a soft, tinkling sound emerged like the chiming of tiny bells. Curious, Clara knelt down and peered inside. To her amazement, she saw a gathering of tiny, shimmering creatures, no taller than her thumb, bustling about with the missing trinkets. They were fairies, their wings glimmering like sunlight on water, their laughter as light and airy as a spring breeze. One fairy, with a crown of acorn and a cape of autumn leaves, fluttered forward. "Greetings, Clara," the fairy chimed, her voice as sweet as the first sip of morning dew. "We mean no harm. We are the gatherers, collecting things that shimmer and shine to decorate our home for the autumn festival." Clara smiled, her heart warmed by their gentle nature. "I understand," she replied softly, "but the villagers are worried about their missing treasures. Perhaps we could find a way to share the beauty of your festival with them." The fairy queen pondered for a moment, her wings flickering with thought. "Ah, a wonderful idea, dear Clara," she exclaimed. "Let us invite the villagers to the festival, and in return we shall return their treasures and share the magic of our world with them." With Clara's guidance, the fairies crafted invitations from leaves and twigs, each one adorned with a sprinkle of fairy dust. That night, as the village slept under a blanket of stars, the fairies delivered the invitations, slipping them beneath doors and leaving them on windowsills. The next day, the villagers gathered at the edge of the forest, excitement and wonder dancing in their eyes. Clara led them along the trail of footprints, her heart swelling with joy at the thought of the two worlds coming together. In the clearing, the fairies had prepared a feast of colors and light. Lanterns hung from the branches, casting a warm, golden glow, while tables were set with the returned treasures, polished and gleaming brighter than ever. The air was alive with music, a melody woven from the harmonious blend of nature and magic. The villagers marveled at the fairies, their hearts touched by the enchanting display of friendship and unity. They danced and laughed, their spirits lifted by the kindness of their tiny hosts. As the festival drew to a close, Clara sat beneath the old oak tree, her heart full of gratitude and peace. The fairy queen fluttered down beside her, resting lightly on her shoulder. "Thank you, Clara," she whispered, her voice a gentle breeze in the night. "Your wisdom and kindness have brought our worlds together." Clara smiled, her eyes shimmering with the light of the moon. "Sometimes all it takes is a little understanding and a heart willing to listen," she replied softly. And so the mystery was solved, not by force or fear, but through the gentle power of friendship and the joy of sharing. From that night on, the village and the fairies celebrated together, their bond growing stronger with each passing season. As Clara made her way home, the moonlight guiding her path, she felt a sense of contentment and fulfillment. The world was a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the kindness that resided in every heart, both human and fairy alike. And as she drifted off to sleep, wrapped in the warmth of her blanket, Clara dreamed of the wonders yet to be discovered in the whispering woods, knowing that every mystery held a story waiting to be told. Story 51. In a quaint village nestled between whispering woods and a shimmering lake, there was a place called Misty Hollow, where the air always tasted like honey and cinnamon. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths winding between cottages with thatched roofs, each surrounded by gardens brimming with flowers that sang at dawn and glowed like lanterns at dusk. In this gentle haven lived a young girl named Lila, known for her curious spirit and the knack for finding answers to peculiar happenings. Her eyes sparkled like the stars that danced above the hollow at night, and her heart was as warm as the summer sun. One morning, while the dew still clung to the leaves and the sun cast dappled shadows through the trees, a curious thing occurred. Lila awoke to find her garden in disarray. The once orderly rows of moonflowers and star lilies had been tossed about as though by a playful breeze. Yet there was no wind, only the stillness of morning. Lila, intrigued by this mystery, decided to seek the counsel of her wise friend, Elder Willow, an ancient tree who stood at the heart of the village. Elder Willow's bark was gnarled with age, and his branches stretched wide, offering shelter and guidance to all who sought it. As Lila approached, Elder Willow's leaves rustled softly, greeting her with a gentle whisper. "Ah, Lila, child of the dawn, what brings you to my roots this fine morning?" "Elder Willow," Lila began, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. "Something peculiar happened in my garden last night. The flowers have been rearranged, but not by the wind. I wonder if you might have some wisdom to share?" Elder Willow pondered, his leaves shimmering in the morning light. "There are whispers in the woods, Lila, of a tiny creature known as the flicker sprites. They are known to play under the moonlight, drawing patterns with their tiny hands. Perhaps they have taken a liking to your garden." Intrigued but not content with mere speculation, Lila decided to investigate further. She thanked Elder Willow and set off towards the edge of the woods where the flicker sprites were said to dwell. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler and carried the scent of pine and earth. The forest was alive with the soft hum of creatures unseen, the rustle of leaves, and the distant song of a brook weaving its way through the trees. Lila followed the sound, hoping to find the sprites at play. As twilight descended, painting the forest in hues of lavender and gold, Lila found herself at a clearing where the brook widened into a small pool. It was a place of quiet magic, where the air shimmered with an ethereal light. Suddenly, from the shadows of the trees emerged a cascade of tiny lights, twinkling like stars fallen from the sky. The flicker sprites, no larger than Lila's thumb, danced across the water's surface, leaving trails of light in their wake. Lila watched in awe, her heart swelling with wonder. She approached gently, careful not to startle the tiny beings. "Hello, flicker sprites," she called softly, her voice a gentle breeze. "I am Lila, and I seek to understand why you visit my garden." The sprites paused in their dance, turning curious eyes towards her. One brave sprite, glowing a soft blue, flitted closer. "We mean no harm, dear Lila," it said, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "Your garden is a canvas, and under the moon's gaze we weave spells of dream and light." Lila smiled, her curiosity satisfied. "Your art is beautiful, and I am honored to share my garden with you. Would you join me in creating something together, a design that we can both cherish?" The sprites chirped in agreement, delighted by the offer. Together, they set to work, arranging the flowers in spirals and patterns that resonated with both nature's harmony and the sprite's playful spirit. As the first stars appeared in the sky, the garden was transformed into a living tapestry, glowing softly under the starlight. The flicker sprites flitted about, their work done, and bid Lila farewell with promises to return. Lila returned to her cottage, her heart light and her mind at peace. She had solved the mystery with kindness and understanding, forming a new friendship along the way. As she lay in bed, the garden outside her window, a glowing reminder of the magic that could be found in the simplest acts of cooperation and creativity, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was a place full of wonders, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the gentle embrace of Misty Hollow, another mystery was solved, and the village slept soundly under the watchful eyes of the stars. Story 52. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine, and the ground was soft with a carpet of moss, there thrived a hidden world known only to those who listened to the whispers of the wind. This forest was no ordinary woodland. It was a realm where the natural creatures lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of ages. As dawn's first light painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a gentle mist rose from the forest floor, wrapping the trees in a tender embrace. Among these towering sentinels of green, a young deer named Thistle awoke. Her coat was as soft as the down of a dandelion, speckled with the dapples of sunlight filtering through the leaves above. Thistle was known for her gentle heart and curious spirit, often straying further than most to explore the wonders of her world. On this particular morning, the forest was alive with the symphony of awakening creatures. The chirping of birds created a melody that danced through the air, while the rustling of leaves added a gentle percussion. Thistle, with ears perked and eyes wide, set off on a path less trodden, her hooves barely making a sound on the mossy ground. Her journey was guided by an unseen pull, a whisper of intuition that beckoned her toward the heart of the forest. As she ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, and the canopy above closed in, creating a cathedral of green. Here, in this hallowed space, the trees were ancient and wise, their boughs heavy with the weight of countless seasons. Thistle paused beside a grand oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. She could feel the pulse of life within it, a steady thrum that spoke of endurance and resilience. Suddenly a soft voice drifted down from the branches above. "Thistle, dear one, what brings you to the elder grove today?" It was Sable, the wise old raven, whose feathers gleamed like polished obsidian in the dappled sunlight. Sable was known as the keeper of stories, his eyes bright with the knowledge of many lifetimes. Thistle tilted her head, her eyes meeting Sable's. "I'm not sure," she admitted, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "I feel something calling me, something I can't quite name." Sable nodded, understanding in his gaze. "Ah, the forest speaks to those who listen. Perhaps it is time for you to learn the dance of the seasons, a gift passed down through the roots and rivers of our home." With a flap of his wings, Sable descended to a lower branch, close enough for Thistle to see the intricate patterns in his feathers. "Listen closely, dear Thistle, and I'll tell you of the harmony that binds us all." As Thistle settled down, the forest seemed to hush, as if every creature had paused to listen to Sable's tale. Long ago, when the world was young, the seasons were wild and untamed. Spring burst forth with a riot of colors, summer blazed with heat, autumn painted the world in gold, and winter wrapped it in silence. But there was discord, for the seasons did not follow a dance, but instead clashed like waves upon the shore. Thistle leaned forward, her eyes wide with wonder. "What changed?" she asked softly. Sable's eyes twinkled with the light of ancient stars. It was the forest itself that taught them the rhythm of life. The trees whispered secrets to the wind, the rivers sang songs of time, and the mountains stood as sentinels of wisdom. Slowly, the seasons learned to listen, to move in harmony with one another, each taking its turn in the grand ballet of nature. Thistle felt the truth of Sable's words resonate within her. She had always sensed the ebb and flow of the seasons, the subtle shifts that brought new life or gentle rest. "And what of us?" she asked, her voice a mere breath. "We are the caretakers. Sable replied, his voice like the rustle of leaves. Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The deer spread seeds with their wanderings, the birds carry tails on their wings, and the rivers carve paths that shape the land. We are all connected, bound by the same threads that weave through the seasons. As Sable spoke, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the fragrance of wildflowers and earth. Thistle closed her eyes, feeling the forest embrace her with all its wisdom and warmth. She understood now that she was a part of something greater, a tapestry woven with the threads of countless lives and stories. When Thistle opened her eyes again, the sunlight had shifted, casting a golden glow over the grove. Sable had returned to his perch, watching her with a benevolent gaze. Remember, dear Thistle, to walk softly upon the earth, to listen to its whispers, and to cherish the harmony that sustains us all. With those words echoing in her heart, Thistle rose, feeling lighter than she had before. She knew now that her journey had only just begun, a path of learning and discovering the delicate balance of her world. As she made her way back through the forest, the sounds of life resumed, a gentle reminder that she was never alone. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced among the trees. And as night descended, wrapping the forest in a quilt of starlight, Thistle found solace in the knowledge that she was part of the eternal dance, guided by the wisdom of ages and the gentle hand of nature. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Thistle's footsteps joined the rhythm of life, a melody that would echo through the ages, a testament to the harmony that bound them all. Story 53. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of jasmine and the skies were painted in soft pastels, there was a house unlike any other. It was a charming, round house with a thatched roof and tiny, twinkling windows that seemed to smile at passers-by. This was the home of a kind-hearted young girl named Mira, who lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known throughout the village for her gentle heart and vast knowledge of the magical world. Every evening, Mira would help her grandmother prepare a pot of chamomile tea, and they would sit together by the fireplace, listening to the crackling wood and sharing stories. The world outside seemed to hush as the firelight flickered, casting a warm glow over their cozy haven. One quiet autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Mira noticed something peculiar. A trail of tiny, shimmering footprints had appeared in the soft earth of their garden. They were unlike any animal tracks she had seen before, sparkling like morning dew kissed by the sun. Intrigued, Mira decided to follow them, her heart fluttering with a mix of curiosity and excitement. The footprints led her through the garden, past the fragrant herbs and vibrant flowers, until they reached the edge of the woods. There, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, stood a small, moss-covered stone circle. In the center of the circle sat an ethereal creature, no larger than a rabbit, with wings that glimmered like the wings of a dragonfly and eyes as deep and wise as the oldest oak. It was a forest fae, a creature of legend known for its gentle nature and mysterious ways. "Hello there," Mira greeted softly, not wanting to startle the delicate being. "Are you the one who left those sparkling footprints?" The forest fae nodded, a tinkling sound like chimes in the wind echoing in the clearing. "I am, dear Mira," it replied in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I seek help, for the magic of the forest has been disturbed, and I fear for the balance of our world." Mira's eyes widened, and she felt a sense of purpose swelling within her. "How can I help?" she asked earnestly, eager to assist in any way she could. The forest fae fluttered its wings, sending a shower of glimmering light into the air. "There is a tree deep within these woods whose heart has grown cold. It was once the source of warmth and harmony, but now it spreads shadows instead of light. If we can restore its heart, the forest will be healed." Mira nodded, determination in her heart. "I'll do whatever I can to help," she promised, her voice steady and sure. Before setting off, Mira returned to her grandmother, who listened intently to her tale. Her grandmother nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Remember, my dear, wisdom is often found in the whispers of the world around us," she advised. "Trust in your heart and listen closely." Armed with her grandmother's words and a small satchel filled with calming herbs and healing salves, Mira ventured into the woods, the forest fae by her side. The path wound deeper into the forest, where the light grew dim and the air cool and mysterious. As they journeyed, Mira paid close attention to every sound and sight. The forest seemed to murmur secrets, the leaves whispering in a language only the heart could understand. She noticed how the birds sang softer, their tunes tinged with worry, and how the streams ran slower, as if burdened by unseen troubles. Finally they came upon the tree, an ancient oak, its bark gnarled and twisted, its branches heavy with shadow. The air was colder here, and Mira could feel the sadness that clung to the tree like a shroud. "What happened to you?" Mira whispered, placing a gentle hand on the rough bark. The forest fae hovered beside her, its eyes filled with sorrow. This tree once held the song of the forest, but it has forgotten its joy. We must remind it of the light and warmth it once knew. Mira thought for a moment, remembering her grandmother's words about the whispers of the world. She closed her eyes and listened, letting the forest's quiet song fill her heart. In the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft babble of the brook, she began to hum a melody, a simple, soothing tune her grandmother often sang on quiet nights. As her voice filled the clearing, something magical began to happen. The shadows that clung to the tree seemed to waver, as if touched by a breeze of hope. The forest fae joined in, its voice a delicate harmony that danced on the air like a sunbeam through rain. Slowly, the coldness began to melt away, replaced by a warmth that spread from the tree's roots to its highest branches. The leaves, once dull and lifeless, shimmered with a vibrant green, and the air hummed with the sweet scent of renewal. The tree, now awakened, stood tall and proud, its branches swaying with a gentle grace. Mira and the forest fae stepped back, admiring the transformation. "Thank you, Mira," the forest fae said, its eyes shimmering with gratitude. "You have reminded the tree of its song, and with it the forest will heal." Mira smiled, her heart light and joyful. "It was your song, too," she replied, knowing that the harmony they created together was what truly healed the tree. As they made their way back to the village, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang brighter, the streams danced with a joyful ripple, and the very air felt lighter, filled with the promise of peace. When Mira returned home, her grandmother was waiting by the fire, a knowing smile on her face. "I see the forest sings again," she said, embracing Mira with warmth and pride. Together they sat by the hearth, sharing a cup of chamomile tea as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. The house, with its twinkling windows and crackling fire, seemed to hum with contentment, a cozy haven in the heart of a world once more at peace. And as Mira drifted into dreams, she knew that no matter what mysteries or challenges lay ahead, she would face them with the wisdom of the forest and the strength of the song in her heart. The world was vast and full of wonders, but with kindness and friendship, every shadow could be turned to light. Story 54. In the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet of space, there lay a cluster of planets known as the Celestial Archipelago. Each planet was a world unto itself, with its own unique life forms and vibrant ecosystems. Among these planets were two very different worlds, the lush, water-laden planet of Aquara and the crystalline, ice-bound realm of Talanis. From Aquara came a creature named Oromir, a being of the sea. Oromir was tall and fluid, with skin that shimmered like the surface of the ocean under moonlight. He had eyes the color of the deepest lagoon, and a voice that resonated with the gentle lapping of waves. Oromir was a peacekeeper among his kind, known for his wisdom and gentle heart. From Tylanis, however, came a creature known as Lenara. She was a Tylanian, a being sculpted from the very ice of her planet. Lenara's form was angular and sharp, her skin reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny prisms. She had eyes that glowed with the cold brilliance of starlight and a spirit as resilient as the permafrost she called home. The story of their unlikely friendship began aboard the starship Harmony, a vessel dedicated to fostering understanding among the various species of the Celestial Archipelago. Oromir and Lenara found themselves assigned to the same diplomatic mission, one which sought to resolve disputes over shared resources between their home planets. Their first meeting was underwhelming at best. Oromir, accustomed to the fluid, warm interactions of his aquatic kin, found Lenara's mannerisms sharp and her demeanor chilly. Lenara, in turn, was puzzled by Oromir's languid movements and the strange warmth that seemed to emanate from him. It was not long before misunderstandings began to brew like storm clouds on the horizon. Their initial conversations were fraught with missteps. Oromir's attempts at humor were lost on Lenara, whose literal interpretation of his words often led to unintended offense. Lenara's straightforwardness, meanwhile, came off as brusque to Oromir, who preferred the gentle ebb and flow of dialogue. Yet despite these challenges, both were committed to the success of their mission. Their journey took them through the vastness of space, stopping at stations and planets where they would meet with representatives from other worlds. It was during one of these stops, on the vibrant planet of Floralia, that their first real challenge arose. Floralia was a world of perpetual bloom, its air thick with the heady scent of exotic flowers. It was here that a rare and valuable plant, the Selenia blossom, was being threatened by a blight. The Floralians, desperate to save their beloved flora, sought the aid of the Starship Harmony's crew. Oromir, with his deep understanding of aquatic ecosystems, and Lenara, with her knowledge of crystalline structures, were tasked with finding a solution. At first, they worked separately, each convinced that their approach was the most effective. Oromir focused on nurturing the soil and water conditions, while Lenara tried to fortify the plants with ice crystals to preserve them. Their individual efforts, however, yielded little success. It was only after a particularly heated discussion, where emotions ran as high as a tidal wave and as frigid as a Tylonian winter, that they realized the key lay in collaboration. They needed to combine Oromir's nurturing methods with Lenara's protective techniques. As they worked together, a newfound respect began to blossom. Oromir admired Lenara's keen insight and her ability to see the world through a prism of logic and clarity. Lenara, in turn, was touched by Oromir's gentle persistence and his deep empathy for all living things. Together they developed a hybrid solution, a nutrient-rich ice crystal that both nourished and protected the Selenia blossoms. With the crisis on Floralia averted, Oromir and Lenara returned to the Starship Harmony, their bond strengthened by the shared challenge. They began to see their differences not as obstacles, but as complementary strengths. Oromir's warmth balanced Lenara's cool logic, and Lenara's precision sharpened Oromir's fluid creativity. As their mission continued, they faced more challenges, from negotiating peace treaties to navigating the treacherous asteroid fields of the Tesseran Belt. In each situation, they leaned on their growing friendship. When Oromir's optimism faltered in the face of adversity, Lenara's steadfast presence provided him with stability. When Lenara's resolve wavered under the weight of responsibility, Oromir's empathy and encouragement reignited her determination. Their journey was peppered with quiet moments of understanding, sharing stories of their home planets, exchanging small tokens of culture, and learning to laugh together at the absurdities of their journey. Oromir discovered the beauty in Lenara's crystalline world, understanding the quiet strength that lay beneath its icy surface. Lenara, in turn, found warmth in Oromir's oceanic tales, seeing the depth and resilience of his watery world. As their mission drew to a close, Oromir and Lenara stood side by side, gazing out at the stars from the observation deck of the Starship Harmony. The vast expanse of the galaxy stretched before them, a tapestry of shimmering lights and infinite possibilities. In that moment, they understood the true meaning of friendship, not in the absence of differences, but in the embrace of them. Their journey had taught them that the ties that bind were woven not from similarity, but from respect, understanding, and shared purpose. With the mission's success, the ship returned to the celestial archipelago, where Oromir and Lenara were hailed as heroes of peace. But more important than the accolades was the friendship they had forged. A friendship that transcended worlds and species, rooted in the simple yet profound understanding that together they were stronger. And so, under the gentle glow of distant stars, with the warmth of companionship in their hearts, Oromir and Lenara embarked on new adventures, secure in the knowledge that no matter where the currents of life took them, they would always have each other's friendship to light the way. Story 55. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering woods, there was a small cottage with a chimney that puffed out clouds of sweet-scented smoke. This was the home of a kind-hearted herbalist named Clara. Clara lived with her mischievous tabby cat Pippin, and together they tended to the villagers' needs with potions and poultices made from the herbs she cultivated in her vibrant garden. One evening, as the sun set behind the hills and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Clara noticed something peculiar. The flowers in her garden, which usually closed their petals as dusk approached, were glowing gently, casting a soft, shimmering light. Clara, curious and unperturbed, knelt beside the blossoms, brushing her fingertips over the petals that felt warmer than usual. Pippin, ever the curious companion, leapt onto Clara's shoulder, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's as if the flowers have taken a liking to the moon," Clara mused, her voice gentle and filled with intrigue. She decided to consult the wisest creature in the woods, an ancient owl named Oliver, known for his vast knowledge and gentle humor. The next morning, after a breakfast of honeyed oats and warm milk, Clara set out towards the whispering woods, with Pippin padding softly by her side. The woods were a symphony of sounds, the rustling leaves, the babbling brook, and the distant call of birds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. They found Oliver perched on a sturdy oak branch, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Ah, Clara and Pippin," he hooted warmly, "what brings you to my humble abode?" Clara explained the mysterious glow of the flowers, describing how they seemed to dance with the moonlight. Oliver listened intently, nodding sagely. "It seems," he began slowly, "that your garden has been visited by the moon sprites. They are gentle creatures, fond of beauty and drawn to places where kindness blooms as freely as the flowers." Clara's eyes widened with delight. She had heard tales of the moon sprites, ethereal beings who brought blessings to those they favored, but she had never imagined they would visit her little garden. "How can I meet them?" she asked softly, her heart filled with wonder and gratitude. Oliver fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "Moon sprites are shy, but they are drawn to music and laughter. Perhaps if you create a welcoming space, they might reveal themselves." With a determined nod, Clara thanked Oliver and made her way back home. That afternoon, she and Pippin set to work. They gathered smooth stones to create a circle in the garden, placing lanterns around its perimeter to cast a warm, inviting glow. Clara strung colorful ribbons from the trees, which danced in the gentle breeze. As twilight descended, Clara brought out her wooden flute and began to play a soft, lilting melody. The notes floated through the air, mingling with the scent of lavender and rosemary. Pippin, with a playful purr, added his own accompaniment, a series of gentle meows that echoed through the night. As the moon rose high, a gentle rustle sounded from the heart of the garden. Clara and Pippin watched in awe as tiny figures emerged, their translucent wings shimmering like gossamer in the moonlight. The moon sprites were no larger than a thumb, yet their presence filled the garden with a sense of peace and magic. The sprites danced to Clara's music, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. One of them, a sprite with wings that glowed a soft blue, approached Clara. "Thank you for your kindness," the sprite whispered, her voice as light as a breeze. "Your garden is a haven, a place where love and care have taken root." Clara smiled, her heart swelling with happiness. "It is an honor to have you here," she replied softly. The sprite nodded, her eyes twinkling with a secret. "In gratitude, we have left you a gift," she said, gesturing toward the circle of stones. As the sprites began to fade into the night, Clara and Pippin approached the stone circle. There, in the center, lay a small pouch woven from moonbeams. Clara opened it to find seeds that shimmered with a silvery light. "Plant these under the full moon," the sprite's voice echoed gently in her mind, "and they will bloom into flowers that sing." With a heart full of wonder and gratitude, Clara held the pouch close. She and Pippin watched as the last of the moon sprites vanished, leaving the garden gently illuminated by their lingering glow. Over the following weeks, Clara tended to her garden with renewed joy, eagerly awaiting the next full moon. And when the time came, she planted the seeds in the heart of her garden. As the moonlight showered the earth, the seeds sprouted and blossoms unfurled, filling the air with a melody as sweet and soothing as the lullabies Clara played on her flute. The villagers soon learned of the magical garden and often visited, drawn by the enchanting music and the peaceful atmosphere. Clara welcomed them with open arms, sharing stories and laughter, her garden a testament to the beauty of kindness and the magic that resides in the simplest of gestures. And so, in the little village of Willowbrook, beneath the silver moon and the starry sky, Clara, Pippin, and their enchanted garden became a beacon of warmth and wonder, forever touched by the gentle grace of the moon sprites. And each night, as the flowers sang their lullaby, the village drifted into slumber, wrapped in dreams spun from moonbeams and melodies. Story 56. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where towering trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, a world of enchantment thrived. Here, the whispers of the wind carried the secrets of nature, and the rustle of leaves told tales as old as time itself. In the heart of this woodland realm, a family of forest sprites had made their home among the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. These diminutive beings, no larger than a child's hand, possessed a deep reverence for the natural world around them. The elder of the family, a wizened sprite named Willowbark, had seen countless seasons come and go. His eyes held the wisdom of centuries, and his voice carried the weight of generations past. It was his sacred duty to guide his kin and ensure the delicate balance of the forest was maintained. As the first rays of spring sunshine filtered through the canopy, Willowbark would gather the young sprites around him. With a gentle smile, he would recount the stories of the Great Awakening, when the earth yawned and stretched, and vibrant blooms burst forth from their slumber. "Listen, my little ones," he would say, his voice like the crackling of a cozy fire. "Can you hear the song of the forest as it comes alive once more? The melodies of the birds, the rustle of new leaves unfurling, the gentle trickle of streams freed from their icy chains, these are the symphonies that herald the arrival of spring." The young sprites would sit in wide-eyed wonder, their pointed ears perked up, eager to learn the ways of the forest. Willowbark would then lead them on a journey through the awakening woodland, pointing out the delicate wildflowers that carpeted the ground, the busy insects pollinating the blossoms, and the newborn animals taking their first tentative steps. As summer cast its warm embrace over the forest, the sprites would revel in the vibrant hues and the abundance of life teeming all around them. Willowbark would teach them the importance of maintaining harmony, of respecting the intricate web that bound all living things together. Each creature, no matter how small, plays a vital role in the grand tapestry of nature, he would remind them. The industrious bees pollinate the flowers, ensuring the cycle of life continues. The mighty oak provides shelter and sustenance to countless beings, and we, the sprites, are the guardians of this delicate balance. Under Willowbark's guidance, the young sprites learned to tend to the needs of the forest, whispering encouragement to the saplings, coaxing the vines to grow lush and verdant, and singing soft melodies to soothe the weary creatures during the heat of high summer. As autumn's golden hues painted the landscape, the sprites witnessed the transformative magic of nature's cycles. Willowbark would lead them on walks through the crunching leaves, sharing tales of the great migrations and the preparations for the long slumber ahead. "Listen closely, little ones," he would say, his voice carrying the weight of countless autumns past. "Can you hear the rustling of the squirrels as they gather their stores? Can you smell the earthy scent of decay as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak and prepares for its well-deserved rest?" The young sprites would marvel at the changing colors, the crisp air carrying the promise of frost, and the first flurries of snow that danced through the branches like tiny crystalline fairies. When winter's icy grip enveloped the forest, the sprites would huddle close together in their cozy home within the ancient oak. Willowbark's stories would take on a hushed, reverent tone as he spoke of the deep slumber that blanketed the woodland realm. "Though the world may seem still and silent," he would whisper, "life persists beneath the frozen earth, dreaming of the warmth to come. The seeds slumber, gathering their strength, while the animals burrow deep, conserving their energy for the great awakening." As the embers crackled in the hearth, the young sprites would listen, enraptured, to the tales of winters past, tales of snowflakes carrying the whispered wishes of the forest, of icicles chiming like crystal bells, and of the ethereal beauty of the world cloaked in pristine white. Through the changing seasons, Willowbark's wisdom echoed through the ancient forest, a testament to the enduring cycles of nature and the profound interconnectedness of all living things. And as each new generation of sprites came of age, they too would carry the mantle of guardianship, ensuring that the delicate balance of the woodland realm would endure for ages to come. Story 57. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and shimmering blue streams, there lived a young girl named Arya. The village was known for its warm-hearted people, cobblestone streets lined with blooming flower pots, and the sweet scent of freshly baked bread wafting from the bakery. Arya, with her bright eyes and a smile that seemed to carry the sunshine itself, had a curious heart that often led her to explore the farthest reaches of her little world. Arya's days were filled with simple joys, helping her mother in their bustling kitchen, playing with friends in the wide meadow, and listening to the elders tell stories of magic and folklore by the village square. Yet it was the tales of a hidden world within the forest, just beyond the village, that captivated her imagination the most. They spoke of a glimmering realm where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang melodies unknown to human ears. It was said that only those with the purest of hearts and the keenest of senses could find their way there. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze and the air was tinged with the scent of pine and earth, Arya decided to set out on a journey to discover this hidden world. She packed a small satchel with her favorite book of fairy tales, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation as she made her way to the edge of the forest where the village ended and the realm of mysteries began. The forest was a symphony of colors and sounds. The leaves crunched softly under Arya's feet, and the gentle rustling of branches spoke of stories untold. As she ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to change. The air grew thicker with magic, and a soft, ethereal glow illuminated the path. Arya felt a tingle of wonder and awe, as if the forest itself was watching her with eyes unseen. After walking for a while, Arya stumbled upon a small, bubbling brook. Its waters were crystal clear, and the soft gurgle was like a gentle hum that beckoned her closer. As she knelt by the brook, she noticed something peculiar. Among the pebbles and smooth stones sat a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that caught the light and shimmered like stars. Arya picked it up, feeling its cool weight in her hand, and wondered what it might unlock. Continuing her journey, Arya soon found herself at the base of an ancient tree, its trunk wide and roots sprawling like the fingers of an ancient guardian. It was unlike any tree she had ever seen, with bark that glistened like silver and leaves that glowed with a soft emerald light. At its base was a small door, barely noticeable amidst the foliage. With a breath of anticipation, Arya inserted the silver key into the lock. To her surprise, it turned effortlessly, and the door swung open with a soft creak. Inside was a spiral staircase leading down into the earth, illuminated by twinkling lights that seemed to float in the air like tiny stars. Arya hesitated for just a moment, then, with a heart full of courage, she stepped inside and began her descent. The staircase led her to a cavern of breathtaking beauty. The walls glistened with crystals that reflected a myriad of colors, and the air was filled with a sweet, floral aroma. At the center of the cavern was a small pool, its surface perfectly still and mirrored like glass. As Arya approached, she saw her reflection, but it was not quite her own. The girl in the pool had eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages and a smile that spoke of boundless joy. "Welcome, Arya," a gentle voice echoed through the cavern. Startled, Arya looked around but saw no one. "Do not be afraid," the voice continued. "I am the spirit of this hidden world, and I have been waiting for you." Arya felt a warmth spread through her, like the embrace of a long-lost friend. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Because you have the heart to see beyond what is visible, and the courage to seek what is unknown," the voice replied. "This world is a place of magic and beauty, but it is also a place of peace and learning. I will guide you if you wish to explore." Arya nodded, her heart filled with a sense of belonging and purpose. She spent what felt like hours in the hidden world, guided by the spirit's gentle voice. She learned the language of the trees, danced with the streams, and listened to the songs of the wind. The world was a tapestry of wonders, each more beautiful than the last, and Arya found herself transformed by the experience. The spirit taught her that true magic lies not in spells or incantations, but in the kindness and understanding one shows to others. Arya learned to listen with her heart, to see with her soul, and to cherish the beauty of the world around her. Each lesson was a thread in a tapestry of wisdom that wove itself into the fabric of her being. When it was time to leave, Arya felt a pang of sadness, but also a deep sense of fulfillment. The spirit promised that she could return whenever her heart called her back, and that the magic of the hidden world would always be with her. As Arya climbed the spiral staircase back to the surface, she felt a change within her. She had come seeking a hidden world, and she had found it not only in the forest, but also within herself. When she emerged from the ancient tree, the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. She made her way back to the village, her heart light and her spirit aglow with the magic she had discovered. Arya's journey had changed her, but more than that, it had taught her the value of friendship, wisdom, and the beauty of the world around her. She shared her stories with the villagers, not as tales of fantasy, but as lessons of kindness, courage, and the belief that magic exists wherever there is love and understanding. And so the village continued to thrive, nestled between the hills and streams, its people living with hearts open and eyes wide to the wonders of the world. And whenever the wind whispered through the forest, Arya knew it was the spirit of the hidden world, watching over her with a gentle smile. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the village slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of the night, while Arya's story of friendship and discovery echoed softly in the dreams of those who listened. The end. Story 58. In the heart of a lush, whispering wood, where the trees seemed to sway in gentle conversation with the wind, there lived a young woman named Lila. Lila had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the deep, tranquil shade of the forest's secret pools. She dwelled in a quaint, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the woods, a place she had known all her life. The world beyond the trees was vast and unknown, and Lila found comfort in the familiar embrace of her woodland home. Yet, despite being surrounded by beauty, Lila felt an unease stirring within her. It was as if a restless breeze had taken residence in her heart, whispering of change. She loved the forest dearly, but could not shake the feeling that it was time to step beyond its leafy borders. However, the thought of change filled her with trepidation, like stepping into an icy stream on a chilly morning. One crisp, golden morning, as the sun spilled its honeyed light through the canopy, Lila sat by her garden, weaving dreams from the lilac blooms that danced in the gentle breeze. Her friend, an old tortoise named Thistle, ambled beside her. Thistle was wise and patient, with eyes that held the stories of the earth. He had been a steadfast companion, providing comfort with his steady presence and gentle wisdom. Lila, Thistle began, his voice as slow and soothing as the forest itself. The world is vast and full of wonders, much like this garden of yours. To see it grow, you must first plant new seeds. Lila sighed, her breath mingling with the fragrance of lavender and mint. But what if I am not ready, Thistle? What if I plant the wrong seeds? Thistle chuckled, a sound like leaves rustling in the breeze. Every seed you plant, dear Lila, whether it blooms or not, teaches you something. You see, growth is a journey, much like the path of the river that carves its way through the forest. As the days turned into weeks, Lila pondered Thistle's words. One evening, as dusk painted the sky in hues of rose and violet, Lila felt a tingling sensation, like the brush of a butterfly's wing. Curious, she followed the feeling deeper into the woods, where she discovered a mystical glade she had never seen before. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air shimmered with possibility. In the center of the glade stood an ancient willow tree, its branches sweeping down like a grandmother's comforting arms. Beneath its canopy, the ground sparkled with tiny, luminescent flowers that pulsed softly, as if in time with the heartbeat of the earth. As Lila stepped closer, she heard a soft, melodious voice like the tinkling of distant chimes. "Welcome, seeker of change." Startled, Lila looked around, her eyes wide with wonder. "Who speaks to me?" The willow's branches rustled gently, and from the shadows emerged a creature unlike any Lila had seen. It was a small, ethereal being, with wings that glimmered like sunlight on water and eyes that shone with the wisdom of countless ages. "I am Lara," the being said, her voice a melody of warmth and understanding. "I dwell in this sacred glade, where the magic of transformation flows like the river of time. You, dear Lila, have been chosen to embrace the change you fear." Lila's heart fluttered, a mix of excitement and apprehension. "What must I do, Solara?" Solara smiled, a radiant glow enveloping her. "You have already begun, simply by stepping into this glade. Here, you will find the courage to grow, as the forest does with each passing season." With Solara's guidance, Lila spent her days in the glade, learning to listen to the whispers of the wind and the stories carried by the rustling leaves. She discovered the art of patience from the river that shaped its path through the forest, and the joy of letting go, like the autumn leaves that danced upon the breeze. As Lila embraced the lessons of the forest, she found herself changing in ways she had never imagined. Her heart, once heavy with fear, now sang with the promise of new beginnings. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a dance to be embraced, a melody that hummed through the very fabric of life. One evening, as the moon bathed the glade in silvery light, Solara appeared before Lila, her presence a gentle glow. "You have grown, dear Lila, as the willow grows towards the sky. What have you learned?" Lila smiled, her spirit as light as the dandelion seeds that drifted on the breeze. "I have learned that change is a gift, a chance to bloom anew. I have discovered the strength within me, nurtured by the forest's wisdom and the kindness of friends like Thistle and you, Solara." Solara nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Then you are ready, Lila, to step beyond the woods and into the world. Remember, you carry the forest's magic within you, a light that will guide you on your journey." With a heart full of gratitude and a soul alight with newfound courage, Lila returned to her cottage. She bid farewell to Thistle, who watched her with pride and affection. "Go forth, dear Lila," he said, "and let your heart guide you, for it knows the way." As Lila stepped beyond the familiar embrace of the forest, the world opened before her, vast and inviting. The path was unknown, but her heart was light, buoyed by the magic of transformation and the love of those who had supported her journey. And so Lila ventured into the world, her spirit as boundless as the horizon, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. With each step she carried the lessons of the forest and the gentle wisdom of Solara and Thistle, knowing that change was not an end, but a beginning, a beautiful dance of growth and discovery. And in the quiet, peaceful heart of the forest, the willow whispered to the wind, carrying Lila's story to all who would listen, a tale of courage, friendship, and the magic of transformation. Story 59. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a little shop called Whispering Wonders. It was a curious place, filled with curious things, where every nook and cranny housed an object with a story to tell. The shelves were lined with trinkets and treasures, each one humming with the promise of secrets just waiting to be uncovered. The keeper of this enchanting emporium was a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. With twinkling eyes and a warm, inviting smile, he welcomed each visitor as though they were stepping into a world of marvels. His most prized possession, however, was not something displayed for sale. It was an old, worn-out broom, tucked away in a corner, unnoticed by most who passed through. One crisp autumn day, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky was a patchwork of gray and gold, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the changing sky, full of dreams and wonder. Lila was known in the village for her curiosity and her imagination, which often led her on adventures through fields and forests, always seeking the extraordinary in the ordinary. As she roamed the aisles of Whispering Wonders, her gaze fell upon the unassuming broom. Drawn to it by an unexplainable pull, she reached out and touched its handle. To her astonishment, the broom shivered and then began to glow with a soft, golden light. Startled, she pulled her hand away and looked around to see if anyone else had noticed. But it was just her and Mr. Thistle, who watched her with a knowing smile. "Ah, you've found it," he said, his voice gentle and soothing like a lullaby. The broom of breezewood. It's been waiting for someone like you. Lila blinked, confusion mingling with excitement. What do you mean, Mr. Thistle? This is no ordinary broom, my dear. It has the power to sweep away more than just dust. It can clear the cobwebs of doubt from your mind and carry you to places your heart longs to explore. With a mix of disbelief and wonder, Lila picked up the broom. The moment she did, she felt a warmth spread through her, as if she had been wrapped in a comforting embrace. Mr. Thistle leaned closer and whispered, "Why don't you give it a try?" And so, with a heart full of anticipation, Lila stepped outside the shop. The breeze picked up, swirling the fallen leaves in a dance around her. Tentatively, she mounted the broom, and to her delight, it lifted gently off the ground. With a whoop of joy, Lila soared above the village, the world unfolding beneath her like a storybook. As she flew, the broom whispered secrets of the land and sky, of rivers that sang and mountains that dreamed. But more than that, it showed her visions of courage, kindness, and the joy of discovery. On her journey, Lila encountered a cast of delightful characters. There was Thea, the wise old owl who perched atop the tallest pine, her eyes a tapestry of wisdom. Thea spoke in riddles and rhymes, guiding Lila to see beyond the surface of things. "You must listen with your heart, dear child," Thea advised in her soft, melodic voice. "For the answers you seek are often hidden in the quiet places." Further along, Lila met Finn, the playful fox with a coat of fiery hues. Finn was always ready with a joke or a riddle, his laughter like the tinkling of distant chimes. He taught Lila the value of seeing the world through playful eyes, and that sometimes the best way to solve a problem was to look at it from a different angle. Together they faced a challenge that lay ahead, a great wall of fog that shrouded the path forward, thick and impenetrable. Lila paused, uncertainty creeping in. But remembering Thea's words, she closed her eyes and listened with her heart. The broom hummed beneath her, and she felt a gentle nudge, as if coaxing her to trust in herself and in the wisdom she had gathered. Opening her eyes, she realized that the fog was not a barrier, but a veil. By trusting in the journey, she could see the path beyond, illuminated by her newfound understanding and friendship. With a light touch, she steered the broom through the mist, emerging into a world bathed in golden light. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple, Lila returned to the village. She touched down softly in front of whispering wonders, her heart full and her mind alight with the day's discoveries. Mr. Thistle was there to greet her, his eyes twinkling in the fading light. "You've done well, Lila," he said, his voice a gentle murmur. "Remember, the magic of the broom lies not in where it takes you, but in what it helps you see." With a grateful smile, Lila returned the broom to its corner, knowing it would be there for the next dreamer who walked through the door. As she made her way home, she felt the warmth of the journey settle within her, a comforting glow that would guide her through the days to come. And so, as the village lights twinkled like stars and the night wrapped around her like a cozy blanket, Lila drifted into dreams of wonder and wisdom, carrying the magic of whispering wonders in her heart. Story 60. In a vast universe filled with twinkling stars and swirling galaxies, there nestled a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Here the skies were painted in shades of lilac and gold, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of life. Luminara was home to the lumens, beings of light who glowed softly like the moon, their very presence illuminating the meadows and forests they called home. Not far across the cosmic sea lay a planet named Terralon, a place of rich, earthy tones and towering forests where the Terralites dwelled. The Terralites were sturdy, earthbound creatures, with skin like bark and eyes that gleamed with the wisdom of ancient woods. They could shape the earth and coax life from the soil with their touch, making their world one of lush, vibrant beauty. On a day when the cosmos seemed to sing with possibility, a young lumen named Lyra stood at the edge of her world, looking out across the stars. She was curious and full of wonder, her light flickering with excitement at the thought of exploring the unknown. Meanwhile, on Terralon, a young Terralite named Bramble was tending to a grove of saplings, his heart yearning for adventure beyond the familiar whisper of leaves. Through a twist of fate, or perhaps the gentle guidance of the universe, Lara and Bramble's paths crossed when a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, causing Lyra's lightship to veer off course and land softly amidst the great trees of Terralon. Startled but unharmed, Lyra emerged from her ship, her glow casting gentle patterns on the forest floor. Bramble, who had been wandering nearby, approached cautiously, his bark-like skin crackling softly as he moved. He had never seen a being like Lyra before, and his first instinct was one of caution. Lyra, too, was taken aback by Bramble's earthy appearance, so different from the ethereal lumens she was used to. Their first meeting was fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's attempt to greet Bramble with a bright flash of light startled him, causing him to retreat behind a tree. In return, Bramble's deep, rumbling voice and firm gestures seemed intimidating to Lyra, who feared she had offended him. Yet beneath their initial confusion, there was a spark of curiosity, a desire to understand one another. As days passed, Lyra and Bramble began to bridge the gap between their worlds. Lyra learned to soften her light, creating gentle patterns that Bramble found mesmerizing, while Bramble, in turn, showed Lyra how to listen to the whispers of the trees, teaching her the language of the forest. Their friendship blossomed slowly, nurtured by shared challenges. One day, a great shadow fell over Terralon, a rare eclipse that threatened to chill the planet's surface and wither its vibrant plants. Together, Lyra and Bramble devised a plan. Lyra lent her light to warm the earth, while Bramble used his powers to weave a protective canopy of leaves, shielding the land from the cold. Through their combined efforts, they saved Terralon from the eclipse's chill, forging a bond that neither distance nor difference could sever. In the quiet moments that followed, as the eclipse passed and the natural warmth returned, Lyra and Bramble sat side by side, basking in the glow of their shared triumph. It was then that they truly understood the strength of their friendship. Lyra realized that her light was not diminished by sharing it. Rather, it was made more beautiful when it illuminated another's path. Bramble discovered that the earth he loved so deeply was enriched not only by his roots, but also by the gentle touch of light that came from beyond the stars. Their adventures continued, each new challenge strengthening their bond. They learned to communicate without words, understanding one another through gestures and shared glances. They celebrated their differences, finding joy in the unique qualities each brought to their friendship. One evening, as the sun set behind the towering trees of Terralon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra and Bramble sat together on a hill overlooking the forest. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the distant song of a brook whispered through the leaves. In that serene moment, Lyra turned to Bramble, her light casting a gentle glow over his bark-covered face. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of 1,000 suns, "for teaching me that even the brightest light can be guided by the wisdom of the earth." Bramble smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. "And thank you," he replied, his voice a deep, comforting rumble, "for showing me that the strength of the earth is even greater when it is nurtured by the light of friendship." As the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Lyra and Bramble remained side by side, their hearts filled with a deep, abiding peace. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended the vastness of space and the differences of their worlds, uniting them in a shared journey of wisdom, adventure, and unyielding support. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, Lyra and Bramble continued their journey, two unlikely companions whose friendship had become a beacon of hope and harmony in the vast expanse of the universe. Together, they illuminated the path ahead, their spirits as bright and enduring as the stars themselves. Story 61. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush whispering woods, there was a humble cobbler named Finn. Finn's days were filled with the rhythmic tap-tap of his hammer and the scent of freshly polished leather. His shop was small, with a crooked wooden sign that read Finn's Fine Footwear, and it sat snugly beside the bustling marketplace where villagers exchanged stories and goods. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced across the cobblestones, an elderly woman with eyes as bright as the morning star hobbled into Finn's shop. Her presence was serene, and she carried a small, weathered box under her arm. "Good day, young cobbler," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I've heard your shoes are as comfortable as a warm hearth on a cold night." Finn blushed at the compliment and nodded. "I do my best, ma'am. How can I help you?" The woman placed the box on the counter, its surface carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the soft light. "Inside this box," she began, "is a pair of shoes unlike any other. They have carried me through many journeys, and now I pass them to you." Curiosity sparked in Finn's eyes as he opened the box. Inside lay a pair of shoes made from the softest leather, their soles embroidered with tiny silver stars. The shoes were elegant and unassuming, yet they held an aura of mystery. "These shoes," the woman continued, "are magical. They have the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the world, but only to those who walk with kindness and an open heart." Finn was astonished. He had never encountered magic before, let alone in something as ordinary as shoes. "Thank you," he stammered, unsure of what else to say. The woman smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. "Remember, young cobbler, the greatest journeys are those that teach us more about ourselves." With that, she turned and left, her silhouette fading into the tapestry of autumn leaves. Finn, eager yet cautious, decided to try the shoes on. As he laced them up, a gentle warmth spread from his toes to his heart. With each step he took, the world around him seemed to shift and change. The colors of the leaves became more vibrant, the air filled with the sweet scent of apples and cinnamon, and the distant chimes of a hidden brook reached his ears. Venturing out of his shop, Finn found himself drawn towards the forest, where the trees stood tall and wise. The path, covered in a blanket of fallen leaves, seemed to beckon him forward. As he walked deeper into the woods, he encountered a small rabbit with fur as white as snow and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "Hello there," the rabbit greeted, his voice high and cheerful. "I see you've found the shoes of wonder." Finn chuckled, surprised that he was not startled by a talking rabbit. "Yes, I have. Do you know where they will lead me?" The rabbit twitched his nose thoughtfully. "Ah, it is not about where they lead, but what they show you along the way. Follow me, and perhaps we'll both learn something new." With the rabbit as his companion, Finn continued his journey. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle rustling of the wind through the branches. They soon came upon a clearing where a gentle stream flowed, its waters glistening like 1,000 tiny mirrors in the sunlight. At the edge of the stream sat an old tortoise, his shell etched with the patterns of time. He was humming a soft tune, his eyes half closed in contentment. "Good day, wise tortoise," the rabbit chirped. "We seek wisdom on our journey." The tortoise opened his eyes, regarding them with a slow, knowing gaze. "Wisdom is like the stream," he said, his voice deep and soothing. "It flows gently, carving its own path. It cannot be rushed, nor can it be forced." Finn listened intently, feeling the truth in the tortoise's words resonate within him. "Continue your journey with patience and an open heart," the tortoise advised. "And remember, the greatest challenges are not those we face with strength, but with understanding." Thanking the tortoise, Finn and the rabbit resumed their journey. The forest began to thin, and soon they emerged into a sunlit meadow filled with wildflowers swaying in the breeze. It was here that they met a young girl named Lara, her hair a cascade of golden curls and her eyes wide with wonder. Lara was attempting to build a bridge across a small brook, using stones that were too heavy for her to lift. Her face was scrunched in concentration, determination etched in every feature. "Hello," Lara said, noticing their approach. "I want to cross the brook, but these stones are too stubborn." Finn watched for a moment, then said gently, "Perhaps there's another way to build your bridge." Together they sat beside the brook, and Finn shared the wisdom of the tortoise. "Let the brook guide you. Use what it offers, rather than what you wish it to be." With newfound inspiration, Lara began to gather smaller stones and twigs, weaving them together with vines and leaves. Slowly, a delicate bridge took shape, one that danced with the flow of the water rather than opposing it. As the bridge was completed, a breeze swept through the meadow, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers. The brook gurgled happily beneath their creation, a testament to their patience and ingenuity. "Thank you." Lyra beamed, her eyes bright with gratitude. "You've shown me a new way to see the world." Finn smiled, feeling a warmth that was more than the shoes could provide. He realized that the journey had not only revealed the wonders of the world, but also the wonders within himself. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn and the rabbit returned to Willowbrook. The village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of home-cooked meals. Back in his shop, Finn carefully placed the magical shoes back in their box, feeling a deep sense of peace. He knew that the shoes had shown him more than just hidden wonders. They had taught him the value of kindness, patience, and the beauty of seeing the world through an open heart. And so, as the stars twinkled above like the tiny silver threads embroidered on the shoes, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the greatest journeys were yet to come, guided by the wisdom he had gathered along the way. The End. Story 62. In a quaint village nestled amid rolling hills, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, lived a young girl named Isla. Isla was known for her bright eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the fringes of her little village. Each day she would wander to the edge of her small world, where the forest began, a verdant sea of trees whispering secrets in the rustle of their leaves. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to dance their way to the ground, Isla set her heart on exploring the mysterious woods that stretched infinitely beyond the horizon. The villagers often spoke of these woods as a place of wonder and enchantment, where magic lingered in the air like a forgotten song. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with fresh bread and a flask of sweet apple cider, she ventured into the forest, her heart alight with the promise of discovery. As Isla walked deeper into the forest, the path beneath her feet transformed from a simple dirt trail to one blanketed in soft, mossy patches. The trees grew taller and their trunks thicker, their bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful shadows that danced around her, igniting her imagination like a spark to kindling. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a warm amber glow. In the center stood a peculiar tree, unlike any she had seen before. Its branches were laden with shimmering leaves that gleamed like spun gold. As she approached, Isla noticed that the air around the tree was filled with a gentle, melodic hum, as if the tree itself was singing a lullaby to the forest. Curious, Isla reached out to touch one of the glowing leaves, and as her fingers brushed against it, she was surprised to see the leaf transform into a fluttering, iridescent butterfly. The creature hovered momentarily before flitting around her head, leaving a trail of glittering dust that sparkled in the sunlight. Isla giggled, enchanted by the tree's magical transformation and the butterfly's delicate dance. Just then, a soft rustling sound caught her attention, drawing her gaze to the far side of the clearing. There, peeking from behind a bush, was a small creature that seemed to be made entirely of twinkling stars. Its eyes were large and filled with the light of 1,000 galaxies. With a gentle, almost timid step, it emerged fully from the underbrush, revealing its luminescent fur that shifted colors with every movement. "Hello," Isla said softly, crouching down to be at eye level with the creature. "I'm Isla. Who might you be?" The starry creature tilted its head, as if considering her words, and then replied in a voice that was like the soft chime of distant bells. "I am Lunaris, guardian of the forest's dreams." Isla's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. "I'm exploring the forest," she explained, hoping to uncover its secrets. Lunaris nodded, its eyes twinkling with understanding. "The forest holds many wonders for those who seek with an open heart," it said. "But remember, the greatest discoveries often lie not in what you find, but in what you learn about yourself along the way." With Lunaris by her side, Isla continued her journey deeper into the forest. They encountered a meadow filled with flowers that sang softly when the wind blew, their petals vibrating gently to create a symphony of nature. Isla laughed and danced among them, her spirit soaring with the music of the earth. Further on, they came across a bubbling brook where the water was as clear as crystal and tasted of the sweetest nectar. Isla knelt beside it, cupping the water in her hands to drink, feeling rejuvenated with each sip. The brook gurgled happily, as if pleased to share its bounty with such a kind-hearted traveler. As the day wore on, Ela faced gentle challenges that tested her courage and resolve. There was a bridge made of translucent moonbeams that she had to cross, requiring her to trust in the unseen. With Lunaris's encouragement, she stepped forward, her heart pounding with both fear and exhilaration, and found the path beneath her as solid as her faith. In another part of the forest, a maze of hedges rose around them, woven with thorny vines that seemed impassable. But by recalling the songs of the flowers and the whisper of the trees, Isla and Lunaris worked together to find their way through, revealing the power of collaboration and friendship. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of twilight, Isla and Lunaris reached the heart of the forest. There, they discovered a hidden grove where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, and the ground was covered in a soft carpet of lilac-colored moss. In the center of the grove stood an ancient stone archway, its surface engraved with symbols that glowed softly in the dim light. Lunaris turned to Isla, its eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the archway. "This is the Gateway of Dreams," it explained. "It holds the power to transport you to any place your heart desires, but only if you truly understand what it is you seek." Ela thought for a moment, reflecting on her journey and the wonders she had seen. She realized that what she truly desired was not a new place, but the ability to share the magic and beauty she had discovered with those she loved. With her heart full of understanding, Ela stepped forward and touched the archway. A gentle warmth spread through her, and the symbols on the stone began to shimmer with a brilliant light. The air around her shimmered like a mirage, and Ela felt herself being gently lifted, surrounded by a cocoon of soft, golden light. When the light faded, Isla found herself back at the edge of the forest, the village lights twinkling warmly in the distance. Lunaris stood beside her, its starry figure glowing softly in the twilight. "Thank you, Lunaris," Isla whispered, her voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me the wonders of the forest and the strength within myself." Lunaris bowed its head, its eyes sparkling with a gentle joy. "Remember, Isla," it said, "the magic of the forest lives within you now. Share it with the world, and it will never fade." With a final, twinkling farewell, Lunaris melted into the night sky, becoming one with the stars that guided Isla home. As she walked back to her village, her heart was light, her spirit invigorated by the journey she had undertaken. When she returned home, she found her family gathered around the hearth, the fire crackling warmly and casting flickering shadows across the room. Isla settled down beside them, her eyes alight with the stories she had to share, stories of courage, friendship, and the magical wonders that lay just beyond the edge of the known. And as the village settled into the peaceful embrace of night, Isla's tales of the enchanted forest wove a tapestry of dreams, carrying them all into a world where magic was real, and courage and exploration opened the door to the extraordinary. And so, under the watchful gaze of a sky filled with twinkling stars, Ela and her village drifted into a gentle slumber, their dreams colored with the hues of newfound wonder and the promise of adventures yet to come. Story 63. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a vast and whispering forest, there was a sense of enchantment that hung in the air like a soft, comforting blanket. This was a place where the cobblestone paths seemed to sing underfoot, and the trees swayed in gentle harmonies with the wind. The villagers were known for their kindness and their uncanny knack for solving puzzles, a skill that often came in handy, as curious happenings were quite common. One such curious event began on a crisp autumn morning. As the golden leaves danced down from the trees, the villagers awoke to find that all the colors in their village had faded to gentle shades of gray. The vibrant reds, yellows, and blues that usually brightened their world were now only memories, and a soft, silvery mist seemed to cling to everything it touched. Perplexed and a little worried, the villagers gathered in the cozy warmth of the village square, where a large oak tree stood, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Underneath this ancient tree, a wise old tortoise named Thistle made his home. Thistle was known for his wisdom and his love of storytelling, and many villagers would sit with him for hours, listening to his tales and seeking his advice. Thistle was gently sipping a cup of chamomile tea when the villagers approached him, their eyes filled with concern. "Thistle, dear friend," began the baker, whose apron was now a pale shadow of its usual blue. "Our colors have vanished. Do you know why this might be happening?" Thistle peered over his spectacles, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "Ah, my friends, it seems we have a mystery on our hands," he said, his voice warm and soothing. "But fear not, for every mystery has an answer waiting to be discovered." The villagers nodded, feeling a bit more at ease in Thistle's presence. "Where should we begin?" asked the village tailor, her fingers brushing over the faded threads of her once vibrant fabrics. Thistle pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Perhaps we should pay a visit to the Whispering Woods. The trees there are older than any in our village, and they may have seen something that could help us." With this plan in mind, a small group of villagers set off towards the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their voices a soft murmur in the breeze. As they entered the woods, they were joined by a friendly fox named Finn, whose keen senses and sharp eyes had often proved invaluable. "Hello, friends," Finn greeted them with a cheerful flick of his bushy tail. "I hear you're on a quest to find your colors. I'd be delighted to lend a paw." Grateful for his company, the villagers and Finn walked deeper into the woods, where the light filtered through the canopy in gentle beams, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. They walked quietly, listening intently to the whispers of the leaves, hoping for a clue. As they ventured further, they came across a sparkling brook that giggled softly as it wound its way through the forest. On its banks sat a small, iridescent creature known as a glimmerling, its wings shimmering like the surface of a calm lake under the moonlight. The glimmerling was known for its cheerful disposition and its love of all things colorful. "Hello there," chirped the glimmerling, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "What brings you to the woods on such a lovely day?" The villagers explained their predicament, and the glimmerling listened intently, its tiny eyes widening with understanding. "Ah, I believe I may know what has happened," it said thoughtfully. "There is a magical creature, the chromatic cloud, that sometimes drifts through these woods. It's known to absorb colors, storing them away for its own vibrant displays." The villagers exchanged hopeful glances. "Do you know where we might find this chromatic cloud?" asked Finn, his ears perked up with interest. The glimmerling fluttered its wings softly. "The cloud often rests in the glen where the sun shines brightest, gathering light to weave into its colorful tapestries. You'll find it there." With gratitude in their hearts, the villagers and Finn thanked the glimmerling and set off towards the sunlit glen. The path wound gently through the trees, and as they walked, they could feel the forest's encouragement in every rustle of leaves and every cheerful birdsong. Upon reaching the glen, they were greeted by a sight of wonder. The chromatic cloud hovered gracefully above the meadow, its form shifting and shimmering with the most breathtaking array of colors, like a living rainbow. It was a mesmerizing sight, and the villagers paused to take in the beauty before them. Finn, ever bold and observant, stepped forward and addressed the cloud with a polite bow. "Dear chromatic cloud, we are from the village nearby. We've noticed that our colors have disappeared, and we believe they might be with you now. Would you be willing to share them back with us?" The cloud swirled thoughtfully, its colors dancing in harmonious patterns. "Ah, I see," it replied in a voice like a gentle breeze. "I was unaware that I had taken something so dear to you. I gather colors to create beauty, but I never meant to leave your village gray." Touched by the cloud's sincerity, the villagers smiled, understanding that it had only been an innocent mistake. "Our colors bring us joy and help us celebrate the beauty of our home," said the tailor, her voice filled with warmth. "We would be grateful if you could return them." The chromatic cloud swelled with compassion, and with a graceful sweep, it released the colors back into the world. The meadow erupted in a joyous explosion of hues, and the villagers watched in awe as the vibrant reds, blues, and yellows swept through the forest and back towards their village. The villagers cheered, their hearts filled with gratitude, and they thanked the chromatic cloud for its kindness. As they made their way back home, they marveled at the colors once more painting their world, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. Back in the village square, they gathered beneath the old oak tree once again, sharing their adventure with Thistle, whose wise old eyes crinkled with joy at their tale. "You have shown great wisdom and kindness," he said, his voice as soothing as ever. "And you have reminded us all that even the most perplexing mysteries can be solved with understanding and friendship." That evening, as the villagers returned to their homes, they carried with them not just the colors of their world, but the warmth of a lesson learned, that kindness and cooperation can brighten even the grayest of days. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, a gentle peace settled over the village, the kind that promised sweet dreams and the comfort of knowing that all was well in their magical, colorful world. Story 64. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest untouched by the merciless march of civilization, a kaleidoscope of life thrived in perfect harmony. The towering oak trees stood as silent sentinels, their branches swaying in gentle rhythms as the whispering breeze carried the fragrant melodies of wildflowers. Beneath the canopy, a vibrant tapestry of ferns and mosses carpeted the forest floor, their emerald hues glistening with morning dew. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures went about their hidden lives, each playing a vital role in the delicate balance of the ecosystem. The squirrels, ever the mischievous tricksters, scampered from branch to branch, gathering acorns and chattering their secret languages. The deer, graceful and serene, grazed on the tender grasses, their gentle footfalls leaving barely a trace upon the earth. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest sang a symphony of transformation. In the spring, the bursts of vibrant blooms heralded the return of life, their sweet perfumes dancing on the breeze. The summer brought a verdant canopy of lush foliage, sheltering the forest dwellers from the warm embrace of the sun. Autumn painted the trees in a fiery palette of crimson and gold, the leaves gently drifting to the forest floor like a rain of embers. And in the depths of winter, when the world slumbered beneath a blanket of pristine snow, the forest seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the first stirrings of rebirth. It was during these seasonal shifts that the magic of the forest truly manifested. The whispers of the ancient trees carried tales of enchantment, woven into the very fabric of nature. The ethereal glow of will-o'-the-wisps danced among the gnarled roots, leading those pure of heart on wondrous adventures. And on crisp, moonlit nights, the thunderous call of the stags echoed through the glades, summoning the animal kingdoms to gather and bear witness to the changing tides. At the heart of this mystical realm dwelled the wise old oak, a towering guardian whose branches had borne witness to countless cycles of life and death. Within the depths of its hollow trunk, the forest's most revered elder, a kindly old crone, made her home. Her wrinkled face was a tapestry of stories, etched with the wisdom of ages past, and her eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 midsummer nights. It was to this venerable sage that the forest creatures would come, seeking guidance and counsel. The young fox, whose curiosity often led him astray, would listen with rapt attention as the crone spun tales of the trickster's cunning and the importance of respecting the balance of nature. The mother bear, fiercely protective of her cubs, would heed the lessons of patience and nurturing, ensuring the continuation of her lineage. And the majestic stag, the undisputed lord of the forest, would bow his antlered crown in reverence as the crone imparted the ancient teachings of leadership and stewardship. As the seasons turned and the cycles continued, the forest remained a bastion of peace and wonder, a realm where the harmonies of nature reigned supreme. And though the world beyond its boundaries might change and evolve, the hidden lives of its creatures and the wisdom of its elders would endure, a testament to the enduring magic that dwelled within these ancient woodlands.